Alrighty guys, well, hey guys, your boy Luigi Streamer here. Supposed to be an intermission here, because that's going to be for later. I knew I was already going to start messing up this video right off the bat. But anyways, welcome back to another video here, and this is a bit of an unconventional video here. Like, I normally don't do, like, vlogging type of videos like this on the streaming channel, because mainly, like, vlogging videos are on the main channel. But I felt like this is going to be a very interesting vlog because not only the fact that this is going to be the final ever like stream that I do at college, this is going to be a fun way for me to really come and look back to my whole college experience here, because I really wanted to have like a fun way to really be able to look back at everything that I've done like from my time here at college, and maybe like if I'm still around like 20 years or like 10 years later, which I hope I really am, and like I could come back, find this video on the streaming channel and be like, hey, I can relive some of those memories here. So this is the stream for me that I just want to be able to like to have, so I have something that I can look back to remember all my times here at college. Like, wow, these memories are still somewhat like decently like fresh in my mind here, because the college experience that I have overall, like, it's definitely had its ups and downs, but overall I'm really happy that I had the like opportunity to go to this college here. I mean, there was so much like money and like tuition we had to like to pay each year, but honestly, it was totally worth it. Like, this college is absolutely incredible, like, and I'm super happy to go to it. And I guess I can now, since I'm basically gonna be leaving the college here in 2 days, and my graduation like ceremony is gonna be happening this Saturday. I went to Cedarville University. If any of you guys do not know, it's a nice Christian college in the middle of the cornfields of Ohio. So I have a business management major here, and I've stayed here for 4 years, like in the dormitories, because there ain't no way like in between, because I have to stay in the dormitories because I'm like 5 hours away, like from my home's like 5 hours away from this college, so it's not like my roommate behind me where he can just go home on the weekends. No, like I have to like genuinely stay in the dormitories here if I want to like have somewhere nice to go and stay. So I'm not like someone who's like from around this area, not by any means. So I have like a little bit of a schedule of like how I want to go and do these sorts of things here. I don't really have like an exact idea like how long going for each of these topics is going to take, but again, if you guys just want to stay here, listen to me like just blabble on for like maybe a 2 hour, 3 hours, or even longer than that. I honestly have no freaking clue how long this stream's going to go for. Like, I could easily be like going like till midnight or something. I don't know. Like, it just really depends on how much like I want to blab out of this mouth here, and my throat's gonna be like so dry by the end of this. So you might have to see me keep filling up my water multiple times like throughout this stream here. So, but yeah, this is gonna be my way of like showcasing and letting you guys know if you're planning on like going into college, kind of what the college experience is like. Basically what my college experience was like, and I hope this will encourage you like to really check out a Christian university, because I think unlike like more like public universities out there, like a Christian university just has such an amazing like group of people that you can become dearest friends with here, like probably for like the rest of your life. And even one person like here, or I keep like calling him like every now and again, because I really have enjoyed our relationship that we grew with each other throughout junior year, specifically because he was my roommate in junior year, and he's also been a part of a couple of my streams too. And I minored in your major. Oh, very cool, Heraldie. Very nice. And also, there's not a whole lot of chat interaction in here. I apologize, because again, I'm just trying to talk for this, and I don't want the stream to go on forever, so apologies if chat interaction is a bit minimal in the stream here, but I will have a point where you guys can ask your own questions. That'll be a lot later on, though. Or maybe what I could do is, like, in between certain sections, I'll ask if you guys have any questions for me, and I could go answer questions then. But there will be a specific, like, big time where I'm like, hey, this is when you guys can go and ask me questions about the college, like about any things in college and whatnot. And again, if you weren't here for the stream and you're watching it afterwards, you can leave any comments for me down, like in the like questions for me down in the comments below about the whole college experience, and I'm more than willing to go and try to answer it to as the best as I possibly can. So, yeah, like I said, I took business management major here at Cedarville University. I minored in digital video, and also if you go to Cedarville University, everybody in the campus gets a Bible minor. So I'm leaving this college with a Bible minor, Yeah, a digital video minor, and then also like a business management major. So what I was thinking of doing first is in my schedule here, I'm going to talk about classes and the professors that I had from my time here. Some courses I'll remember more distinctively than others, and then I'll also tell you guys like how I did in like in these courses overall here. And honestly, like from my last year here at Cedarville, I was very impressed of how I did. Like the fact that I think it was like all A's and all B's like from my like senior classes that I had to go and take. Like that was really impressive. I definitely did have a bit of a rough some rough times I think in freshman and sophomore year, and I think even in junior year as well. But I was really happy of how senior year like turned out. Like my grades were really good in senior year. Like I was really happy with them. I'm still waiting on some finalized grades here, and I just actually recently took my like last ever exam and last ever assignment to do here at Cedarville, which is insanity to me. Like I can't believe like I'm finally done. Like I've completed like all the assignments that I have to like at Cedarville, which is insanity to me. Like that is just bonkers that I'm like here at this point here, and the fact I'm graduating in 2 days, insane. I also just came back from like a rehearsal like thing too, and bro, there's so many folded chairs in the freaking field house. It's insane. Ay ay ay. So I'll just kind of so basically we use a system for our classes called Canvas. Probably some of the other schools also use Canvas as well. So I'm just gonna kind of go down the list of the classes that I took, and we'll just kind of go from there. And I'll try it. And again, some classes I may remember more of, and some classes I may not remember like a lot of. So just bear with me. But I'm gonna try to go through this as best as I can. All right. So this is an alphabetical order. This is and also I'll tell you guys like when I took this class as well. So here we go. All right. So we have applied leadership as the first one. Applied leadership, so this was taken in the fall semester of 2024. So this is a senior class that I took. And this class was a really cool class for me to do, specifically because applied leadership, you learn a lot of really good like leadership skills in that class. And honestly, like I feel like a little more confident now, like being like after leaving that class, because we did like a lot of presentations in that class, I felt a little more confident like being able to talk in front of people, learning how to do that. And we even had a big thing which I still haven't uploaded on the main channel yet because I've honestly forgotten about it, but there was this one of the big projects that we had to do is basically we had to be the leader within and like host some kind of event like at Cedarville. So what I ended up doing was, again, I actually recorded this, like, so maybe at some point I'll upload it like on the main channel, but I hosted this whole Mario Kart tournament thing, and with the Mario Kart tournament thing, it was like a bracket system, and then to make it more appealing for people to go and show up, I literally actually had to spend money on this assignment. Like I went out I went to like freaking Amazon and paid like some money to go get some Amazon gift cards. So like I had like a 10, and like if you get second place you get a $10 Amazon gift card, and then if you get first place you get a 15 Amazon dollar gift card. So it was a bit of a whole hassle to bring that whole thing together, because I remember specifically like on the day of the event, the people who were supposed to arrive with the monitors that I had planned were arriving late, and I was just I thought I had plenty of time to go and set up, but then when I got there to the event, literally the door like that I was gonna do the room I was gonna do it in was locked. Just my luck. So I had to go call campus security for them to go unlock the door. That wasn't fun. But they eventually did show up, and I got everything set up. And even though everything was set up late, we were still able to have a good time with it. I gave out my Amazon gift cards to 2 pretty talented Mario Kart players. And then afterwards, we just had some fun doing some free play rounds until eventually we just packed everything up. Yeah, it was definitely a big hassle to go and set everything up, and like honestly hosting something like that, like for me, like the first time, that was definitely a rather stressful thing for sure, but I'm glad like it really gave me like an experience like to really be a leader, because one of the jobs I'm going to be doing, which I'll probably talk about more when I really get into it, but like I'll be like in a leadership position. So honestly, like one of the classes out of Cedarville that I got a lot of knowledge out of, even though I personally didn't really like doing all the presentations, because that class was ridiculous of presentations. Like normally, like some of the Cedarville classes here, I only have to do like 1 or 2 presentations. That class made me do like 10 or something, and I was like, what the frick? I hate doing presentations, and this class is like all the big assignments in the class are presentations. I'm like, God. and even after the fact, like when we did that whole thing where we had to like host our own like leadership event, we literally had to do a presentation talking about how that went. And I'm like, why? Like, stop making me do presentations. So that was applied leadership. I really did like. I did really think that was a very important class that I took, and the professor too in that class was a really good professor. I really did like how she taught the class. She was very good. I remember like even in the beginning of the class, she made us like create a definition like of what leadership is. I don't remember exactly like what we said, but it basically actually stuck throughout most of the semester. And she was one of those good professors, which we'll talk about professors who don't do this later, like when I had this semester. But she was really good at having like these really nice PowerPoint slideshows that were easy to follow along and like summarize her points very well. Like if you get her as a professor, like I'm not sure how much longer she's gonna be staying here at the university, but she is a really good professor and learned a lot of good stuff out of her. So that's applied leadership. Now we move on to Bible and the Gospel. Now this one, because it's not as recent, because this was taken in spring semester 2022, I'm not going to remember as much, but this was one of the first Bible classes that I had to take at my time here at Cedarville, because basically how the Bible minor goes is I think you start from Bible and the Gospel, then you go from like Old and New Testament, and then you go to Theology 1 and Theology 2, which I took Theology 1 last semester, and I took Theology 2 this semester, which was the exam that I actually just took literally like earlier today, so that's fun. But yeah, Bible and the Gospel. I don't really remember a whole lot from that class. I remember the professor being an alright professor. He was good for what he was good for what he was. Not one of the most memorable professors I've ever had, but the crazy thing though, like this professor, I think his name was Dr. Owens. Jesse actually had a class with him, and he said like for his like exams, like his midterm exam and his final exam, he was able to use notes on it. And while I'm over here and not being able to use notes whatso frickin' ever, like on my exam from frickin' Kurtz, sucks. Did not appreciate that. Like why does Jesse get lucky to be able to use notes in the exam and I don't? What the hell? But I think Pacific, one thing I remember as like a highlight from that class is because this honestly brought me back to like my middle school like or elementary days where I used to go to Awana and you had to memorize verses. Well, there was like how the class worked is you had to memorize a verse, and it first started off with just one section of it, and then there was a quiz later on towards the middle where you had a more bigger chunk of it, and then like towards the end of the class you had to memorize like this big long verse. So like progressively you had to keep memorizing like more of like this like passage the more and more like as like you went on like in the course. And yeah, I remember like my memory skills were really put to the test then. Oh yeah. And if y'all been on the channel long enough, you know how bad my memory can be sometimes. But yeah, but honestly, if I just keep the like one thing I definitely recommend if you want to do good studying, it's all about that repetition, man. Like you just got to keep repeating it over and over in your head, and eventually it will start locking into that brain of yours. And then you'll probably forget it like after the quiz, like a day or two later, because that's just kind of how the brain works sometimes. So yeah, that's basically Bible and the Gospel. I don't think I really have anything else to say about that. Ooh, business ethics. Business ethics was honestly a bit of a weird class, if I'm being completely honest. Because, so this was taken in the fall semester of 2024, so this was last semester. And the reason why I say it was weird, I don't remember the professor's name in that class off the top of my head. But why it was weird is because we didn't really like learn a whole lot about business ethics. It was more about like his classes were more of like he just had like these verses that he would go over, and it was more like it felt more like of a theology like a gospel ethics class more than a business ethics class, if you get what I mean. Because he like always started the class. I took up a huge chunk of like of the class to like talk about like these Bible verses and like the ethical meanings behind them. I mean, and then eventually, like, he kind of gets, like, a little bit into, like, the business ethics side of thing. But I remember, like, specifically in that class, he had a lot of, like, emphasis on, like, oh, we need to, like, apply, like, the gospel stuff to, like, businesses. by applying the gospel stuff in businesses. We're just going for gospel verses and then talking about like the ethics, the ethics among these passages. So I'm like, I found that a little weird, but overall, I would say that class also was a big useful class to me because there's something that I was really struggling with at that time, and it was really hard for me to admit it to some few people that I really trusted to go tell us about, and that class like honestly convinced me to finally be like, yeah, like this is the right ethical thing to do, and I should really talk to somebody about this. And since then I've felt a lot better about it. This is something I personally don't feel like talking about or really get into, so don't press me on that. If you press me on that, I will kill you. So I am threatening you. But business ethics really did help me out of that. Like I learned like a lot of like things on like what's ethically right. Because honestly, if I completely admit it, like there was like some times like where I definitely did not make the right ethical decisions like while at the college, because you know we're all sinful people and we don't make the right decisions. And that class like really did teach me some really good like ethical things. So now I feel like more nowadays I seem to make more ethical decisions and not stupid decisions. So I can really. I can really thank like my business ethics class like for that. You know, I'm like twice. Yeah, sure, whatever. All right. Oh God. This next one sucks. I'm sorry. This is probably like this next one I'm gonna talk about was definitely up there with one of my least favorite classes I had to take while at Cedarville. Oh boy, 'cause let me tell you about business law. Whew, did not like that class. So I think I remember this professor specifically. I think he's actually now retired, like from the university, because I remember like, cause normally towards the end of the spring semester we have this chapel, which I will talk about chapel services later, where like we have like a retirement chapel. So I'm pretty sure there was a chapel like where he retired in, but this guy, like, while I did appreciate the fact that he did have like presentation, like slideshows, like talking over the information and what. I'm personally like just not into like the politics and law side of things. I'm not. That is not my strong suit. And oh my goodness gracious, guys. His exams were insanely difficult. Those were easily like some of like the hardest exams like I had to take while my time here. And I was a sophomore at the time, and my brain was just like in scrambles like taking these exams. And literally like his exams like were so difficult that he had to put like a decent curve on them. Like the hilarious thing was I think I ended the class with like a 60 like maybe like 68%. Like it's easily one of the worst grades like I got. But because of like his curves like in the class, I have a C, like a normal C. Like it's very very weird, like because he curved like his exams like so much that the fact that like I really should have probably like a D plus in the class, but no, like since he realized his exams were so difficult, he literally curved it to the point like where a 68 equals like a normal C, which a normal C could be like at like a 73% or something. So I found that to be very weird. Like it felt very weird the fact that I had a class that had like a 68% in it, but I actually had like a C in it. Very very strange. So but the and here's the other annoying thing too that I hate about some of these classes at Cedarville is the fact that like I like classes that really round out the assignments that they have in it. Like they give you like a lot of like mini assignments in between to really help like fill out that grade. Like I've had a lot of classes that do stuff like that. I mean, yes, doing all these assignments are annoying, but also they're helpful for your grade overall, like if you guys get what I mean. This class, however, you had to like at least do somewhat decent like on those exams, bro, because if you did not do decent on those exams, like you're kind of screwed. Because literally, I'm not even joking. All the assignments in the class were free exams and a paper. That's it. That's worth all your grade for the business law class, which is ridiculous. And I made sure damn well, because I knew I was going to do terrible on those exams. Like, the best I did on an exam was like a C. It's like C percentage-wise. Like, that's telling you something how difficult those exams were. But the paper specifically, like if I did not do good on that paper, I probably would have had to take that class again, and that would have been really annoying. But thanks to the paper, I got like a 96% on that. Thank Lord. So that really helped me out a lot. So if you're ever taking business law here at Cedarville, make sure you do damn well in that paper because his exams are very difficult. I mean, I'm not sure who teaches the class now. Maybe the class is a lot more like easier, but my business law experience was very tough. I did not enjoy that class. So, easily one of my least favorite classes I took. And also going to the next one, this also was one of my other, like, it's not one of my least favorites, but it's definitely not, like, high up there with one of my favorite classes. This is college algebra. So this was actually all the way back in my first semester at Cedarville. So this is one of the first ever classes that I took. So this is fall semester 2021, college algebra. Now the reason why, like, I mean, overall, like the algebra wasn't like that bad. Like, and again, something I like about math is like, unlike topics like social studies or like history, you can eventually like figure out what the answer is, like for doing like all the calculations and whatnot. The annoying thing that I hated about college algebra was how the professor that I got. For what I remember, the professor actually like is a teacher because we have an elementary school also pretty close by to Cedarville, and I think she teaches there. So this is kind of like more of like a part time kind of gig for her. So she didn't really actually like teach the class. She more of like was just there like in case you needed help with like math problems, but she's just like spend the class time working on math problems on this website, and that's it. Like she never actually like taught us like anything like any of these things, like how you feel like a professor should, like, isn't it your job to go and teach these things to us, not just give us a website and just be like, yep, the website will teach you this stuff, like, YOLO, you're good luck, you're on your own. I'm just like, seriously? Like, this is not a good impression of you. And I remember, like, we have, like, course evaluations, like, in each semester, and I'm pretty sure I did not rate her very highly. And she was kind of a boring professor, too. I did not like her that much. Well, like, especially the fact that she was lazy and didn't actually do her freaking job. Unbelievable. But it's a part of life. Yep, we gotta deal with math, So yeah, two classes in a row that weren't personally my like favorites ever to take, but it's what you have to deal with. Like, and again, no, like college algebra was one of the gen eds that I had to go and take because in classic college you have to take some gen eds, and that was one of the gen eds I had to take. Composition. Now I don't remember this class a whole lot, so I don't really have a whole lot to say on this one. But this was taken in the spring semester of 2022. So this was my fourth semester ever at Cedarville. So this class basically is just grammar class. You would just learn how to do grammar and write stuff better. I don't know like how much like the skills in that class, like I mean there was a couple things that I took away from that class that I've like forever like stuck in my head that I keep doing. Like for example, like actually how to do proper quotations of things. Like you have to have like the quotation end mark like after the period, and how like you do parentheses of like APA like sourcing and whatnot. And just some of my writing overall like has improved, but yeah, I didn't really get a whole lot of like new knowledge out of that class, and it was just kind of another one of those gen ed classes that like, yep, just gotta get it out of the way. And one of the annoying things too so at the time, so I was living in this hall called West, and West and the Tyler building are not very close to one another. And I don't remember exactly what time I had to take this class, but it was always so inconvenient because West was on one complete other side of the campus, and then Tyler's on the complete opposite side of campus. So like it takes me like at least like 5 minutes to go and bike right over there. That's not fun. So I remember like I don't remember if that was a morning class or not. I think it was probably after like chapel, but yeah, there's not much I have to say about composition. It was just like, yep, there's a gen ed class, gotta take it. Math is probably everyone in that class. If you probably felt the same thing. If you're talking about the college algebra, yeah, most definitely. It was such lazy teaching on the professor's like part, bro. You try to pop quizzes for your business law. Oh, that sucks, man. Feel bad for you. Thanks for leaving likes on the video, by the way, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying what I'm talking about. I'm trying to make this somewhat entertaining. Alright, so now we got digital film production. So this was a fun one, I will say. Like, doing the video classes at Cedarville was really good, because I feel like I've learned a lot more of the technical side of how to really operate a camera and be able to record things better. Like, honestly, because of the video classes that I've taken at Cedarville, I feel like I could produce some much better videos just from recording off of this thing here, because I don't have a big professional camera I don't know, these guys here in my phone background do, Taylor and Sarah for Coaster Studios. But to be able to actually, this wasn't the first video class I took. This was one of the more later on video classes. This is digital film production, because I took this fall semester 2023. But I really did feel like I grew in my video making skills a lot more, and learning how to really put together and properly cut and edit stuff, and be able to make nice audio for a film, a short film, and just the whole process of doing it with storyboarding, creating a shot list, and doing the call sheets, and a bunch of stuff that you because if you don't really realize, making a film is not an easy thing. I recently had to do a big final film project here, which I will talk about later when I get to that class. But yeah, that was one hell of a. But yeah, it's some of those video projects, the video projects in the class take a lot of time, and you definitely do not want to procrastinate on those, because if you procrastinate on those video projects, you're screwed. I'm sorry, you need to make sure you're working on those in advance, and also give yourself plenty of time to work on the editing process afterwards, because editing process is very frustrating. Because really think about it, even for something that's a short video, you have to cut everything together, and sync the audio with it, which at the time, which I don't think Adobe Premiere Pro had this, they didn't have a good syncing audio thing. So I had to meticulously line up the audio from the boom mic with the audio from the camera every single time. You have to do all the noise reduction stuff, which before also I'd use a separate system for that, back in that class, which that kind of sucked to learn. But now they just have really good noise reduction technology built into Adobe Premiere Pro, which is really nice. Adobe Premiere is a fantastic software to use. Highly recommend using it, and also After Effects as well, which I'll get into that. Later as well. But yeah, so you have the cutting things, you have to line up the audio, you have to balance all the audio levels around, you have to do the color grading to make just the screen look more visually appealing, you have to do any text or any on the screen afterwards, credits or the title screen for the film. It's just it's a lot. And doing all the credits is so much fun as well. Caramba. And then if you find stuff that you don't like in post and you have to reshoot it, that's always fun as well. So it's a whole process of creating the films. But later on, so specifically the reason why this class is super nostalgic for me, because this is when I first met Isaac and Brody. If you guys have been on the streaming channel long enough, especially in junior year, they were in a couple of my streams, and they were fantastic people to work with. I can show my screen here really quickly. So this is some of the college video projects that I've done over time, and 3 of them were from this class here, which is the Totally Legit Nintendo Switch commercial. So this is Isaac and Brody here, and then the Stolen Money, Brody was the main actor here with Isaac as well, and then yeah, I had Aubrey and what am I forgetting his name? Elijah, and also Ben, my current roommate at the time, and then for this film here, they were also the main actors, Brody and Isaac, and then Ben was the judge, and Aubrey was one of the jury people, and then I got a bunch of people. Well, Aubrey was one of the people who spoke up in the jury, and then I had a bunch of people from my hall be the jury. I'm gonna go and record that. So there are some iconic films that I always love coming back to every now and again that were created from this class here. And again, I really built my video skills a lot in this class as well. So I can really thank that class for that. So yeah, that's pretty cool. So I really do appreciate directing film, the digital film production. That was a great class. Nostalgia, yes sir. We always love ourselves some good nostalgia. Those were really cool. Thank you. Memories. Yeah, even like when I was showing the actors, which again, if you guys haven't checked out my high stakes film, I highly recommend checking it out. That like literally took me insane amount of work. So it would really mean the world to me that you guys can go and check that out, and definitely leave a like. That's the least you can go and that's the least you can go and do. Man, if it's already 30 minutes in and I still have a bunch of like freaking classes to talk about, yeah, we're definitely gonna be here for a while. I honestly have no idea how long this stream is going to be, but yeah, it looks like we're gonna be here for a while. So sit back, buckle up, strap on in, guys. We still got a lot to go through. All right. Styles and mechanics writers. Oh yeah, this is one of the online courses I had to take. So this was back last semester, and I honestly forgot about this class. So this class was a bit interesting because I'm trying to remember how it specifically went. So it was one of the online courses I had to take during my time here, and basically kind of like composition in a way. It's more of like you're learning how to write more professionally, like in a business sense. And I remember one of like the big last assignments in the class. It was kind of interesting because it was very annoying. I remember like in the beginning of the semester, like we had to write like this big paper, like right off the bat, and I was like due like in like the first week of September or something, and I'm like, what the frick? Like, why am I having to do this big stinking paper like immediately, like right when I'm like just starting the class? Like, this is not a good sign. Like, I feel like I'm already gonna hate this class. And overall, I did not like the class like that much because I'm just not really the biggest kind of guy of like learning all this like business writing like stuff. But it was still like overall like an important class. And I remember there was like these books like where there's like this book that he had us like go through. And well, actually, before I talk about that, let me finish my thought on this. So the reason why I mentioned the whole paper thing in the beginning, because one of the final assignments in the class was actually after everything you've learned about like business writing throughout the class, you basically apply that to the paper. I remember the annoying thing about the paper too is you have to like literally show like all your edits that you made like to like the paper that you made like in the beginning of the semester. So like it does make sense like why like they gave you the assignment like for the paper in the beginning of the semester, but still wasn't like I was like, bro, like why do I have to do a paper like immediately like in the beginning of the semester? Like this sucks. But anyways, going back to the book thought, like I'm like not really the biggest fan like when I get questions like off of like a book, because most of the time like the book stuff is like a lot more advanced and it's a lot harder like to figure out like how to answer the questions. And yeah, there are definitely like a lot of stuff like in the book that I was just like scratching my head about like throughout the semester, and I'm like, I don't know what to do. Like, what's the answer to this? I know definitely there was some times where I had to use ChatGPT because I was like so confused. I was like, what do I do? Oh, the power of chat. So yeah, and again, since it was an online class, I didn't really get to know my professor all that well. Oh, and the other thing, before I stop talking about this class, there was a weird thing where specifically, I think like every Tuesday we had to go and like compare like the homework problem answers that we did, and we had to compare among like the group members. And I did like this whole thing where basically like in like this group chat thing, like we have like this time where we have to go and meet and like talk about our answers. So like we would put all our answers like to different questions, and like we would just read them and be like, yeah, we like this one the most, yeah, we like this one the most. And honestly, like eventually like after like doing it like many times, we got into a good flow of it, and there were like some times where we got it done in like 10 minutes. Like you're like, yep, this is a good one, yep, this is a good one, yep, this is the good one, yep, this is the best written one, all right, we're good, wrap it up, baby. And I was always the person like who would like make sure to write down the ones that like were the best, and then I put them all together and be like, okay, who wants to submit this time around? Like, oh, maybe I did it last week, you have to do it this week. Honestly, overall, my group that was one of the better groups that I had throughout my time here. They were pretty consistent in getting like doing the time on Tuesday, because if we didn't do the time on Tuesday, I remember like he would reduce like a decent amount of our grade if we didn't do that. So that's reason enough to have to go and like do these meetings and whatnot, and you know. So yeah, that was a bit interesting, because the fact that we still had like the meet technically, even though it was like an online class, and he put us like into this online group, and we mainly just did it for like text messages. So yeah, that was that was interesting. Gonna phone down memory. All right, see you later, Tyler. All right. I'm gonna try, like, since there's still a lot to get through here, because I mean, like, again, this is like 4 years of classes here, so you gotta bear with me here. It's a lot to talk about. Like, easily out of all the sections, this one's gonna take me the longest to get through, so definitely keep bearing with me here. I'll try to make some of these a little bit more quick, but if there's, like, generally one I want to talk a lot about, then I will talk about it. All right. So next up is oh boy. Honestly, like, I hated the fact that I had to, like, this was again one of, like, the first classes that I took in my time at Cedarville, and this was actually, like, one of the few times I had to go into because it was weird, like, this. So this class I'm talking about next is Fundamentals of Speech. So this is a speech class, and it was weird. Like, we had to take it, like, in the building that's mainly for the nursing students, like. And it was like on the 3rd floor. And so I found that to be a little strange. Like, the speech class of all things is, like, in the nursing building. I don't think, like, that class actually takes place in the nursing building now, but I just found that fascinating. But yeah, that class, I was glad to get it out of the way, because again, as you guys know, like, it may not look like I'm that nervous, like, on streams, because I mean, I do streams constantly on YouTube, and I don't have people, like, in front of me. I mean, I know there's, like, a lot of people, like, watching on the screen, but there's generally just not, like, a group of people like staring like right in front of me, because I don't know, just for some reason that makes me a lot more nervous. But yeah, I remember, like, we had to do, like, 2, like, big speeches, like, in the class, and I remember specifically in that class too, he would always, like, make us stand up for, like, 20 seconds. Well, like, he would go to each person in the class, and there's, like, this question that he would ask us, and we have to do this, like, speech, like, every, like, single time, and, like, give, like, a 20-second, like, response. I mean, like, the questions, like, weren't anything that difficult, and it was something, like, we could just come up with on the fly, but I was just like, seriously, like, you're gonna make us, like, at least do, like even on the non-days, like, where we don't have, like, these big speeches, like, you're still gonna make us, like, every single class period, like, stand up and, like, go and say something. And I'm like, damn you suck for that. But, I mean, I guess it somewhat improved my speaking skills. I do remember, like, in one of the speeches, like, I completely blanked, like, when I was, like, up there, but then it came back to me. So that was, like, embarrassing, and I honestly, like, even still to this day with my speaking, I still have, like, a big struggle of speaking slowly. Because when I'm nervous, like, I seem to speak a lot faster. And again, like, this is when I'm, like, getting, like, right into college, so like, still, like, really getting adjusted to the college life. So I felt like I was a lot more nervous back then and not as, like, confident. So yeah, that was definitely a bit rough, but at least I got through. This was one of those gen ed classes you have to go and get through. I don't really remember what this global I don't even know if I'm going to try to say this. Competency is. I don't know what this is, so I'm just going to skip over that. Human resource management. This was taken last semester. Okay. Surprisingly enough, even though this was last semester, I kind of feel bad. I don't even really remember a whole lot from this class. It really goes to show how my memory, like, just like my memory, like, goes all around the place, man. Like, I don't even remember the professor. I don't really remember. Well, actually, no. Oh wait, I do remember this one actually. It took me a bit to click in my head. So, human resource management, that class specifically, so throughout my time at Cedarville, these were the classes, besides, like, 8 a.m. classes. Those suck dick. I hated these classes, too, specifically the classes where you have to have a class. So, it only meets 1 time per week, but it's annoying because, like, it meets 1 time per week, and you have to go to the class from 7 to 10. You're right, 7 to 10. So, you have to sit in a class in the evening for 3 hours. I'm not joking. I had to take a class like this like 3 times. I even had to take a class like that this semester as well. And also last semester. I think I've at least taken like 3 or 4 evening classes, and that was one of them. My second to last evening class I had to take. But Yeah, so you basically kind of like as the name applies, you learn a lot about like human resource stuff. I remember specifically he had us like have to go and read this book, which, if being completely honest, I was just not much of a reader. I tried to avoid it as much as I can because it's kind of like one of those things like where like you don't really need to do it like to like do well in the course. So I just found ways to get around it if I'm being completely honest. And then I think there was I forget like what the presentation was on, but there was like I think that he assigned us like some kind of company and we had to like present on it. And the weird thing about that presentation specifically was you can choose like who in your group like who wants to present. And since I'm not a presenter, I'm like I ain't presenting this like crap. So literally we just had like two people from our team like that we were working with and they just presented our thing for us and we ended up getting 100% of the presentation. So I found that I found that hilarious. But yeah, that class that's mean yeah, the stick and Ethan class, and this was also one of the classes which also I guess I didn't mention this in the business ethics, but this is so I'll talk about this a little bit more, like, because I have a topic where I'll talk about like how like the college has expanded over the years, but like this was the first year where I got to go into the new business building since I was lucky enough to be able to go into it, and yeah, so this was one of like some of the first classes I was able to take like in the business building, so that was pretty cool. All right, intro to entrepreneurship. So kind of like my applied leadership class. Same. I often speak slow. Oh, so you're kind of the opposite of me, huh, Kieran? You're more speak slow, but I'm the kind of guy who speaks fast when I get nervous. So I guess sometimes it's the other way around for people. Yep, I had to take like free evening classes. Sucks. Um, so intro to entrepreneurship, like I said, kind of like applied leadership. This was one of the annoying classes where it had a lot of presentations and it was very interesting. So we basically had to come up. So since it's an entrepreneurship class, we had to come up with like this brand new idea, and then like progressively like we had to go for this thing called a business model canvas. If you guys don't know what that is, I can probably show you a picture of it. Yeah, why not? I'll show you guys a picture of this really quickly. Any of y'all not business people? All right. See here. That's good enough. Here, I'll show this off. So yeah, here's a business model canvas. So basically, how the class worked, for what I remember, is you would go for like each of these like individual parts like of the business model canvas like throughout your time in the course. So I don't remember exactly where we started, but what I do remember though is we had to do like pretty much presentations on most of like these categories here. I think like he did combine some categories. So if you're wondering, no, I don't think there was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 presentations that I had to go and do, but it was 10 actually. But yeah, there was still a decent amount of presentations we had to do like based on the business model canvas and like the original idea that we created. And if you're wondering, the idea we came up with, we named it controller. I think it had like a one like in the middle of it somewhere. I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. And basically, like, it was a controller that would be able like to work, and you can customize it for like any like different kind of software. So you can make it like an Xbox controller, you can make it like a Nintendo Switch, like the Joy Cons, or make it into like a Wii remote, or like all bunch of sorts. Basically, like it's an all-encompassing controller that can work for like any platforms like PlayStation, Xbox, the Nintendo Switch, or even like an online system like Steam. So that was kind of our idea that we had, and we just had to keep constantly presenting for each like the different like parts of the business model canvas, and then like at the end of the semester we basically had to present on everything. So like all like the little mini presentations that were like 2 or 3 minutes long, and you had to answer questions afterwards. That eventually led up to talking about like really presenting like the whole like product and talking about each of like the steps of the business model canvas. So yeah, that was overall like it was an alright class like for what it was. Like again, I'm not a big fan of the presentation side of things, so that wasn't really fun for me. But I know it was cool to progressively like just keep going more and more into this random like fake new product idea that we had. So I guess that was like kind of fun, and it was like something in relation to like something that I enjoy, which is video games. So yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, and that was also a fall semester 2023 class, by the way. So that was in junior year. That's one of the first junior year classes I had to go take. Yeah. See, look at Kieran's like, bro, like something like that should totally exist. Yeah. Keep spilling water on myself. My good gravy shirt's getting ruined. No good gravy here. All right. So, Intro to Humanities. Oh boy. This is a class that exists. And it's not one of my favorites, but it exists. Alright, since this was all the way back in fall semester 2021, so this is another class that I took within my first year here at Cedarville. I don't really remember a whole lot of how it worked, but with what I do remember is that they specifically had you go on this like weird website where you have to like you literally like it won't count you for credit like if you don't watch these like videos all the way through. And I don't know, it was just some weird videos like for humanities. Like everybody like at Cedarville like complains that they have to go and like take this like stinking course. It was just like I don't remember exactly what the video topics were like about, but it was just like about topics that for the most part you just did not give a crap about. You're just like, this is boring. And yeah, it was something, alright. I mean, it wasn't like a difficult class to take by any means. And it was an online course as well, I should add. But yeah, it was just kind of another one of those gen ed classes, and it just had like a lot of stuff in there that like literally like you could tell that Intro to Humanities left nothing on me, because the fact I could not even remember like any like the videos that like we had to watch, and the fact that like I'm leaving it just more annoyed that I had to go and take it than not being annoyed taking it. So yeah, I don't really have much to say in Intro to Humanities other than the fact I just remember that class just being kind of boring, and I'm just like, let's just get this out of the way. Like my first semester at Cedarville, I feel like the first semester at Cedarville for me was just kind of like get a bunch of these like start getting like a bunch of these gen ed classes out of the way, and then progressively as like my time progressed at Cedarville, it was more focused on my majors and minor classes. But I remember like the first like 2 semesters was like, yeah, we got to get a lot of these like freaking gen eds out of the way. So all right, yep, makes sense. All right, Intro to Literature. Oh boy. Let's see how much I can remember from this class. So this is another gen ed class. This was taken though in my junior year, fall semester 2023. This class was interesting. I didn't really like it all that much because again, like it's based on literature, and I've already expressed a couple times in this stream alone and multiple times on my time and channel that I don't like reading books. And this class was definitely revolving around having to read a lot of books. Like I remember there was like you had to do like this whole big reading report thing, like on reading like a bunch of these like short like stories. And then you have to like write like a paragraph summary of them. And there was like 30 something like short stories that he wanted you to go through. So I ended up having like to write like a bit. So probably like my reading report thing was like 10 pages long. But again, like if you like my recommendation if you do take that class is you just keep progressively doing it like throughout the semester. Because if you don't keep progressively doing it, you can be like my roommate Ben in junior year who didn't do that. And literally, I think he almost pulled like an all-nighter, like having to go and do all like the book summaries like for that class. And I'm like, don't let that don't let yourself turn into the situation that Ben put himself in. Like, just don't do that. That's not a good idea. Like, come on now. But I remember specifically too. There was I forget exactly like what the tests were. I think there was like a test like you had to like there's like a bunch of like literature terms like in like in each of the texts like in each of the exams I had to take that you had to know. And I don't remember specifically like what each of them, what the themes were, but one I remember specifically, distinctively, that I hated with a burning passion was there was this poem exam. And again, already right off the bat, like I'm telling you guys, I'm not really a huge fan of writing stuff. So because before what I remember, like in the previous exams, they were a lot better because I think on top of like you have to do terminology, you have to like read these like stories and then interpret like what the story is, maybe like what the theme of it is or whatnot. Poems are a lot more difficult to go and interpret. So I was most definitely struggling, like trying to figure out like how to interpret these poems. And I think even too, there was like one exam where I didn't read the instructions like close enough, and he really only wanted you like to fill out like what you thought the poem was or like whatever like the story was, like only like three of them. But I think I ended up doing like all of them. So apparently more work equals bad grade because I think he ended up reducing a good amount of points because I think what he did was, no, he didn't reduce like a bunch of points. He specifically graded me on the first three ones that I did. So he completely ignored like the other ones that I like wrote summaries for. He only focused on like the first three. And I remember specifically whatever that exam was. I don't remember which one it was. It might have been the poem one. Like I remember like getting a bad grade because I think the three that he evaluated were the ones I felt the weakest on. So I was like, great, just my luck. Me being a dumbass, like, and not like reading, reading the freaking instructions. So yeah, pro tip: if you take the intro literature class, also read the instructions, or else you might put in a lot more work and then end up like accidentally getting a bad grade. So read instructions, guys. It's an important thing. All right. All right. Oh boy, macroeconomics. So this is a spring 2022 class. So this is sophomore year, second semester. So macroeconomics, that was a bit of an interesting class. I actually did like how the class worked. That was one of the few classes actually that didn't have like exams whatsoever. I mean, I think I just got a lucky prof for that class. I don't really remember like a whole lot from what I got taught in that class, but a nice thing was like basically that class when I remember was only just homework assignments. And like some like online quizzes that you have to take like based on the chapters. Like you literally had like no exams. It was kind of like microeconomics in a way, which I'm not sure why that's not there. Oh wait, it's later on actually. I guess I also could talk about microeconomics too, since it's literally like almost the next one. Now, microeconomics I actually took in my like first semester at Cedarville, so that was like really getting into like a business class for the first time. I think that was actually a sophomore level class. So I was doing a sophomore level class my freshman year, and yeah, that was definitely that was definitely one of the classes that I believe I struggled in. It was one of the few classes that I got a C in. Yeah, so microeconomics, yeah, I got a C, but macroeconomics on the other hand. I got a B plus in, so that was like a big improvement. And again, that was mainly because I remember I did not have to take like any exams like whatsoever in macroeconomics, but microeconomics I had to take like 3 exams like throughout my time in the course, and these exams were not the easiest, especially for newcomer trying to learn about business for the first time. Like as a freshman, like that was like not one of the easiest things ever for me to go and do. So. Yeah, so it is what it is, but I got through the classes alright, but I do remember specifically microeconomics being one of the more difficult classes to go and do. Oh yeah. Alright. We're slowly but surely getting through these here, guys. So just keep bearing with me here. We still got I'm probably about like halfway through, maybe a little less than halfway. I don't know. We'll just keep going. Keep rolling. Alright, so we got Marriage and the Family. So this was a spring 2023 class, not 2022. So this was junior year, second semester. I actually didn't realize I took that junior year, second semester. Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, this class specifically was taught by someone who actually was retiring that year. And he's one of the few professors who just does not really like technology at all. So literally during the class, so we don't be on our phones or doing goofing off stuff on our iPads. This was one of the few classes I remember where I had to specifically write like all my notes on a notepad. Well, not a notepad, like a notebook. And again, my handwriting's pretty sloppy, so having to like write a bunch of notes like quickly on my notebook was not one of the most enjoyable things ever. And I remember specifically, like, for studying for his final exams, I was like, since I'm not going to study my chicken scratch on my notes, I literally had to spend, like, a day before, like, 2 days before an exam, having to, like, type out everything in my notebook, so actually I can study something that's readable. I did not want to study off my chicken scratch, off my notebook, so I remember having to do that. But yeah, it was kind of like, it was one of the more older professors there. He did not like technology. He forced us to write notes on our like notebook, which I did not enjoy a whole lot. But the nice thing about that class though is that I did learn more about like how the Christian families like are supposed to work, and like how Christian marriages are. That's basically what marriage and the family is about. So I did learn like a lot of like fascinating stuff, like what the Bible like says about like marriage and like how families like should work and yada yada yada. So I did learn some cool things like in that class. It's just like there's like some classes where like yes the class is cool, but like the professor wasn't a bad guy by any means. Like he was a good dude, but I don't know. It's just like I just did not like the way he taught the class, and he wasn't really like a tech savvy guy. And I remember specifically too, like in his classes too, he was one of the few professors that I had at my time here where you'd randomly like on some days just give pop quizzes. Like I think that was literally like the only like course throughout my whole time here at Cedarville that the prof gave me pop quizzes. I mean the pop quizzes overall like weren't too bad, but yeah, they were not the most enjoyable to do. I remember his exams too. Like sometimes, like his exams, I think there was even like the final exam. I remember, I literally like studied like almost word for word like everything like in the notebook, and there was still like I remember I still got like an 80% on it, and I was like, what the frick? Like I literally like pretty much studied everything word for word, and I still get an 80%. So there's like some things that I like even in my notes, like so that's why like I don't like doing things on the notebook, because I feel like I can catch a lot more like like doing notes on my freaking iPad or my laptop. So yeah, again, so there was some good things I learned in that class, but I just didn't really like how the class was taught, and I did not like the exams and also the random pop quizzes throughout. Mr. Non-tech savvy person, must be an old school teacher. Yeah, I think he will like. Yeah, I think the crazy thing was I think he was like at Cedarville for like 40 or like 50 years or something. Like he was like he's been like at the school for a while, so it was bound for him to. It was honestly about time for him like to retire, bro. I don't remember his name if you're wondering, but I don't. And I also that was one of the like out of like all my classes here, that was like the second class that I had to take in the athletic building. Because there are some class like buildings like in the athletic building, but yeah, like I and I barely that was like again one of like the other buildings that like I barely went into, because like there's like this engineering and mathematics building, and I only went into that building for my biology class and my algebra class, and those were like both like freshman year. And then like I never went into that building again. And then like after like my freshman and sophomore year, like I barely never went into like the Tyler building again. And then also like the freaking the athletic center, I barely went into that building after like that class and another class I'll be talking about here pretty soon. So yeah, but most of the time I build like so for specifically for my business major, like before like the business building existed, we did a lot of classes in Milner. That was where a lot of our classes took place, and it was one of the more smaller buildings on campus. But I remember like when we had like the practice for our strat presentation, we decided to practice, which I'll talk about strategic management later. But we had to like practice in the Milner. We decided to practice in a Milner building, and literally being in the building again, because again I had 3 years of business classes in there, and then like this last year I'm doing it in like our new business center building. It's just like, honestly, just a wave of nostalgia hit me. I'm like, yep, I took a class in there, took a class in there, took a class in there, took a class in there. Oh yeah, I took a class in there as well. I was just having like a nostalgia rush going through Milner again. Because again, I took 3 years of business classes in there, so, and like, this is my final year, and I didn't take any business classes in there, because I think now like cybersecurity classes or something like are being taken in on there. Like there are more computer classes now. I don't know exactly what's being like taken in there, but yeah. Anywho, all right. So this is that's what that class was called all this time. Oh, I keep forgetting. Actually, we're gonna go to that one next after this one. So we got New Testament literature. So this is one of the other one of the Bible classes we had to go take at our time here at Cedarville. I don't really remember a whole lot again from this class, but what I specifically remember is I think how the class worked is that he went through like a lot of like the books of the Bible. So basically we started from like Matthew and then went through all the way through New Testament, all the way like through Revelation, and like progressively I think he had like there's like this set of like chapters of the Bible we would go through and have an exam for, then this set we'll have an exam for, and then the last set. So I don't think like the exams were specifically comprehensive. I think they were like more, well, they weren't cumulative, I guess, like is a better way of saying it. I'm not sure why I said comprehensive. But yeah, so we had to go through like books of the Bible, and I know like some assignments like you would specifically give me, like we'd have to like to listen to like the books of the Bible like for ourselves, like and go through and go through each of them, and yeah, that's about all I remember. It's just basically we just go through all the New Testament, learn a lot of cool new stuff about it. It was in one of the classrooms that like can host like a lot of students in there. Like those are easily like, it's like New Testament and Old Testament. Like there's like crap tons of like students like in there for those classes. Like man, like I think there's like easily like 70 or 80 students like in that classroom or something. Maybe I'm overestimating it, but I just felt like there was like 70 or 80 like in that class. So you get big crowds for those classes. That's for certain. Operations analysis about New Testament literature that was taken my junior year spring semester. I didn't realize I took that class so late. Interesting. Anyway, anywho, operations analysis. So this was one of the other first business classes I took in the new business center. This one was, I really do like this professor. I think his name is Daryl Smith, and he's a really enjoyable guy. Like I remember like at the end of each of his classes, which I'll get to statistics later. But at the end of each of his classes, like since I've had him before, he does like this like why am I blanking on, like he says it all the time, like I feel like I should have it in my head. I don't remember what the term that he used for it was. Damn it, it's killing me now. Like grr. Well, anyways, he would like at the end of like the class, like he would always like give some kind of like fun fun advice of some kind, like I always thought that to be something like that. I was like, yep, that's Daryl Smith right there. Like, always ending the class, like, talking about, like, and either, like, giving us, like, some fun little story and, like, create, like, some kind of lesson out of it, like, for us, like, to take away. Yeah, that was something I remember him doing constantly. As for the class itself, this was one of the more math-based business classes, and overall, like, I was honestly surprised, like, as long as you followed like what Smith was talking about pretty clearly and not got distracted in class, like there were times where I really had to focus on like what he was saying, but as long as you don't get distracted in class, you're able to like understand like most of like the concepts that he's talking about, because he explains it overall like well enough. Like if you have the notes for it and like I have examples like you can write down, because normally I remember he did go for some examples that you'd be fine. But there were definitely some points though, like where like stuff definitely got really complicated, and I like the great thing though, like there was like someone who I was sitting by who was really smart. So I definitely got some help from him at some times. Like even like the most ironic thing too, like this guy too also lived in my dormitory, like throughout this last semester, like last year at Cedarville. So I even like had him come into my room sometimes and like get his help. So that was like that was super convenient. The fact we lived like in the same hall together. And kind of like the college algebra class, like he had like a system. I forget like where we took it on specifically, like what website it was. But we had to like a lot of his like assignments were like on some website, and we had to do a lot of assignments off of it. But I was honestly surprised overall for the most part. I was able to get through a decent amount of it okay. And the nice thing too is that like most of the homework assignments, well actually all of them, you can have like 2 attempts at it. So 'Cause I remember like there's like plenty of like assignments like that I had to do for like other business classes like that were online where I didn't have like 2 attempts for it. So the fact that that class specifically like for like pretty much all the like homework assignments you can have 2 attempts at it, that was really nice. And I remember a great thing about his exams too, because like a lot of the stuff we're learning about is like decently complicated, and there's like it's like a big whole process for it. Um, he would have a portion like where it's like his exams are basically like split up into like 2 things. Like it was interesting. Like he has like 2 day like exams when I remember. So like the first day is like you have a multiple choice portion, and then you would go and start doing some like where you can have your notes out and you have to do like these like working problems. And then like the second day for his exams was you would have to do like more working problems like with notes. So it was definitely a bit interesting like how his exams worked. But I did really appreciate the fact that like he's not gonna like have us like go memorize like how to like all these different like formulas like for all this like different stuff that we had to go and do. And like as if I had to memorize formulas, it was over. Like I was gonna do terrible in those exams. So I was really happy the fact that he was like he allowed us like to at least use notes like a good chunk of the exams. But for like terminology stuff though, he was like, yeah, that's gonna be like, because it was interesting too, because we had the working note parts like in the class, but then for the multiple choice parts, we would do it like in the business auditorium that was in our business center building. So it was interesting. Like we take part one of the exam in a whole separate area, then we go to like do like the other part of it like in the actual classroom. So very interesting for sure. But yeah, I think most of like the topics in that class I don't really remember a whole lot, but they were definitely fascinating to go through, and like definitely scrambled my brain a couple of times. But yeah, class I had to get through. Oh yeah. Alright, so I already talked about New Testament literature here. Alright, now let's go to... Ooh. We have physical... So I think this is basically my PE class. So physical action, healthy living. So this was spring semester 2022, so that's my sophomore second semester class. So this is so as I was like talking about earlier, there's like another class that I had to take in the athletic center, and this was this PE class. This class I remember specifically, I got like really lucky in like at the end, like I barely like just squeezed out an A. So I remember like on the final exam, like I just got the right amount of points like to get exactly like a 90% in the class. So I was like, score, let's go, W's all around, yes sir. So that was great that I just barely squeezed out an A in that class, like literally like the bare minimum, like getting an A minus. So I was like W moment right there. That class, I think, like, I don't really remember, like, a whole lot of the terms in there. The one funny thing that, like, for some reason, like, out of all the information that he gave us, the weirdest, like, one, like, stuck out to me the most. Again, you're gonna question, like, or question my memory. Like, again, my memory's all around the place. I don't get why I remember stupid things like this, but, like, I don't remember maybe more important things. Like maybe learning about like all the different like functions of the body or like or whatever we had to go through like in that class. But no, here's what I remember specifically from that class. Based on so this is slightly inappropriate, so sorry. It's not that inappropriate though, but basically what I learned, there's one part in I don't remember what lecture this was or anything, but there was this part in the class where he was like, oh yeah, well, he even gave us like a chart too. He's like, if your pee is this yellow, you need to drink some water. If your pee is this white, that means you're hydrating. Congratulations. And I'm like, that's interesting. I'm like, okay. And sometimes now when I'm freaking peeing in the toilet, I'm like, oh, my pee's yellow. I should hydrate. Again, this is why is out of all the things in the class, that's one of the things that stuck with me, and I'm like, well, I guess that's a interesting way to remember. To your body tells you like if you're actually hydrated or not. So that's fun. Yay. But one of the big things I remember doing throughout the class too is you would have to like do. Like, you'd have, like, these exercise reports thing that you have to do, like, constantly throughout the class, so you have to go. That was actually, like, literally, like, the only times that, like, again, I probably really should go out and exercise more. I'm just a bit of more of a lazy person, but that was one of the times like where actually like I legitimately like had to for a grade, like had to go out to the gym and like and go and exercise like for a certain amount of time. And I remember most of my exercising was just walking on like the treadmill there for like however long I needed to go and exercise for. I think it was like 30 minutes of like exercising that I had to do like weekly. So it kind of gave me an excuse to go and exercise. But again, that was like mainly just for assignments. Like most of the time, I'm like literally, cause it was like literally the times I went out to the gym, it was just because I was getting graded for it. So I'm like, well, gotta exercise, and I being the ethical person that I'm trying to be, I didn't want to be lying about my reports because I totally could have just lied and say I didn't do all the exercising. But I'm not like that. I'm a good Christian boy. I don't want to lie. So yeah, so that's what I remember from the PE class. All right. Ooh. Here's where we get into some fun ones here. So we got another film class that was taken in junior year, my spring semester. This was pre-production planning slash video film. I actually don't really remember a whole lot from this one here specifically. Not really. And the main reasoning for that is because this is a junior class that well, actually, no, wait, I do remember this one actually. This was one of the weird courses, because most of my courses, I haven't really talked about this building at all yet. Most of the video classes like are taken in Apple. And in Apple, like, because like in Apple they have like the whole like video like camera like storage like area where you can go rent out like camera equipment, and they have like the main classes like for the video like major or minor like people. So that class I remember specifically was actually taken in Tyler, so a completely different building. And I don't really remember a whole lot we had to do from that class, but again, as like the name like suggests, it's like pre-production stuff. So you're learning more about all the ins and outs of like how pre-production works. And I think even like they showed us like an example of like they having like the because like because again like if you're doing like the video like stuff like planning video I think I remember like the teacher showed us like a whole process of like planning video for the Cedarville parade thing. Like they had it like live streamed and whatnot, so they had to go plan like where the cameras are gonna be and like where to go and set up and have all the electrical stuff. So we learned about like a lot of like the pre-production side of like doing like events like that. And then I remember specifically we had to present like a documentary idea like towards the end of the semester. That wasn't personally one of my favorite assignments ever. I remember that was one of the assignments I was really bad on and procrastinated, and literally like I submitted like my assignment like just like a couple minutes before class, and I had to like rush over to class like as fast as I can. Again, that was also at the time when, well, if I took this and, well, I guess the nice thing though was the fact that like, I had to submit this like very close to like when it was due. At least I was like, because the hall I was in was like for pre-production specifically. I was like literally right next to Tyler. I was like on like West, like that's like completely across campus. Nice thing about Parker Hall was the fact that it's literally like almost right next to the Tyler building. So even though like I was barely submitting it before like the class start, I was still able like to get to Tyler like really quickly after that. But I remember I was panicking though because like you're also supposed to like present your slideshow, and my slideshow really wasn't complete. And if I was gonna go present it like that day, then I think I would just have to stand up there and like try to just talk about it blindly if I had like any slideshow whatsoever. But I got very lucky the fact that I didn't go like for presenting that day, and I literally just like okay like that day like after the class I just completely made like this like slideshow really quickly and submitted it in late. Like that was like a whole like that was probably one of my like worst cases of like procrastination I remember having like at my time at Cedarville. So that was not good, not good on my part whatsoever. But I was able to make the presentation. I didn't end up like losing any points for like submitting the presentation part late or anything. I was like at least like as long as I got like the one part of it like with like the document and whatnot like in on time, then that was fine. The presentation part didn't really matter as much. I remember specifically too in that class there was like this student like I think his name, I'm not gonna say his last name but his first name is Josh, and he was like one of those like annoying students that like just loves to ask questions. And I remember after my presentation like he would give me all these annoying questions and I was just like stop asking questions. I'm like, I just want this to be done. Like, and he just kept asking question upon question upon question. I'm just like, shut up, Josh. You are annoying me. Screw you. So that was, oh yeah. And I know I also took some other classes with him too, and he also had other questions he would ask me too. Which he's a pretty intelligent student. Like, I could tell like he's gonna have some good careers in the future. I even saw him again recently, like for the rehearsal, since he's graduating this year. But yeah, and the crazy thing too, like Josh also has like this like film that he made, because like there's this TV that's like outside like of our classroom in the business like in the Apple building, and like it showcases like a short film project and like one of the best documentaries like from previous years, and one of like the projects on there was one of Josh's like films, and it keeps like constantly like playing on the TV, and I'm just like, bro, he's making like professional like short films here, bro. Like that's crazy. Yeah. You gave me, well, aren't I so special? Alright, let's see, what do we got next here? So we got, Principles of Accounting, 1 and 2. So, first accounting class was taken fall semester my sophomore year, and second accounting class was taken junior year, in my second semester. That's interesting. So there's actually a pretty big gap between both the accounting classes. Fascinating. Accounting is again kind of one of those classes I don't really remember a whole lot of. But the really nice thing I remember from those classes specifically was how the exams were done. Because I think I had the same prof for both like principal accounting classes, and she's really nice. Like, and I think I remember like I would have like voice memos, and I would record like when she would talk about like, okay, like what do you have to study for like for the final exam, and I would listen back to the voice memos and be like, okay, I have to study all these things here, and basically like if you just listen to exactly like what she said, like you study these certain things, like you're gonna do very well in the exam. Like I remember like just listening to what she had to say, and then like I studied like what she said, and I did really good on like all the exams. And the thing is too, it's like you want to make sure you do good on those accounting exams, because I remember like those were worth a pretty good chunk of your grade. I think it was like worth 70% of your grade or something, and I was like, holy poop. And surprisingly enough, like going into her exams, I wasn't really all that stressed out because I felt pretty prepared and studied what she said, and I made sure to do like practice problems like a couple of times. So like, yeah, studying for like exams was like kind of annoying, but as long as like you're prepared enough and like listen to what she actually said you need to study, then yeah, I was perfectly fine. And yeah, I do I could thank accounting class for like learning more a little about like how balance sheets and like cash flow statements and income statements work, because those are like big like important things within the aspect of business. But I don't really find myself like probably getting like an accounting career like in my future. Like if I do, I'll be shocked by that. But yeah, it was just kind of one of those classes I had to just get through. I'm actually curious grade wise, what grades did I get in those classes? Yeah, I actually did really good. The first accounting class, sophomore year, I got a B plus. And accounting 2, I got an A. So that's pretty solid, like for doing like for accounting classes. For stuff I don't remember a whole lot from them. All right, so this next one here is a bit of an interesting one here. So this is a fun story to tell. This one, well, kind of fun, but also not fun to remember about it. But yeah, so this one is Principles of Biology. This was one of my other gen ed classes I had to go and take, and so originally I took this class for like it was one of like the first gen ed classes I had to take, and man, let me tell you, having to do like labs like at Cedarville like in person were like the worst. I just did not like doing them at all, like of a burning passion, because the fact of the matter was is like you would have like a whole separate day where you'd have to go to labs like later on in the day, and like the lab sessions like were pretty lengthy, probably like an hour and a half, and I was just like, I don't want to do this. And also like as exams, I remember like I felt like I was doing pretty good, like really good on one of them, but then I ended up like flunking it massively. like easily out of all the classes like that I was taking my freshman year, like in college, that was like the class I was doing like the worst in, because something I don't like is like writing classes and like grammar classes, but I especially do not like freaking science classes. I suck at science classes, like, bro. So literally, like, principles of biology, I actually had to like drop that class. That was like, out of my whole time here at Cedarville, that was the one class I had to drop. So you're probably wondering, well, what did you end up doing then? Like you need that class to go and graduate, one of the Gen Ed requirements. Well, this is one of the 2 summer classes that I took. Yep. So since I failed like biology in my first year at college, I took it over the summer. And I will say, doing biology as a summer class, well, yes, it sucked having to do like homework over the summer, but oh my gosh, like it was significantly easier. Like not having like to be like in person like for the labs was like a big plus. I mean, you still had to do like some labs like at home, but because they would like give you like this, you have to like buy like this whole lab kit thing, if I remember, and then you'd have to do like these lab experiments at home. But the nice thing was is I could do it with my parents, and my parents would really help me out with those. And then for like the exams, like you can just use notes on them as well, if I remember too. So that was like a lot of like just big help there, like taking it over summer. So I think my grade before, like like in the beginning of freshman year, was like an F, and because I took it over the summer, biology. Where are the Gen Ed classes here? They're somewhere. Principles of biology. That one dropped, but no, I took it over the summer. I don't remember, like, can I check what my Principles of Biology score was? I'm actually curious. I don't know. I don't know if I can see it. Well, maybe I can go into the class really quick. Let me see. I don't know if it'll let me, but we'll see. Let's see. What did I get as a grade? Yeah, so I went from having an F in the class to getting a 91% at the end of it. It really just goes to show like so something that I recommend for Gen Ed wise, if you want to stay at some Gen Ed classes for over the summer, I highly recommend, like, if you're not a science person whatsoever, you take biology like over the summer. And you also have to take another science class as well, which is earth science. That was one of the, I mean, you had other options, but I decided to choose earth science. That one was interesting because I think that one also you had like a lab kit that you had to that you had to use. And on top of that, like, I remember specifically there was like this assignment. They're like you had to do like 2 rock identification assignments, and oh my gosh, like let me tell you, bro, like sometimes it was hard to determine some of these rocks. I think the first time around we actually like did pretty well like at identifying the rocks. But I remember the second time around, like we sucked. Like some of them were really difficult, like to like really identify like what rock it was, and we were just getting frustrated because I was doing those labs specifically with Dad, and Dad's like, I don't know, man, like let's just give a good old educated guess. Like I think we've like done this enough. And then of course our educated guess was wrong. So I'm like, great, fantastic, spectacular, stupendous, all the great words. Ay. And then I remember specifically, like, the final exam in that class was brutal. Like, even, like, with using notes on it, like, oh my gosh, that exam was difficult, but I got through it, though. Yeah, I did not really enjoy taking the freaking science classes. Like, I think, so yeah, at the end of freshman year, I took biology over the summer, and then for sophomore year over the summer, I took the earth science class. And I think earth science, if I could, I'd have to go back into the course as well, but I don't know where earth science is. Actually, it's not even listed here. Weird. Well, I'm pretty sure I left earth science either with like a B or an A. I can't really find the grade for it right now for some reason. Sorry. I like to tell you, but I don't know what it was. Anywho, what do we got next? Ooh, principles of marketing. All right. So principles of marketing. I think that actually was a pretty cool class. I do like remember like I really did like learning a lot about like the marketing side of marketing side of the business. Because honestly, like marketing, like even though it wasn't like my major, like I wouldn't like mind like maybe like later in the future like getting like some kind of like career like in marketing. Because honestly, it's just really good. It seems like a really cool field, and I remember like learning a decent amount from that class. And the prof was an alright prof, and the exams I don't remember like being all that difficult. Like I will give principles of marketing a good thumbs up. It was nice that like I even though having a business management major, like I still had like a marketing class like to take. I'm sure like if I had a marketing major, like I'd have a lot more marketing classes, but it was at least nice to get get some kind of form of like marketing class. So yeah. All right. I don't really have much to say about marketing. That was a fall semester 2023 class. That was one of my junior year classes. All right. Principles, organization, and management. Okay. I don't really remember a whole lot from this class. But from what I do remember is this was, I think, one of the other evening classes that I had to go and take. I think this was like the first one I ever had to do. And this was an interesting one because I think you basically learn more about like the inventory like side of like the business and like how all that kind of works. And I remember one of the cool things that we did was our prof like always loved like talking about I forget what his like company was called. I'm blanking at the top of my head, but there's like this manufacturing company that like manufactures the fryers for the Chick-fil-A restaurants, and he says like he works like for that company, but also like he teaches at Cedarville like for like a part-time kind of gig. And there was like one time in the class where he actually like took us like to like his plant where they were manufacturing these fryer machines. So it was like I don't think that like that was like my first time ever like really being like on a manufacturing plant like that. So that was honestly like really cool experience. Like really being in like the zone of like one of those plants was definitely very fascinating for me, like for sure. So but yeah, but yeah, I did not like the fact that it was an evening class, like a first day evening class. Those are just not fun having to sit around in class for like 3 hours. I mean, assignment wise, I don't remember that assignments being all that difficult, and his quizzes like weren't the most like challenging ever, like either. But yeah, that definitely one of the cool experiences though was actually being able to like visit like one of like the like an actual like manufacturing like facility. Like that was like really cool. My principles of finance. So this was so definitely out of my business classes. So yeah, I had microeconomics I struggled with and business law, and this was one of the last classes that I got a C in for a business class. And it would have been a B, but for some reason, like he did not like our work on one of like the final assignments in the class. So I ended up just barely like missing out on the B minus. So I was like, gosh dang it. But finance was difficult, man. Like, kind of like, I mean, not as difficult as the business law exams, but his exams were definitely difficult because finance is not an easy topic, like, to really, like, learn about. Like, I remember, like, there was a lot of assignments, like, throughout the class that was just so confusing. I think it was actually, like, one of the classes where I genuinely had to work with Aubrey a lot, and that's also where I met, like, her friend Abby. Which Abby, if you don't know, a little fun fact about her, she was the one who recommended the Ricky song, that one of the iconic songs in music recommendations. So she's been on my music streams a couple of times, but other than that, she hasn't really been on the channel that much. But she was a good friend of mine, like in that class, and we like were in a group together. I forget like the stuff that we had to do like within the group, but yeah, poor Aubrey and was just struggling out of her mind. She was not good at finance, and I wasn't really good at finance either. I remember plenty of times I had to get my dad helping me out of this class here. Like it was definitely one of the more rougher classes to get through, but I got it. I got through it, but I'm just still disappointed in the fact that I barely missed out on a B. And like there's like this assignment that I like would have kept the B, but for some reason I just remember like we didn't do as good on it as we thought we did. Like I thought it was done really well, but nope, it wasn't. So then I was like, gosh damn it. And what you gonna do? Yeah, finance was definitely like I could tell like with accounting, I mean, I guess like I'm better at accounting, like, cause I apparently got a much better grade in it. But I guess finance is definitely something I'm not the best at. So don't put me in finance, like in a business, por favor, please. Thank you. Service and production operations management. Well, actually, wait, no, the service and hold on, I actually got these backwards. Right. Oh, I'm an idiot. Sorry, I accidentally mixed like two classes together. So principles, organization, and management. That actually wasn't an evening class. That was like one more afternoon classes. I think this was spring 2023. Yeah. Okay. I guess I could talk about this class now. So service and production operation management was actually what I was meaning to talk about. That was my like first ever evening class, and I went to like that manufacturing facility. Principles organization and management, on the other hand, that was the class that we had actually a pretty stressful assignment that we had to do. So it was kind of interesting. Like the first part of the class was like you just learned a lot of like the terminology and like terms, and you would have like quizzes, like maybe I think it was like every week or something like that, like going over like the terminology and whatnot. But then the second half of the class was you would have to help improve like an actual like in real life company in some way. So what we did was, I think the company that we visited was called LaserLink. If any of you guys know that company, and we would have to figure out like a way, like we look at their system and we present them, eventually like with the skills that we learned within the principal organizations and management class, we would present them a new idea like that could help them improve like their process flow of like whatever they're working on, so they can get like products out there to customers like more efficiently and whatnot. And yeah, I'm really glad of that last time I had a really intelligent student like in my group. I tried to help as best as I could, and I did my part in the presentation, like talking about like the new idea, and like did like this whole map like illustration talk. But my group members were definitely like really helping me carry, and they were doing a great job like presenting the idea like to the company when we had to go and present it. But I remember even too like before we even like the whole like big presenting like our idea to the company, um, we had to also like visit them again and like be able to, I don't know like what the right term is, just learn more about like their process, and then like really like find a distinct way like okay like this is like how we can actually help out the company. So yeah, it was a very interesting class. Like I ended up doing really good in it. Though like thankfully, so it was like a lot of like the quizzes and like terminology and like whatnot was like in the first half, and then the second half was doing the big presentation thing and preparing for it for like 2 months. So, like, and the crazy thing too was we didn't really even have class at all like throughout the like last 2 months. Like literally it was just like yeah, just keep meeting like and keep preparing like to meet with this company and like eventually like present their idea. So that was also like a fascinating too, like not having to have to go to the class for the second half of like the semester. Like that was weird, but whatever. All right, we are getting through the list, guys. There are also probably a couple classes that like for some reason like Canvas does not list for some reason. Like I don't see it listing earth science. So there probably are some classes that I'm missing out on here. Like actually one I want to talk about that's not in here for some reason. I'll just talk about it really quickly. Is international business. International business was also one of those classes that like you get like some big like presentation thing that you have to do at the end of the semester. Like it kind of builds up to it. It's like kind of like intro to entrepreneurship in a way. It's basically how that class worked is I think your overall big assignment in the class was you had to I don't know how to exactly say this like cuz it's not really incredibly clear in my head, but I'm pretty sure I could probably actually find the Google slideshow for it. I wonder actually if I can find this really quickly. Do we still have this? We do! Ha ha! Oh yeah, we still have this baby. Can't believe we still have this. So wait, what was it? So what was it that we did? There's like so much detail on this like slideshow, like it's taking a while to load. Oh my gosh. I wanna show this to you guys, but like, it's taking years to load. Watch my computer's totally gonna crash. Why is this taking so long to load? I did not realize how beefy of a presentation like this was. Oh my god. Lagging, bro. What is happening? I don't even know if I'm still streaming right now. Y'all still hearing me okay? Uh-oh. My webcam's frozen. Oh no. Oh, I'm like lagging right now. Okay, maybe I should close this presentation. Okay, I did not think this presentation was going to lag on my computer. Okay, I get it. Close it. Oh gosh damn it, I accidentally closed Google Docs. Jeez, like my freaking... The presentation's so powerful, the fact I can't even load it up. That's crazy. What the frick? Alright, well, I guess I'm not showing that off to you guys. Darn. I did not think the presentation was going to be so beefy. I wonder if I can, like, maybe pull it up on my iPad or something. Hold on. Let me... And yes, if you're seeing the TV back there, sorry if it's distracting. Freaking Jesse's watching Ben 10 for some reason. Don't know why. I don't care. I wonder if I can pull it up, because I genuinely, like, I want to, like, remember the process of, like, what we had to do for this assignment. So let's see if I can pull it up on my iPad, or is, like, my iPad gonna crash, too? I mean, if my computer didn't handle it well, I can't imagine how well my iPad's gonna handle it. I want to at least see the table of contents. Okay, here we go. That actually loaded decently well on my iPad. What the frick? Bro, my computer's slacking. Bro, my iPad's doing better than my stinking computer. What the frick? iPad, what the heck, bro? Come on. Get yourself together. So there's this whole outline thing. So we had so Papa Murphy's Take and Bake Pizza. So basically what we were doing is we had this assignment where we had to basically, I guess for like our company here at Papa Murphy's, we had to go and like open a new location of it. Like since it's international business, we had to open it in a new country that's not in America. So there was like the whole process of like learning everything about that. So you have an introduction, we do the country analysis, you have the entry analysis, business model analysis, the business adjustments, financial proposal, BAM objectives, and conclusion. So from the looks of it, we had so I think we had like 4 different options like of like companies that we can like, well not companies, countries that we can start this we could potentially like expand like into like for Papa Murphy's. So it looks like ours was Laos, Vietnam, Philippines, and Cambodia. So yeah, we did a bunch of like looking into them, and Papa Murphy is entering Vietnam apparently. We want to target Saigon and Hanoi City. Then we have this whole pest analysis, the Hofstadter analysis, values held, religion, demographics, the entry. So we got Porter's generic strategies, entry strategies, the entry mode, the business model analysis, this is what I did. So I talked about like the value proposition, the capabilities required, the entry scale, the management type, the timing of the entry, blah 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 blah, value chain analysis, the business adjustment, and then there's like business adjustments, one of the next big sections. And this is like how you would like change your management, like this is like how you would like change like the company like to make it more work within whatever what's the term so like if there's any like adjustments like to the food, like maybe like match like what the culture is like within like whatever country like you're putting it in. So like we had like menu changes like maybe like seafood pizza or vegetarian options, fruit smoothie, Vietnamese donuts, or like chili fish sauce. Probably some of the things that we had. And we had more like ambiance like changes in like how the marketing would work and different kinds of employees and operations. And I have to give all the fun financial stuff. Financials are so much fun. Then we have like these unreached people groups, different approaches, the social and spiritual. We partner with certain like organizations in the area. So yeah, there's like, so this is like this like big like final presentation. There's like so many different things that you have to do, and I think like a lot of these like were done like throughout the semester, and basically we just had like this big presentation that we had to do like towards the end of it. I think I remember I was like in a group of girls, like I was like the only like male person like in the group, and overall like that was actually again one of my better groups that I had. Like they were actually like decently responsible and did a lot of their work like pretty well, and even though like they were definitely pretty nervous like me like during the presentation. I remember during the presentation, like I accidentally like messed up a couple of times, like moving forward in the slides when I wasn't supposed to, and I was trying to get back to it, and like, because I think what happened to me was is like I was scrolling down like in the speaker notes, like I was trying to read speaker notes, but I guess like my cursor wasn't in the speaker notes. So because it wasn't in the speaker notes, I literally like scrolled, it counted it as I was scrolling down through the slideshow. So I scrolled down like 4 or 5 slides, and I was like, whoops. And this was happening like during like this presentation, and I'm like, gosh dang it, like and that did not help like my nervousness at all. Like my nervousness, like when that happened, like it skyrocketed, and I was just so nervous at that point. I was like, I looked like a fool up there. I was like, whoops, I guess that happened. We're moving on here. So like things happen. We ended up still getting a good grade in the class. I think the international business I got like an A in, so overall still went pretty well. But yeah, that was a very embarrassing moment for me. Like yikes, yikes, rooters. But yeah, I also like I will say like I really did like the professor in that class, like Leo, because one of the things that like Leo would do is she would like bring all this like international like food from all around the place, like either being like gummies or like types of like different types of crackers or like cookies, and she would just have us like taste them. So like we can maybe get like some like product from Japan, or we get like this product from like Vietnam or some other country. I don't know like where the heck she was getting like these things like from, but she would have us like eat like these like free food like from like all these like different countries here, and there were definitely some pretty good ones that she gave us, and I'm like, dang, like Japanese food, like for example, is actually pretty good, or maybe African food is actually not too shabby. So that was something sweet that she did, and I know like a lot of people like found her exams like to be decently difficult, but honestly for me it's like again like if you study what she said you need to study, like you actually will do pretty well. Like I remember like I just studied most of the PowerPoints like for that exam, and I ended up doing pretty decent. So yeah. Not too shabby. Alright, I know going through courses is taking a while. Like, how long I've been talking about courses for? Jeez, I've been talking about courses for like an hour and 40 minutes. My throat's like getting dry, bro. I'm still not done, too. Yeah, honestly, I'm gonna have to start speed running for these here, because the fact I'm already taking like 2 hours of just talking about classes is not a good sign. But again, I just generally want to like make sure I get all my thoughts down at college, like in this video here. I know this might seem kind of boring, but it's also just fun for me to like this. See how much I remember for all my classes I've taken here. All right, we're almost done through the list, by the way, and there probably are some classes I'm forgetting about, but I'll make sure also to double check on the other side to make sure I'm not forgetting some. But anyways, so we have statistics for business next. So this was a sophomore. Oh my gosh. For first semester classes this fall semester 2022. And statistics was yet another one of these classes that I remember I needed to have like help from Dad a lot of the time, because statistics definitely revolves a lot of like complicated math, and sometimes like I'm good at the complicated math, and sometimes I'm not good. I remember for the most part I wasn't that good. And I don't remember exactly what this like project was at the end of the semester, but I remember there was like some annoying project, and I had Dad help me out a lot of it. Even with all our hard work that we did on the project, we still ended up like getting like a C+ on it. But I was like, good enough. We tried, okay? We put in our best effort, all right? So yeah, I don't really remember a whole lot from statistics. The only thing I remember specifically was I remember I had to look at z-score charts a lot of the time during his exams. And then his exams were decently difficult. I don't really like the most difficult exams ever, but yeah, they're definitely up there with some of the more difficult exams I had to do at Cedarville. But again, I finally remember what his term is called. Oh my gosh, it finally clicked in my head. Life 301. That's what he would say at the end of his class, because again, this is also another class I took with Daryl Smith. he would have Life 301 at the end, so he'd give us like some fun little like lesson at the end. That's what he called it, Life 301. Even sometimes also in the beginning of his classes too, you'd either be playing like some fun worship music or just some random video, some kind. Like I remember like one class I came in, he was like playing some horse riding like video, and I'm like, okay, what does this have to do with statistics? But all right, whatever. But Smith's a great professor though. Like, you know, like the subjects he teaches were not like some of my favorites to go through, but I really did like him as a prof. He was a great prof. I think he might be graduating soon. I know he said like he's like gonna be staying in Cedar for another semester, for another like year. But I've heard that he's planning on retiring soon. But he's an old guy, but he's like really funny, very humorous in class. Like he keeps you engaged, and he's a really funny guy. Like I've really enjoyed having him for like I'm glad I had him for like 2 classes. The business experience. This is spring semester, my junior year. 2023. This one I don't actually really remember a whole lot about. Let me actually look into this one a little bit. What were some of the assignments in this class? Might be one of the classes I have to look at assignment-wise. Oh, it's this class. Yeah, I remember this class. So this was one of the, like, by far out of all the business classes I had to take at Cedarville, like, this one was, like, a freaking breeze. Because basically, like, all your, like, assignments were, like, in this class. You're like, this is easy, like, the easiest business class you have to take while here at Cedarville. Is, you would have to attend the career fair. Like I think just like one of the career fairs, and if you attend the career fair and if you follow the requirements, like I think you had to get at least like 10 business cards like from people. So as long as you attend the career fair, get 10 business cards from people, that's one part of your grade. Next part of the grade is you make yourself a LinkedIn profile and do what is like different requirements like for it, and as long as you follow that well enough, you can get a pretty good grade. I got like a 73 out of 75 on that, really easy. And then you had to make this whole resume thing, like follow the instructions with that, and yeah, like these assignments like were due like in like January and February, and like once like these assignments like were done, that's it. Literally, you just had to keep attending class like for the grade. Like that's about it. But you had like 3 other assignments you had to go and do. So that was like one of like the really easy classes to go and do. Like if you don't get an A in this class, then that's just actually embarrassing. Like it's one of the easiest like grades you can get like within the whole business course. Yeah. In business profession, I don't remember this one that much either. What was this one? Let me see assignment-wise what we had to do. Let's see here. Bugless exercise, submission portal conversation exercise, convergent instructive prerogative points, overdue assignments. Okay, well, business profession apparently is a class that I took fall semester 2021. One of the first business classes I took with microeconomics. Honestly, this is actually genuinely one of the classes I don't remember really anything about. I can't really say much on this class. I guess it's one of those classes that I was taking so long ago, and I guess it didn't really leave much on me, and I don't have much to say about it. Alright, Theology 1. So I'm soon gonna talk about like the classes that I took this semester here as well, but so this was taken last semester for my senior year, so fall semester 2024, and yeah, theology, I felt like I got pretty dang unlucky with the professors. I mean, the professors themselves, like, they weren't bad people, but I think one of the big problems that I had with them is that it felt like they were talking like at a graduate like school level, like talking, so it was very hard like to follow them along at some points. And the fact too, like for their presentations, like this guy, like he technically had a presentation, but like he would barely show anything on the presentation, which was definitely like very, very frustrating, because I'm like, I need to, because like some of the professors that I like the most, because like I was saying, like all the way back when I talked about applied leadership, that I like the professors that like have a nice slideshow that they go along that like summarizes their points, because that's really good notes for me to go and take. But this guy in particular, like, he didn't really have any of that. Like, most of the notes is you just have to basically, like, listen to what he's saying carefully enough and hope for the best. And the nice thing about his class, though, is I don't remember there being any exams I really had to take besides, like, this final exam. But that final exam, though, you can actually take online. It wasn't, like, an in-person exam or anything, so that also was nice. And if you made like these trade card things like we had to make like throughout the class, then any of the trade cards that you made you also can use on the final exam as well, like answering the questions. So at least that was nice. But yeah, I remember too there also was this like theology presentation. I forget exactly like what it was on. I think it was like on a book or something that we had to do, and that also was like stressful, and I did not have one of the best groups for that, if I'm being completely honest. They were not the most functional ever, but I got fruit of them though, and I remember at least we got a decent enough grade on it. But yeah, again, I just did not like the professors that either like they didn't like it that used technology, like the marriage and the family professor, or the guy who, or in this case here, like where they allow you to use technology, but you really have to like follow along with their lecture and not get distracted and not have a short attention span if you want to really get down a lot of the information that they're talking about. And that class too specifically I remember hating because there's like these doctrine of faith papers that you had to write, and I forget exactly what each of them were on, but basically like I think one was on Revelation, one was on God, now I'm blanking on what some of these papers were on. I'm sure I have these on my Google Docs like still somewhere. I'm sure I can go and find them really quick. That's my most recent field paper. Actually, I genuinely want to I want to remember like what these papers were on. But I need to doctrinal. Yeah, so there's a doctrinal statement paper. I found one of them. What were? Is there any other ones? Jeez, must have been a long time since I last opened these doctrinal statement papers, which is understandable. Okay, well, it would have to be somewhere around here. I don't see any. Sorry, I'm trying to find these doctrinal statement papers. Well, I guess I don't have to find all of them. Let me just look at the one, I guess. Yeah, I think I'm going too far down here. Alright, sorry. Just trying to find these stinking papers. Well, I think this is one of them here, right? Oh, this is the Revelation paper here. Oh boy. This is the one I did bad on. So let me basically explain how these papers work. So whatever topic there is, so this one's on Revelation, but at the time I didn't realize like genuinely like what the topic was about. And for some reason, like I don't know like what was going in for my brain, I didn't understand the fact that I had to write the paper on Revelation. I think I wrote it like on some topic somewhat related to Revelation, but it wasn't really. So the fun thing is like if you do good on at least two of these papers, you don't have to do the other two, like for like a doctrinal statement. But since I did really bad on this first one because I completely did not really follow the instructions very well or like didn't really like match the topic well, I had to do like two more papers like and that were really complicated and like finding like a lot of like information like on it because you have to do this statement of belief at first, which is like only like some paragraph long where it quotes like a bunch of like different things from like scripture. Then you do like the theological analysis, and that's where you have to like look into like a lot of different sources and like really like and like be very detailed about it all. And then you would have the actual like practical application. Which practical application was probably one of the more easier parts because I can just talk about whatever with that. But yeah, definitely some of the hardest parts was definitely the theological analysis and doing the statement of belief thing. Those were not fun, and yeah, just putting these papers together took a ridiculous amount of hours and was not fun, but I was happy to have my dad help me out on those, but it really sucked having to do two more papers, because I failed, like, the freaking first one, so I was like, dang it, sucks, frick me. Alright, we're almost through, guys, sorry, like, talking about classes takes a while here. I'm trying. It's hard to be like it's hard to summarize these like in a short amount of sentences. So apologies. U.S. history was another one of the gen ed classes that I had to take spring semester 2024, so it was junior year. And yeah, the professor I can tell like he was I think his there's also another class I'm going to talk about after this that's in relation to this. But for some reason, also, it's not on this list for some reason. I don't know why, but anyways. U.S. history, that was a bit of more of an annoying class because, again, I'm not really big into, like, history stuff or, like, science classes. So having to take a gen ed on U.S. history, I mean, I could have done, like, some worser, like, history classes, but, yeah, it was just one of those gen eds I had to get through, and I remember his exams being rather annoying to do. Because on first part, like, he would only give you, like, a very limited amount of time to do them. Like, you had, like, speed run these exams. Like, he would like, have, like, these, like, 10 questions, like, on the screen that he was showing. You basically had to get through, like, these, like, 10 questions within, like, 15 or 20 minutes or so. And then he would, like, reveal the answers, like, right after as well. Like, you hand in, like, all your papers in, and then you would, like, start revealing the answers to you, and you'd be, like, happy or disappointed with how you answered it. And like his quizzes like had like half like multiple choice and then half free response, and definitely the free response stuff I'm sure I struggled with, and studying for exams was also annoying too because I studied like a bunch of different like terminology and like history moments and whatnot, but again, since there's only 10 questions, like a lot of what you study ends up just being irrelevant, but you still have to study it all anyways because you don't know what's actually going to be on the exam. Sucks. But and also there was like this like big debate thing like where we were put into a group, and I will say like I'm really happy that was a group assignment because if I had like to do some like part like of this like debate thing, like I forget like what the debate was about, but it was like it was acting like we're back like in some like court like back in like the 1800s or something. I don't know. I did not care for it. But I was really happy the fact that I had like some big history nerd like in my group, and he basically like helped us slay that presentation. Because honestly, if it wasn't for him, I would have been screwed. And I ended up getting a good grade on that because of that one guy. So I don't remember his name at the top of my head, but big thanks to that guy for helping out with that. So yeah, it's a gen ed. It's whatever, and bro, yeah, someone's noticing the frickin' TV in the background. I hope to God I don't end up getting frickin' copyright striked because Jesse playing his dang Ben 10 in the background. Yeah. I'm not sure if YouTube's gonna recognize that or not. I think the footage is small enough in the background that it won't recognize it, but let's hope not. Anywho, so another class I talked about that wasn't in the list, but I just remembered about was politics and American government. Surprisingly enough, that was actually one of the few classes that for one of the final exams I actually got 100% on. Because I remember specifically I found like this nice Quizlet for the exam, and literally like it had word for word like what the questions were gonna be on the exam. So Quizlet's like for the win, bro. Like I even used like Quizlet recently like to study for a field exam that I took today. I love good old Quizlets. They're very useful for my time here at Cedarville. And yeah, I was surprised the fact that I was like out of all the exams I expected to get 100% on, I did not think my politics and American government class was going to be the one I got 100% on. Cause, oh my gosh, let me tell you, the prof, I remember his name specifically, it was Leones, and this is the prof name that I'm remembering it for all the bad reasons. This guy was the most lazy, well, I guess not lazy per se, but he was like one of those professors that you could just tell that like he did not enjoy his job, I guess. Like he just looked so dead inside like a lot of the time, and he was so boring. Like his classes were so boring, like I barely paid attention half the time to his like freaking lectures. And honestly I didn't really even have to. And I remember like he was like he had us like we're supposed to like read this book throughout the semester, but I didn't do that because I think it wasn't even like really like a part of like the requirement like in the class. So it was kind of funny. It was just funny the fact that like this professor was like so boring. Like, I think for like professor wise, like he was probably one of my least favorite professors because like he genuinely like was boring me. There was probably some classes I almost fell asleep on how boring he was. So if you get Leones, I feel bad for you. I'm not sure if he's still around at Cedarville like now, but yeah, he was just not a good prof whatsoever. I'm sorry, Leones, you were not good. Actually, like act like you're enjoying your job, not like you're dying inside like half the time. All right, we're almost there, guys. Video tech training. So this was a sophomore class on spring semester 2022. I think this is the class. Like, if I go back to my screen here. Oh, did I accidentally get rid of the YouTube page for it? Oh, crud. Hold on, I'll get it back up really quick. I did not realize I accidentally got rid of this. Whoops. But for video tech, I think this is actually where some of my first ever video projects came from. I could be wrong on that, but I think I remember like I did it from this class here. So yeah, let me pull up that playlist again. Let me find it. I just recently made this playlist. Oh, what the hell? Sorry, I'm accidentally clicking on random videos. And random videos are going to play. Stop playing. Alright. Let me go to my playlist. Excuse me, tab. Would you load, please? Thank you. Don't you love it when like your tabs just don't load? Load, damn it! It's lagging like crazy, bro. Oh yeah, this is what happens when you have like so many tabs up all at once and then you stream on top of that. Alright, so I think video tech classes specifically where if you guys really have been on the channel long enough, you'll remember these videos. And there were some other video projects from the class too that I could have uploaded, but they just weren't as interesting though. So, but yeah, so let me show really quickly. So yeah, I think this is the video tech classes were these two. Yeah, so it says final video tech class. So yeah, this is where it came from. So we had the last minute mayhem and a normal day at college. So yeah, this is one of the first video classes that I took that was with my video minor. And I think like it really took until like the second like big video class for me to really start honing in my camera like and filming making skills, but this class like was a good starter though, because it was definitely like a normal day at college. That was the assignment actually like before like he really got us into like cameras and whatnot. We actually like completely made that with these and that assignment I remember specifically I ended up like getting a whole letter grade down because I did not follow the instructions very well, because it specifically said in the instructions that you should not be making a film about yourself in some way. And what do I decide to do? Completely miss that part in the instructions and make a film about myself having a normal day at college. And my roommate at the time, Nathan, ended up helping me out with recording a lot of that. So good job, dumb me, for not reading instructions again. Like, idiot, stupid sandwich, idiot, stupid moron. But yeah, so those are some of the first video projects that I made there. And the two other video projects that I didn't upload was we had to do a video project on. I just looked back at this, so I actually remembered this recently. So actually I can show this off here. Well, actually I'll probably get more into it when I get to a certain other part of the video, so I won't show it off right now. But we had other video projects where one was they already give us like this interview footage and B-roll footage, and basically we had to go through the B-roll footage and like and the interviewee and like make it like put it like in a way that like made like sense and like it flowed good with like the B-roll footage that you had. And another one was you're kind of doing the same thing, but this time you are the one who has to record a video of like someone like doing like a like you interview somebody and they talk about like, and I did an interview with like, and there's like this senior in our hall, like his name was at the time Dominic, and I just interviewed him and then made a whole like interview video out of that. But I didn't think it was like anything that great, so I didn't upload it to YouTube. But the two that I wanted to upload though were the final and the first project I did, which was on the phone, and then the last minute mayhem. Honestly, that project was just a bit mayhem, unironically, because I mean the filming of it wasn't all that bad. It's just that like the post-production side of things was just not that good. Like I mean I like the guy that I worked with. His name is Cole. He never really like appeared up on any of my YouTube stuff except for this like project here, and Yeah, I don't know. It's just like the post production side of things. He wanted to like get like this because he had a friend of his who would make like a custom soundtrack for a film, which I thought actually would have been like really really cool. But they, I guess they didn't really give him enough time to go and do that. And honestly, the music just was pretty samey throughout. Like that's all they could really give us. So I did not like the music that was like behind like the film whatsoever. Like it was honestly more on the lazier side. So that kind of sucked. And I don't know. It's not one of like the videos I'm the most proud with. We'll go by because like one of the parts of this reminiscing about college, I will go through my old video projects. May not watch them like all the way through because again we're already going long enough at this class portion here, but yeah. So that's basically video tech. That was one of the first video classes where I started learning and honing my video skills a bit. And software tools, that was actually a pretty cool class. That was in my fall semester for sophomore year, 2022. And that one, like, where we learned more about, we learned a lot about, like, Excel in that class and all different, like, functions of Excel. So now I know a lot more about Excel because of that class. And we had just had a lot of different Excel assignments that we would do in the class. I remember specifically also, too, there was some other software that we went through, but I forget what it was called. I think it was another, like, Microsoft software of some kind. Like, I'm sure if I look in the class, I'll figure it out, but yeah, it was just a lot of, like, assignments in relation to like, Excel, and it was cool to learn a lot more about Excel. Alright, so there probably are, so I'm going to quickly, before I talk about the classes I took this semester, to end off, I'm going to quickly just double check to make sure. I'm not really missing anything. Okay, so what I'm seeing is business communication. Oh yeah, so business communication. Funny enough, I was actually taking in the same classroom as sophomore as my software tools class. That one was also kind of like with the writing mechanics like business class that I had. It's just like how to better communicate with businesses, like learning better ways of communicating with businesses. And I remember like we had to do like this fake company of some kind. I forget what it's called. I'm sure I have the documents of it on my Cedarville account still somewhere. I just don't remember like I think it was like I don't remember exactly like why. No. Actually, no, I do remember. So it was during our Hershey Park visit. And like the park didn't open till 5, and we were staying in town. So I had like this assignment I had to do. So I was like, just to pass the time, I was gonna work on it with Dad in the hotel room, and we were just having fun with it. And we did end up getting it done, and we ended up getting a pretty good grade on it too. Because I think we had to like to format this like whole email thing, make it like really nicely professional, like professionally written and whatnot. So that was a fun memory going through one of those assignments in the class with my dad when we did our first Hershey Park visit, where I got to meet Jonathan and IRL. That was really cool. Yeah, that's all I basically remember from that class. Nothing really too crazy. I think there was like some group that I got put in. I think that group that I was put in also was one of the more better groups I was in. I don't remember them all that well, but yeah. Ooh, project management. I wonder why some of these classes aren't in here. If I talk about this one again, I apologize. But I remember like I had like this like whoever the prof was for international entrepreneurship. He was a really good prof, and I was happy to have him again for another class. And I think it was project management. I think the really cool thing about that class, like actually I was even talking about it with someone who was sitting next to me when we were doing the rehearsal today, that the fact that like really learning the ins and outs of how to put on like something like a graduation ceremony, like all like the pre-planning and like the management side of things that you have to do before that, like it's honestly like a really fascinating process. Like there's so much you really have to think about like in going into stuff like that, like learning what security is going to be like, who you're going to get like to set up all this stuff, like all the financial like stuff for it, like are there going to be like any food or accessories, like how are people going to like register like for this thing here, how are we going to do like tickets and all this like other like stuff, and like even like all the tech equipment that you have to go and bring, maybe like all the chairs like for like a graduation thing, and like all the, it's just like so many different like aspects like you have to think about like when putting on something like that. So learning like the ins and outs of like how something like that works was basically I think what that class was revolved around. And yeah, it was a pretty fun class, and I learned a lot of cool stuff in there, and I'm sure there was some big presentation I had to do at the end of it, which I don't really remember what that was, but I'm guessing it's something in relation where we had to plan out something and then we had to like present it at the end of the class. Yeah. Okay. A lean operations actually was the class I was talking about where we had to go present an idea like in front of an actual company. I don't know what the production thing I was talking about earlier, but yeah, I guess that applies to that. Oh yeah, video class. I didn't talk about audio production. Um, so I didn't upload any of these projects because honestly none of them were really all that impressive. But I don't even like. I like. It's been so long since I've used this system too. I forget what it was called, but we used like this advanced audio editing system for that class, and it was cool to learn it. I just kind of feel bad I don't remember exactly what it was called, and I remember one of the big assignments we had to do for audio production was specifically we had to record all around the place like 100 different sound effects, like genuinely from like a boom mic. So I actually like I was able to surprisingly enough, I was able to get like I think like 70 or 80 or so like sound effects just from being in my dorm room alone, or just in the dorm. Like I don't even one of the sound effects I got was the flushing of a toilet, so I just put the boom mic right when the toilet flush and just record that. I remember like someone came in the bathroom too, and they're like, "What the heck are you doing?" And I'm like, "It's for an assignment. Don't mind me." And I think I remember too. I even turned on like the shower, and I recorded like the shower running as like a sound effect. So like I was like it's like 100 sound effects. I had to like get what I can from all around the place. Eventually, I had to kind of go around all around campus for like maybe like the last like 15 or 20 or so sound effects. But that was an interesting assignment to go for and having to record all those different sound effects. And then the big assignment at the end of the semester is basically like using the sound effects that you recorded. You try to make like a story like visually, well not like visually, like from just audio, and I did like record like some new things in there, but overall, actually, like I did use like a good chunk of the stuff that I actually recorded. Because basically, I was just kind of like my story wasn't anything that crazy. It was just like getting up in the morning, and getting ready for school, and almost being late for class. That was basically my just audio, like just a story told just through audio. So nothing like too crazy, but yeah, that was mine. I remember too, actually, like this just came in my head right now. We had to do like some audio thing for like making up some commercial, and I think like everybody in the class had to go and do it. But we all performed it like the audio in different ways and had like different music like backing it up. And I remember too, specifically music wise for that one, I found a random Dream like track that I felt worked really well for it, like music that Dream uses in the background of his video. I think even the funny thing too, like I remember one time when I was in the audio recording studio, that was actually one of the first times I actually heard Undefeatable from Sonic Frontiers, and I was like, holy crap, this song is good. And I'm like, oh my gosh, like I want to play this game. Ay, good memories. But I forget like what the company was, but just one part of my mind just remembers like I had like someone from the hall like record something like sugar, 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 whatever. It was like so funny listening to it like multiple times, and I was like, this is great. But yeah, I mean, it was cool learning some audio stuff in that class, but unfortunately, like I just don't really remember like how the whole audio software works that I use, and I don't remember what the name of it was. So it was cool at the time, like learning the audio like more side of things, but yeah, unfortunately, I just don't remember. Like I think out of all my video classes, I don't really remember a whole lot from that class, unfortunately. But oh well. All right. Now it looks like I can finally go into talking about the classes actually I took this semester here. This is the last 6, guys. It took me like 2 hours like to get through this year, so I'll try to make these last 6 pretty quick. Apologies, this is taking me a while. Honestly, like my throat is like so dry, bro. You know, I keep drinking water constantly. All right. So let's do this here. So directing the narrative film. We'll start with that one. So directing the narrative film. So this is the class that I recently like uploaded like the big project for my high stakes and basically like that like class was basically just all revolving around your film. Had the all like the stuff you had to do like beforehand before the film like actually like gets filmed, and then you would actually have to work on the film and do all the post production side of things, and then you're basically like really like and then like in this like class specifically, since it's directing the narrative film, you're basically creating a narrative film telling a story, and you are the director that's behind the camera, and you will control everything that like happens behind the camera, all the lighting and all the audio like work and how all the post-production stuff like should be done as well. Like you're ahead like of all of that, so it's definitely a bit of a stressful position. I remember specifically when we first like started filming, like I was very nervous like on the first day of filming, but I knew like as I got into it I would be less nervous, because that's usually kind of how things are for me. It's like the first time like, because it was also like the first time for me like getting back into filming something after a while, because again the junior class that was like taken about like a couple months ago at this point, so I was like, I'm not sure how much of like my video skills I remember from those classes, but I got into the zone rather quickly and was able to film the stuff pretty well. And like it was nice too, because my film Pacific was in the same location for the most part and had the same lighting mainly like throughout. So lighting setting up, and then like eventually like after setting up the set like multiple times, like I got pretty efficient at it like each day, so that was nice. And again, working with Brody, Isaac, Aubrey, Jesse, and also the people who helped me out, like Steven and Megan. They were all like fun to work with, very enjoyable. Especially Aubrey, she always like lights up the room. Like she's a very high extrovert, and she always says like some of the most like random, obnoxious like comments that are just hilarious. And she also like really appreciates my film. Like she even has like this whole like Luigi like Striker like lore thing, like how all these like films like connect with one another, because I mean like it's Isaac and Brody and like her that appear like in a lot of these like films here, like how they all connect and like the overall like I think she actually said like the Cool Ranch like universe. Here I'm like, oh my gosh, that's hilarious. And I'm creating a whole universe here, like of all these like different projects. Freaking Isaac and Brody are being put into so many roles, and so many roles like either they're as War and Waluigi do a Nintendo Switch commercial, or they're battling it out to figuring out what's better, like should pineapple be on pizza or not, or poor Brody gets his money stolen because he wanted to get a book of how to become a pro gamer. And then it's just like, oh, well, then Brody needs to freaking get money to help his little brother get some medicine, and he competes against Ricky and Christina, and all their names just keep changing like throughout these films, and all different roles that they keep doing. Like we go from like Frank from Wario to like Ty Gooder, I think, and then Jeremy. It's like all the different roles. It's all within the Cool Ranch universe. Crazy. But yeah, like doing the whole film and everything, it was overall like a pretty enjoyable process, even though I'll talk really like I'll probably go more into depth on it when I'm talking about like the film project itself. But yeah, like the first like the like after like I got back from spring break, like that's when I was like filming most of the film. That was an insanely busy week for me. Like that week just sucked. Like that was a really like painful week. I don't think I even did any streams at all that week because I was so busy with all the filming. And then after that, I had to like in the first week of April. That's when I was doing a lot of the post production side of things. So I was like editing like everything, and that took so long to do as well. So making a film is not an easy process, guys. So the 19-minute like piece that you like have there, it is like ridiculous, like weeks worth of like hours of work that I had to put in like to make it happen. So, but it's really satisfying once you get the final result, though. Intro to motion design. So I had 2 assignments like that I uploaded here. There technically is a third one I could upload, but like that's only like 6 seconds long. So, and it's not really even that interesting, so I'm not gonna upload it. Because here's the order of the assignments that I did in Intro to Motion Design from what I remember. We first had to design a lower third thing in Photoshop, so I was learning how like more Photoshop worked. Then after we did Photoshop, and I made this lower third, which I made a lower third for my church back at home. We then had to like go put it into After Effects, and we had to learn how to animate it in a fun way. So that was like the second assignment, and I think what I did with the thing was pretty cool. I think animated in and out pretty well. And then on top of that, we did the next assignment was a mood assignment, which basically you just have to convey like some kind of mood like in After Effects. And so what I ended up doing was I did a little like short mood thing, like where I had these grass waving back and forth with like some white flowers that I made of like this puppet tool thing. Then I had like these 5 gravestones of like each of like the names of like the contestants in the high stakes film, and I had like this little piano thing playing in the background, and I had like this light shimmering like going back and forth. And this was actually based on the whole like thing that I made was based on the gravestone thing at the end of Pizza Simulator. I'm in FNAF. That's what I mainly based it off of, but instead I put like some of the names of like people who helped, like the actors that helped with my film. So that's kind of fun little Easter egg there. So maybe I can try to show it off to you guys. I don't know if I can, but maybe I might be able to, like when I'm done, when I'm going into like project showing for y'all. All right. And then some of the recent ones that you saw were After Effects Advanced, where we had to make a 20-second, or I specifically did the 20-second infographics. I did the whole Kirby animation thing there. If you guys haven't checked that out, it's only like a 20-second watch, so you can watch it really easily. Yeah, that was a whole big long process, and I did a whole animation of like the sword, hammer, and parasol Kirby, and then like little intro and outro animation as well. So animation takes a lot of time. Oh yeah, and then just like this is really recent, like 2 days ago, I just uploaded my Heavy as the Crown animated lyric video. I'm really happy of how that like turned out. Like I do like the Kirby animation, don't get me wrong, but easily out of the projects that we did in the class, that was my favorite, because again, it's actually like longer. I mean, it's still short, like definitely on the shorter side, and I only did like 2/3 of the song. I didn't do like the first verse and like in the first chorus. I did like second mic rap and then to the end, but that is easily like by far out of all the lyric videos that I've done, like for my time here on YouTube, like that is my favorite like lyric video that I ever made. Like it's so well done. Like I'm really proud of how it turned out. So if you haven't checked it out yet, thank you for like 155 views on it. I just checked the views. Like that's awesome. So make sure to go check it out. Like I worked a lot, like a long time on that, and I'm really satisfied about how it turned out. All right, and then we have I think I'm going to end off with strategic management, because that was the big business capstone class. Let's do supply chain management. So supply chain management, so the professor I got was a bit of an interesting guy, because he's also kind of one of those like more part-time professors. And I think he also like works at like some other company as well, which is like some supply chain thing. Like I think I remember like he said for a while like he worked on the supply chain side of things for Dollar General, which Dollar General supply chain, if you don't know, is freaking madness. Yeah, supply chain in general can be pretty crazy in any place, but anyways, yeah. So I mean, like, we learned like a decent amount like of supply chain stuff, but the prof himself, like I don't know, he wasn't like. I mean, I really liked him as a person. Like he's a great person. I love like how he would chat with us like for a while before like he started the class. There was also one of the other evening classes I had to go and take, and honestly most of the time, like because like his lectures were so long, I would just be working on a bunch of like stuff like maybe like YouTube wise, or heading ahead and working other classes like while he's like talking. So I probably could have learned a lot more than I could have, but yeah. So like it was actually like funny thing was, for the most part, like he was teaching a lot of online classes beforehand, but this was like actually one of his first like in-person class that he taught. So he was definitely like very nervous, and like yeah, this was like one of his first time like doing it. So yeah, he definitely wasn't really like prepared like a lot of time for the lectures, and also he's not very good of technology whatsoever, and it was kind of annoying to deal with that a couple of times. But again, still he was a good guy. Learned some things out of that, and overall like it was one of the easier classes I had to go and take, so it wasn't too bad. And then recently, like, I just finished for my last ever thing I had to do at Cedarville, besides the graduation ceremony, is I took Theology 2, and I took an exam for that recently. That's also kind of one of the more annoying classes where he doesn't really give you many assignments like throughout it, and also kind of like Arnold in Theo 1. Kurtz doesn't really do a good job, like he doesn't have like a presentation at all, and basically the notes you have to take, you just have to follow along with what he's saying as best as you can, and sometimes he talks pretty fast, and it's kind of annoying, so yeah, it is what it is, and sometimes you have to deal with annoying professors like that, but I did the best I could. The best I could with that, so Yeah, but again, like he was like really knowledgeable like with theology, and I genuinely really liked all of his knowledge like that he had, and it was really fun learning from him. Like, and he was definitely a great prof. Like, don't get me wrong, I just really did not like the way he taught, and his exams actually weren't like the worst exams ever. Like, if you generally knew like I found like these nice Quizlets that really helped me out like of studying for his exams, and when I studied those and like followed like his outline that he has like throughout the class, then you're pretty good. Like you'll be pretty set for his exams. He only has like two with them, like a midterm and the final exam. And he has you do a big theology major paper, which I surprisingly actually did really well on. I did not expect I was going to. The only thing I did bad on was the grammar apparently, but he gave me like 100% on all the other categories. I was like, all right, great. Grammar's one of some of my weaker categories, and I felt like we didn't do as good as some sections, but he liked all of them apparently. So like, let's go. Alright, and I guess I'll say really quickly too, because again, I want this just to be a video where I can remember the past while it's still here in my brain. There was like a reading report that we had to do, and I felt bad for Dad, but I was trying to find ways like online where maybe I can get like a free subscription so I can have like an automated voice read the book, because I didn't really do like any of the reading throughout the semester, and I found out like I had to do like 300, 400 something pages of reading, and the only way like and there was like no like online like audio like versions of the books. I was like, crap, like I'm gonna have to spend like a crazy amount of time like having to read this book throughout my Easter break. Like, this sucks. But then I was like, I thought I lost all hope. I was like, well, I can check, because there's this part like in like when you're ordering books for the semester, um, there's like the campus bookstore, and I was looking at, well, is there any audio versions of the books like on the campus bookstore? Um,
Fuck Nintendo.
oh, Jesse just said frick Nintendo out loud. My gosh. Anyways, that caught me completely off guard. So what we ended up having to do was, so I looked at the course materials, and luckily there actually was a Red Shelf version of it. And Red Shelf, like, you can actually have like a person like read it out to you,
Jesus.
and you don't swear to God over there. I don't know what the heck he's doing watching about, but whatever. You're being very distracting right now. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought. Thanks to Josie. What the heck was it? Oh, right, the reading report. So what happened was, but the annoying thing was though is that if we wanted to get the Red Shelf thing, I would have to pay like $46 for it. So what we ended up having to do was I was like, I'm not reading for this book here, and Dad was like, you know what? We already spent like 100 something K dollars like on Cedarville. What's another $40? And I'm like, I guess that's fair. So I ended up just paying $40 for this, and I was basically putting like the reading the book on like 1.5 times speed and just listening to it. I was working on Undertale and Minecraft. That's how it works. So yeah, that's fun. Because I was not about to go and read like 400 pages of like stuff like legitimately. I'm like, nah, I'm having an audiobook read it out to me, because that technically still counts as reading. Like, I listened to it while I was like reading it really fast. Like, it still counts, right? I say it counts. And then finally, I know it's taken so long to get through talking about all these classes here, but finally, I'm gonna talk about my final class here, which is strategic management. And strategic management, oh my gosh, what a freaking business course to end on, bro. Like, it really like brings in like everything you've learned about like all like the classes, like all into one here. Yo, Jesse,
Huh?
I'm hearing your swears and swearing to Jesus over there.
This is really bad, Jacob. They raised Xbox to $80 a game.
Okay.
Fuck Nintendo. Nintendo, go fuck yourself.
Jesse, stop swearing over there. Supposed to be a PG. It's supposed to be a PG stream over here, and you're swearing up a storm.
Okay, sorry.
Now it's a PG. Now it's a PG-13 stream, thanks to you. Unbelievable, this man.
You can just edit me out of it.
You think I'm gonna do that? No.
You can get demonetized.
Gee, Jesse's like, yeah, congratulations, you're gonna get demonetized. Woo. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, mine on the swearing over there, por favor. Thank you. Alright. Now Jesse complained about Xbox prices out of the way. Let me talk about strategic management, because I'll complain about that. So, yeah, like I said, it's the capstone business course, and so basically how the course worked is you have 10 deliverables, but 11 if you count D0. So technically 11 deliverables, and basically all the deliverables lead up to you doing your big capstone, like final presentation, like of the semester, and that is like easily out of all the presentations I've had to do at my time here at Cedarville, that was the longest one. Like that presentation, like if you want to have a good guess, well, you can have a guess right now. I'll give you like 20 seconds to go and guess, but so progressively, like throughout the deliverables, like it was interesting because D0 like was pretty easy. So it kind of starts off with we do like we learn about like the individual competitors. So our case company was Block Square. If you don't know what Block Square is, probably a lot of like college campuses actually use this system, but specifically here at Cedarville, or like at a lot of like malls, like in small businesses. If you've seen like a cash register that has like a square like symbol on it and like has an additional like square inside of it, that's like a Block Square thing. They have these really good like cash register like POS systems that a lot of like small businesses go and use, and even like Cedarville uses it, like the Chick-fil-A like cash register, like Toast, the Cafe, and Panda, so like that, so like this freaking Square device is like all around like a lot of the food locations like in campus, so it's something you see around. Like also I've seen like a lot of small businesses use it too. Like I'll like scan like on a like a Block device, like it's like this little like white thing that like you get attached to like an iPad, and like it'll accept your payment and go into whatever their bank account like is, like the system that they have on there. So it was really cool to learn about some of the insides of a company like that does like the POS systems. But after we got through the competitors though, which there were some difficult things in the competitors, let me tell you. Like definitely like having to like some of my least favorite parts of the class was scouring through 10Ks and like 10Qs and at least financial like statements. Like going for their 10Ks was just not enjoyable at all. Like I hated going through the 10Ks. They were so bad. Like I had to get like a lot of help from my dad from a lot of these like deliverables here. But then and then like too it was annoying because like I learned so much about the competitors, and like one of the competitors for Block Square, if you don't know, that I was studying specifically was PayPal. We had to do specifically then like start focusing on the case company itself. So I had to position from a company that I wasn't really studying a whole lot of. So like I had to, well, let me correct that. I had to position from a company that I was learning a lot about to a company that I barely knew anything about. Like I didn't know like much about our case company whatsoever. Then eventually I started learning like a lot more about the case company as like the deliverables progressed. But that was kind of an annoying transition though. And the fact too was like some of the like beginning deliverables were really difficult because they were individual ones. But then surprisingly enough, like even though I don't like group projects a lot, the group deliverables ended up helping out a lot. Because you can actually like divide up the work among those like a lot easier, and you don't have as much work you have to go and do. So those are really nice. Like there was like some times where I barely had to do some work on some deliverables. So I actually like preferred the group deliverables more than the individual ones, because the individual ones I know there were like some of those assignments that took me like 20 like hours of work to do. Like it was ridiculous like the amount of work that it took me to do. So yeah, so I'm glad that we got for all the deliverables, but after you get for all the deliverables in the end, you have again the big presentation. And going back to the con, which actually gave you guys way more time than I thought I would. We're just yeah. Hey little Jay, here to hear me talk about college for a little bit. But so for the final presentation, they're about an hour long. So and ours ended up I think being like an hour, like with like the Q&A afterwards, like an hour and 15 minutes. So we had to figure out, which actually I could probably show you guys the presentation that we put together here. I'm pretty sure I can get it up. I think this would be something to show, like that'd be nice for reminiscing purposes. I don't have Canva. Hold on. So yeah, this was a presentation we made in Canva, because Canva is a nice, good presenting software you can go and use. Are you still here, by the way, little Jay? Sometimes it just feels like I'm talking to myself here, because nobody wants to hear about my college reminiscing. Hopefully, unlike the pizza presentation, at least this one hopefully will load. If it doesn't and starts crashing my computer, I'm not gonna be happy. Please don't crash my computer. Okay. So I'll kind of just go through this. I'll try to go through this as quick as I can, because I've already been talking about my classes for like 2.5 hours. Ay. So here is our block presentation here. So yeah, that's the company logo there. We found a nice animated GIF of it. Can I go forward? Yeah. So Sadie found like a cool block thing where we put like all of our faces into these blocks. So that was fun. So you can see all my group members there and all our. Oh yeah, that's something else I didn't talk about. So that's our prof there, who we call the boss. So we had all these different roles that we had to do as well. Now it was industry analysis, and so each member of our group got different roles. It's either Adrian's strategy, Sadie's market, Bodan's finance, and then Nathan's the operations analysis. So. And we had specific things we had to do among our roles, specifically for the group deliverables. We had specific parts of the presentation that we'd have to work on, because it specifically Sturk literally said hey, this person has to go and do this. And something I'll say immediately for this presentation though, what was really annoying about it was because we didn't have an easy company to design a presentation for, because again our company is point of sale systems. What the frick are we gonna do slideshow design for point of sale systems? So we ended up having to get pretty creative with our slideshow. We ended up just kind of basing a lot of our slideshow colors on the block website, and it actually ended up turning out pretty nice. But it definitely was a bit of an annoying process at first, and there was a lot of drama in the text. Talking about what we should do for slideshow designs. This was not the first slideshow design that we came up with, by the way. We went for 3 or 4 different designs, and eventually we were okay, we're gonna be consistent with this nice pattern I found in the background, opacitated in the background, the little swirls going up, and then we have these nice combination of orange and teal and light blue. So this is all the different parts you have to go through. So you have introduction, financial analysis, business model, and industry analysis, key trends, strategy selection, financial projections, and conclusion. So Adrian did the first part of the presentation. He was a really good presenter, mind you. He did a very, very good job. That's supposed to be a video of a Google Earth thing zooming in on where the block headquarters is located. I'm not sure why. I mean, maybe we can play it. No, the video's not working for some reason. I don't know why. It's just blank. But yeah, there's supposed to be a video there, but it's not there for some reason. Don't know why. So there's a bunch of introduction stuff that we go through. He did all these company quotes, and we had a whole company history thing here, which I'm not sure why the circles with the lines are gone. That's weird. And we had this whole, this 2D and 3D view thing where, from Square, at the POS hardware, and then we go from the 3D view where now they're offering, instead of just the POS software, the music streaming, and then the blockchain stuff. We can kind of see, in the corner, in the slides there, what's actually supposed to be on the slides. I don't know why they're not showing up. Maybe it's just because the slides are just not loading. Weird. Yeah, what the heck? Why are, so many of these slides not loading? It must be just because Canva's still loading this crap in. That's so weird. Why are these slides not loading? This is annoying me. I want to show these slides actually nicely, but these slides are just not being shown very well for some reason. It's not what our slides are supposed to look like. There's stuff that are missing. Definitely that slide's not supposed to look like that. What the heck? I don't know what the heck happened here since I last looked at it. But yeah, so basically, since I guess this slideshow, I don't know what's up with me trying to show slides off that just don't seem to be working, and now the block animated logo's not working. Well, maybe if I reload. Why is everything not working? Screw you. Let's see if this works in the reload. I feel bad too, because I generally want to stop talking about my classes and talk about other stuff, but again, for reminiscing purposes, if I come back to this 10 years later or something, or maybe sooner, I have no idea. I want to go through this stuff. Okay, well, Canva is not loading. That's cool. It is completely frozen in time. Great. Unbelievable. Why can't I just show off things nicely? Why do you gotta be a pain in my butt? Excuse me, load please. Alright, hold on a sec here. Let's close this off. Let's try again one more time. And if it doesn't want to work for me, then I guess it doesn't want to work for me. This is getting ridiculous. The whole Canva website is like lagging like crazy. Ay, ay, ay. I'm gonna show off my final strap presentation, but my laptop is just being an asshole right now. Okay, well, I'll try to show what I can here. I'll just try to show it quickly before it starts lagging again. Alright. So yeah, that's the video that's supposed to like play when you go over the slides. It has like the whole Google Earth thing there. Why can't I move forward? And there's our Jack Dorsey guy, Jim McKelvey. That's what the timeline's supposed to look like. Yeah, there's the blocks with like the views. Yep. There's that, adding the tip. That's the old POS systems with the new ones. And then we show the products and services. These were easily some of like the best design slides. Like we did a very good job of with designing these. I'm really happy with how these turned out. All different categories of all the different things that they offer, the products, the revenue from each of the different products. Cash App business, he makes a lot of it, but then the Square POS is also a big part of it. BCG Matrix here, Pioneer Settler, some more of the competitors here, and then products and services analysis here across multiple different competitors. So these are like some of the main competitors here. So like I was talking about PayPal, and then 3 other people in our group had to do like one person did Pioneer, one person did Remitly, one did Wise, and then one did the Case Company, and we're doing the like competitor comparison stuff. And financial overview is all the fun financial statements like for Block, and we have all these slides where he's going through like the black squares and highlighting like certain parts like to go talk about among this here. All the fun ratios, financial statements like income statements, balance sheets, all that fun stuff. So this part here specifically was the part that I did the presentation on here. So I had the fun opportunity here to first talk about the actual CEO of this company here, because if you go to the speaker notes here, so a little fun notes, a little fun things to know about this guy here is that the CEO of Block Square is a one-time punk rocker. He's a New York University dropout. He's a fashion designer. He co-founder of Twitter, now X, and he fasts daily but doesn't eat food on the weekends. He meditates daily, even when Myanmar to meditate. And look who he brought along with him. Hold on, didn't move. Dr. Sturkenberg, bro, look at them meditating right now. They're so calm. I wish that was me right now. Alright, anywho, let's get into the Osterwalder model. Yeah, so I had the opportunity to have a little fun comedic moment in the presentation, and I was like very worried the fact that my joke was not gonna land, because when I was saying all the fun facts and nobody was laughing about that, but then when I showed the whole picture of like Sturk like meditating with the freaking professor in Myanmar, and Sadie ended up making that. I didn't make that slide, but I presented on it though, so that was hilarious. Like everybody laughed when I showed that slide. Even the prof, who doesn't really laugh a whole lot, like ended up laughing at it, so that was great. So yeah, Osterwalder model here. I had to present on all this. You can see all my fun some notes, like the speaker notes that I was reading as going throughout, like the presentation. Industry, I also did the industry analysis. Like I designed these slides here of like the charts and whatnot. Did the Gartner's Magic Quadrants, and the strategy canvas. The key trends and analysis tools here. And again, this is like basically like summarizing all like this presentation here is basically summarizing all the deliverables that we've done like in the class up to this point here. So yeah, then this is like that. So that was like basically my portion there. I went from like the industry analysis to the key trends and analysis tools, like, and stopped like at the strategy canvas thing. So and then I think Bodan did the financial stuff, like Sadie was introducing some more like the products like inside of things towards the beginning of the presentation when I showed like all those like different like cool slides like on the different companies like Cash App and like Tidal. She was doing like the stuff like that. And then Nathan was doing this part here with like the PES analysis, for the political, whatever, all the different PST means. He also did the SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. And then you had the free tiers of the non-customers. We made that like thing, and a lot of the stuff too was also made within Canvas too, which was really impressive. So then this is like one of the big parts of the presentation. Like that was one of like the big parts because we also had like another presentation like in the course as well, where we had to present on like different like strategies that we all came up with. And basically, the strategy we came up with is like a partnering thing, like to help Block Square, like, just continue more as a company. You can see here we had like a bunch of different options. So we had like a biometrics thing, Strike, Materialize, and Power, and Start Engine. And so we kind of go through like each like the different ones here, and we ended up choosing Start Engine. And Start Engine, I think, is like some crowdfunding like company that allow you like small businesses like to help help them get started like a little bit better, and you can help give them like crowdfunding. So I thought that'd be like a cool way to collaborate with them with Block Square and Start Engine. So then he like talks about all the strategy rationalization and why we decided to go with this compared to like the other options and yada yada. And then we have more financial projections here. That was also a big important part that we had to make sure to get right within like D10, I think, which was some of the final deliverables. A lot of fun information there. Probably a lot of you guys are not going to understand. I did all the funding and the strategy implementation, like balanced scorecard, the milestones, then a final quote there, and then the end, and then a little fun thing like select the grade that we get, which he apparently said choose custom and give us a 93%, but you know, that's still pretty good. It's close enough to like the free options up there, you know. And then there's just a bunch of appendix stuff here of like references. So yeah, that was a big presentation I was working on like throughout the first 2 weeks of April, and then I had to do the big strat presentation in the middle of April, and I was very happy to get that done out of the way because I was basically like the done of my I was basically for like the huge busy assignments that I had to worry about. Those 2 weeks were stressful, man. Like, oh my gosh. So yeah, pretty cool presentation that we put together here. I'm proud of all my group members' hard work on it. Even though I will say, throughout doing the deliverables, specifically Boda and Nathan and Adrian were not very good with like responses and text messages. I mean, they eventually did get their stuff done, but I just hated the fact that they procrastinated and got their stuff done like at least like 2 hours like before like the assignment was due, and I just hated when people do that. While me and Sadie were the reliable ones who were actually getting our stuff done like a day early. So that's it. But we got through it, and I'm happy with all their hard work. They did a good job on this here, and even for all the drama and whatnot we had to deal with designing this here. I think we put together a pretty good PowerPoint show, especially for a point of sale system company. We got a hard one, okay, so alrighty guys. Oh, with 2.5 hours, like a little more than 2.5 hours later, I'm finally done talking about my classes. There probably is like a class or two that I forgot about, but I think I had a pretty good idea, giving you an idea of some of the professors that I liked and my time at like each of these classes here. I need to take a good swig of water after that. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Crazy how long that took me to do. Whew. I don't think I have talked this much on stream in a good long time. My goodness gracious. Like my voice is starting to get tired from all this talking that I'm doing. Like, geez, Alright. So we're going to, because the class topic took a while, I know probably I'm not going to get through these quickly, but I'll try my best. But I'm going to start talking about some other things for you guys. Because just the classes alone are not just the only thing I have to talk about. Like, there's plenty of other things I have to go and talk about. And now that I'm at this point here, I feel like the stream's easily gonna go to like midnight or something, bro. Because there's still like a section that I know is gonna take me a long time to get through. Like, oh god, I'm supposed to do some packing tonight, too. I mean, at least I've done a decent amount of packing, but yeah, I'm in a bad spot here. This is gonna take me a while. All right, I'll try to make this quick, but no guarantees here. So what we're going to talk about next is actually my 4 years of dorm life at college. So dorm life overall was, I think I enjoyed it overall. I guess I'll talk about I'll also combine like two categories, like talk about each of the roommates I had, and specifically since Jesse's not here. I mean, he could watch this afterwards and hear my thoughts on him if you'd like. He's like out of the gym right now. But well, I'll go in order of the roommates that I had. So for the first 2 years, specifically for dorm life, I was in West. And overall, West was a pretty good dormitory. I think it was one of the more newer ones, like, because I could definitely tell because it had, like, a lot bigger rooms and it had, like, a decent amount of space. I mean, not as much space as, like, these rooms do. Like, these rooms have an insane amount of space compared to, like, West. But I still had a pretty good amount of space where I was able to walk around the room okay and, like, have a nice setup in there. And I think we ended up, for, like, 3 years, well, for 2 of the 4 years, we ended up having bunk beds. But for the first year, freshman year, I was, like, on the top bunk bed, like, and Nathan was on the bottom. And Nathan as a roommate, like, I remember, like, one of the specific reasons why I chose him as my roommate was because we had, like, this whole, like, matching person thing that we had to do, like, before, like, coming to Cedarville. And one of, like, the people that I found, like, is, like, one of his, like, bios was, like, someone that can, like, I forget exactly how he said it, but, like, someone that's, like, fine with my, like, YouTube shenanigans. And when I heard that, like, he was, like, he did YouTube as well, I was like, wow, I think we'd be good buds together. So, yeah, he wasn't a bad person by any means. I think one of the most annoying things I didn't like about Nathan that much was Ben and Jesse did not care about this as much, which I really appreciated because I just like having that, like, time for me where I could just have fun. But there was, like, times, like, where, like, maybe I want the light off and just have the lamp on, but no, like, Nathan, like, all the time, like, would, like, turn on the overhead light, and I'm like, oh, it's blinding, I didn't want the overhead light on. He's like, too bad. I'm like, I want it on. And I'm like, great. And I'm like, and then there's, like, some other times, too, I remember, like, where, like, he'd be a bit, I would maybe, like, be, like, singing out loud, like, to something, having, like, a fun time, and he would, like, tell me, like, to quiet down or something, and I don't know. It was a little annoying. Like, Ben and Jesse did not really care about it as much, even though, like, it did annoy them slightly, but Nathan specifically was, like, if I was being, like, any semblance of, like, annoying or being, like, obnoxious, he would tell me, like, to quiet down, like, when he was in the room. So it's like, what can you do? I mean, I'm just trying to be a respectful roommate. If he wants me to quiet down, then he wants me to quiet down. But just because I'm saying these things about him doesn't mean, like, he was a bad person by any means. Like, I got along with him overall pretty well throughout the semester, and there were times where he was a bit of a slob. Like, I do remember, like, a time, like, where he had, like, so much, like, laundry all over the flipping floor. Like, it took up, like, half of, like, the room. And I'm just like, bro, like, he's just trying to make, like, a river out of, like, laundry here in my room. Like, what the heck's going on? And I remember, like, one of my friends at the time, William, came in and he was like, bro, this is unacceptable. Like, you need to, like, really talk to him about this. And I'm like, yeah, probably do. But something that was really impressive about Nathan, though, he had, like, a really cool, like, computer setup, though. Like, it was, like, so much significantly better than whatever, like, I had here. I mean, I like my setup here, but his setup was, like, because also, like, my setup at the time was, like, because I have, like, this whole, like, wooden frame thing that I borrowed, for, like, from my sister after she was done with college, but I didn't have that for, like, the first, like, 2 semesters, like, at Cedarville, so this was actually a nice, like, thing to have, like, with me as well, but yeah, I didn't have that there, but he had, like, this whole, like, he even had, like, a whole green screen thing, and he had a really nice, like, he had, like, one of those, like, light stand things, like, the circle light things, and it was just overall, like, a really impressive, like, looking setup. And I remember there was, like, some nights, like, too, like, where he'd be, like, farming Bitcoin, because, again, like, he's not paying for the electricity here, so he doesn't have to worry about electricity costs, so that was at the time when, like, farming Bitcoin was, like, popular. So he left, like, his computer on, and, like, to be able to block out the light of his computer, like, for, like overnight, what he would do is, like, he would bring up his green screen and then block it off, which was kind of funny. And he was a part, like, of a few of my streams here and there, but, like, roommate-wise, like, he was probably one of the roommates that was on the lower side of my streams overall. But he was a part of some of them, though, so that was nice. So yeah, Nathan overall, like, I think he was a solid first roommate to have, but out of the roommates, I think I'd put him at 3rd place. Yeah, 3rd place is a good spot for him. And again, just because I'm, like, ranking my roommates doesn't mean, like, I think these are, like, all bad people by any means. It's just, like, I had, like, a better experience with one over the other. I'm just being honest here. But my second roommate for sophomore year, like, again, this guy is not a bad person by any means, and something he did during spring, so, like, after spring break really did hurt me, but still, like, he's not technically, like, a bad person, but I think out of all the roommates that I had, like, that was, like, one I really couldn't really, like, determine that I wanted to go and get. It was just kind of a random roommate, kind of like with Nathan in a way, and yeah, me and him, like, we had some similar interests, like, but overall, like, he was, like, a big sporty guy, and I'm just not much of a sporty guy at all. and also like he would like watch like a bunch of like shows. But like it was interesting. Like he had like his bed set up in a way like where you would have like his bed like this, and then like he would specifically have his TV like on this like desk drawer. So he's like laying in bed and he could just watch the TV like right in front of him, which actually was a pretty cool setup. I can't lie. And I remember specifically like during those streams, like you can literally see like in the background of. I mean, I can literally even show it here. It's gonna get loud here for a sec. So in this introduction video here, like towards the end, like this is a clip that I have like in my sophomore year. Everybody would always think that I was like a fan of this. I'm not even a sport person. I don't even know what this like freaking sports team is. But if you look right here, yes, you see like the football logo there in the top corner. Yeah, so like everybody like in those like streams in sophomore year thought like I was a fan of like this football team. I don't even know what the frick they're called because again I'm not a sports guy whatsoever. But that was like I was like guys like I'm not a fan of this like football team. Like a lot of the stuff that I like is on my side of the room, but the webcam's only showing his side of the room. So it's like what can I do? Doing the best I can here. I mean it's another same case in this room here. Like I have all these like frames hanged up on the wall, which I'll show you guys in a little bit. But yeah. Ay. So, anyways, so yeah, but I guess I'll talk about, and he was also kind of annoying like Nathan in a way, like where like if I was being too loud, he would like call me out on it, like, and the other part too, like he would also turn on the light, like if I had like just like the lamp on, like the overhead light. And by far, though, like one of the more annoying things that I didn't really like about JC is what he did during spring semester. And so what he did was, I apparently found out like from Ben, like who was an RA, like I was rooming with on junior year, which I'll get to in a sec. That you're not supposed to do this. Like I actually probably should have reported him for doing this. But I guess like one of his like friends like who lived in the same dorm ended up I guess moving out or like switching colleges or something. I don't know. So I guess he just wanted the room of his like friend for like the rest of the semester like after spring break. So literally for like a month and a half like or so like I literally just had the room to myself because he wanted the room of his like friend. Which I guess, like, to be fair, it was nice and all, like, to have the room to myself, but I honestly felt like I was a bad roommate. Like I felt like maybe he just didn't feel like I was good enough, and he just like honestly I just felt abandoned by that. Like I did not feel good about that like whatsoever. Like and honestly I was like pretty pissed off that he did that. I never really told that to his face. I probably should have like at some point, but I was honestly just genuinely offended the fact that he just randomly just decided to up and leave me and go room with somebody else. And again, like the interesting thing is, like I was saying, you're actually not supposed to do that. Like whatever your roommate is, like you're supposed to be staying with them throughout like the whole like freaking year. But he decided to go room with someone who wasn't even his roommate. So I could have technically got him like in big trouble for that. But again, me being the nice person that I am, I don't really like getting people in trouble and starting all that drama and whatnot. So I decided not to do that. But that really offended me, and I really did not like him for doing that. But again, we still had some really good memories. Like I really love a lot of the Fall Guys like memories like that we had, and it was a lot of fantastic memories like with the gaming side of things when we actually did some gaming things together. And number two, we were doing this Undertale playthrough too, but we never actually finished it. Which the crazy thing too is with Ben too, I never actually finished his Undertale playthrough, so he never got to see the whole Flowey part in the game, unfortunately, which sucks. But, oh well, what you gonna do? Eventually just kind of run out of time and we're just busy throughout the semester and wasn't able to finish the playthrough. Which is, this playthrough I still never actually uploaded to my main channel. I've honestly forgotten about it at this point. Maybe that's something I'll eventually finally get around to making. I don't know, I'm probably gonna forget about it all over again. But anywho, so yeah, JC unfortunately, like, I had a bad experience with him towards the end, but he was alright for what he was. He was just kind of one of those like roommates I just had to get because I didn't have anybody like to choose from at the time, and all the friends I made freshman year already was like roomed with like somebody, so I just had to get what I was stuck wherever I had, and unfortunately JC was not one of the better roommates. However, even though he's my least favorite roommate that I had, my favorite roommate though was definitely Ben. Like, boy, like Ben T, man, like he was a fantastic person because I really like the fact that like a lot of the time he would keep checking up on me and like how I was doing like spiritually, like I'm all over with the Word of God. He would also like join like a good chunk of the streams that I was going to do. He was very fine with me like just having fun like in a good time multiple times like, and he did not mind like having just like a lamp on in the room like when like he was like a very respectable like roommate, and I really enjoyed him, and we generally had a lot of good conversations, and I loved a lot of the Bible studies that he hosted. He did a lot of like fun like things like with the guys like in the hall, like either like watching some movies or like doing a bunch of Among Us sessions. That's what the hall was like, doing like crazy like back then, doing so many Among Us sessions. And he did a really cool like deck the halls thing that year, which actually was the one deck the halls thing that actually I went to and actually participated in. There's like a full video of it on my main channel, which I'm sure I'll reminisce about it once I go to YouTube stuff. We had the whole like Mario Kart. We like had like whole Mario Kart thing like in the whole like the because like the hill is basically like free dormitories, and I lived on the Parker like hall, and there's like two other like dorms like attached to it, but the whole thing's called the hill. So we made like the whole hill into like this Mario Kart track. It was very very well done. It was one of my favorite things that we did like throughout that year. And again, he too also helped me out with some of my film projects as well. So we did like a lot together. We really like grew a relationship like together like really really nicely like throughout the semester. And he's easily one of my like bestest friends that I had from my time at Cedarville. And I was really sad to like see him go because he actually graduated a year earlier than me. Like he was a senior when I was a junior that year. So like, he was a fantastic roommate though. I really appreciated him, and also they like the community like in Parker Hall as well. There was a lot of like cool people like in Parker Hall that I met that I had good friends with. The only thing I did not like about Parker Hall though was because again this is different from West. It's like it's one of the like I think it's like one of the oldest dormitories like at Cedarville. So the rooms are really small. Like they're like very very cramped. Like we had to get very creative of how we were doing like the furniture setup in there. Like it was like the rooms were so cramped. Like bro, like easily out of like the free dorms that I stayed at like from my 4 years here. Like I say 2 years in West, 1 year in Parker, and then 1 year here in Parker. Well, actually no, that's not the name of the dorm that was over there. Why am I forgetting the name of the dorm over there? Oh, I feel embarrassed. Oh, Rogers Hall. Duh. Bleh. Sorry, I'm getting the names mixed up. Yeah, Rogers Hall was the one with like the really small dorms. Like, but it was also a cool thing too. Ben even like had like this old like used TV that he got, and he even just like set it up like in like the lounge area, and like people could just go play games on there. And even I at some points like I set up like some games in there and like did like some fun sessions in there. Like you can literally find like a Mario Part 8 session for example, or like the Mario Bros Wonder times like where I was playing it with people like in that dorm room there like on his TV. So it was really cool. Like I had my laptop next to it and hooked it up with his TV, and I was able to play it on there. It was really cool. So Ben overall was a fantastic roommate. I have like barely like no negative, like honestly I have like zero negative things like to say about him. He was a really good roommate. He was a really good RA. Like I really enjoyed everything that he did, and he even went to amusement parks with me a couple times. And we even had like the scary story where we got stuck on Windseeker for like a full hour and then ended up getting fast lanes afterwards. Like that was like freaking crazy. Like ay. Yeah, so much great memories of that guy. Like I really appreciate Ben a lot. Now let's talk about current roommate here, which you guys love to call Cool Ranch Jesse. Oh yeah, Cool Ranch Jesse. And also talk about, I guess actually there's a few things I left out. So specifically about West, Rogers, and Parker Hall. The people in West, it was interesting because I had the more quiet side of the dorm, like I think 2 years, but literally some of the people like in West were so damn obnoxious on the other side of West that like I can hear like sometimes they're just screaming and being so damn obnoxious. Like even like after like quiet hours, like sometimes like they're still being like obnoxious, and I'm like, what the hell? Like college boys can be freaking nutso sometimes. But it was very interesting from like. Honestly, I think actually I was actually one of the more rowdy people like in the hall, believe it or not, because. Like honestly, like Rogers Hall was really quiet. Like I could tell like a lot of like more of the introverts like are in that hall specifically. Like there wasn't really like a whole lot of like commotion really like throughout my time there. And I think most of the commotion actually was like by me by doing like online gaming streams with you guys. I remember there was some where I was like really loud like, and I'm sure, and because like since those walls are not brick walls, they're more like I don't know like what I don't know like exactly what to call them, but I don't know what the like actually. Well, I know there's not brick or whatever like material they're made out of. Like it's more. They're definitely not as soundproof. I guess is what I'm trying to say. So, I felt bad for sometimes when people had to hear me like being screaming and obnoxious like during my streams. But hey, that's what I like doing. I like having fun with you guys. Anywho, and then like Parker specifically with the guys here. Oh my gosh, there was even some streams like there was actually a time I remember too like when I was doing song rankings. There was just this random guy who was like knocking on doors. And I remember, like, he knocked on our door, like, one time, like, and first time I didn't get up, but then when he knocked on my door the second time, and he was, like, running out, like, I made sure, like, to, like, get up out of my seat insanely fast and check who it was, and actually I caught who it was, and then he proceeds to be an a-hole, and comes out of the door and acting like, who's knocking on doors? I don't know who that is, and I'm like, bro, you're literally the guy who knocked on doors, like, I caught you red-handed. So I literally texted the RA and being like, hey, talk to this guy and this guy. They're being jerks, randomly knocking on people's doors. And since then, they haven't done that again for the whole semester. So I was like, gotcha, B word. So I was like, big W moment there. Like, I got some people in trouble because I got them fast legs, open up the door. I'm like, you ain't going to get away with that. And also too, like when I think like sporting stuff or like football was like going on, like there's some big sport fans like on the other side of like the like literally like in the room across from me. Like sometimes there's just some nights where they're being so damn obnoxious. Like oh my gosh, like they were so loud and I was just dying inside. I was just like, just shut the hell up. I don't need to hear this. But anyways, let's talk about Jesse while he's not here. So talk behind his back. So Jesse overall, like, he's definitely my second favorite of the roommates that I've had. And funny story, like how I met him was Ben. I think randomly, like one day, like he's just like he randomly just went up to some random person, which was Jesse, and he was like, "Hey, how can I pray for you?" Which again, this is why I like Ben. He's such like a spiritually like good person, and I really appreciate him a lot. And so when he did that, like Jesse was like saying, "Well, I don't really have a roommate like to look out for like this coming semester, so I'm just praying that I can find one." And he's like, "Well, hey, I know this like somebody that you can go meet." So I ended up meeting him, and we had some pretty similar interests with one another. Like, we both like Sonic a lot. We both like anime. We like rock and roll. We loved amusement parks. Like a lot of stuff that I liked. Like both of us like liked a lot. So I was like, "Bro, I think actually we're gonna be pretty good roommates." And yeah, because of his like freaking major too, like I was able to do like a lot of streaming events like with Jesse. Like I think out of like all the roommates that I've had, I easily did the most amount of streams like with Jesse. Like and we had like big Lego like we did like two big Lego playthroughs like together, like Lego City Undercover and Lego DC Supervillains. We played like Sonic Racing stuff together and did like a bunch of fun online gaming and things. He joined a couple of my other online events, even like over like break and whatnot. Like we did a lot together, and we went to like Kings Island multiple times, and we're planning on going to Kings Island like this coming Sunday here after graduation, even though it's going to be a probably rainy, miserable day, unfortunately, which sucks. But oh well. But yeah, like a lot of the memories I've had of this guy, like YouTube wise, and like going to amusement parks with him, even doing like Magic Quest with him one time, and going to the mall with him a couple times. Like they were enjoyable experiences. And I also even went to Winter Jam with him too. So we got to see Skillet live together, and that was like the only time from my whole time at Cedarville that I went to a concert with somebody. So that was definitely pretty cool to get to experience that with him. But while Jesse can be a good roommate, and I really do respect the fact that like he deals with my like obnoxiousness and doesn't mind like when the lights are off, because honestly he likes it when the lights are off, and like I said, it's like the whole mood like setting. And there definitely at times like where like I think I think by far one of the things that annoys me the most about Jesse is that it's very hard to change his mind on things. Let's put it that way. Because like when he has his mind set on something and you're trying to convince him of like I'm trying to convince him of something else, like he's just gonna find every way possible to go like and rebuttal you, and it's so frustrating. Like there's even like a time in a music recommendation like stream that I remember like he was kind of getting on my nerves unintentionally. Like with his arguing self, And like there's sometimes where we just get into random conversations, and he's just like annoying. Like he just doesn't want to back down. Like and he keeps defending like something when like, and then there's like times too. I can't think of like a good example, but there have definitely been some times where I'm like, no, dude, like you're definitely wrong on this. But he's like, no, I'm definitely right. And one of the times that I got him pretty good was he was like, how do you know I'm not a coaster enthusiast? And I'm like, oh, I know how. What manufacturer made Mystic Timbers? Go. And he's like, and I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. You're no coaster enthusiast. Like, stop trying to think you are. Like, if you don't know the manufacturers of a freaking roller coaster, then you're not a coaster enthusiast. So shut your yapper. That's like basic 101, like coaster enthusiast knowledge you need to know. Like, come on, man. But again, like though, like just because like that's one aspect of him I hate. He's a really cool, chill guy to hang out with, and again, I'm really happy the fact he helped out with a film project of mine as well. And again, he was easily like again one of the roommates that I did so many like streams with. Like I had so many like great memories doing like a bunch of streams with him, especially Lego City Undercover. That was such a fun game to go and do with him. I genuinely enjoyed that a lot. So, while yes, his rebuttaling side of him may be really annoying and his arguing sense, like I don't like a whole lot, but when we just having a good time playing games or just having like just some fun, maybe like 1 a.m. like in the 1 in the morning conversations before we go to bed, and then like talking for like an hour or two. And even there was like times too, like where I mean I could thank Jesse for the fact that he introduced me to Black Clover. Black Clover is like one of my favorite animes of all time now, like, and I'm sure there's some other animes he introduced me to, but easily Black Clover was the one that I was like, oh my gosh, like this is so ridiculously good. Like there's like a whole like 180 episode series, and I watched like all of it. And I was able to like introduce him to Hunter x Hunter, and he was like watching that along with me as well. Like so that was like fun, like to talk about like certain episodes and whatnot, and what his thoughts were like along the way, like of both of our journeys for Hunter x Hunter. So again, he's a great roommate, and yes, there may be some things that may annoy me about him, but we had so many like fantastic memories like of each other. So I really appreciate him as a person, and I'm really happy that Ben like was able to hook us up. Because honestly, that year too, I was like really worried that I wasn't gonna get like some like good last year roommate, and I'm glad that Ben and like the Lord blessed me with like having a good final roommate that like I think will definitely be remembered for a while like on the channel here. Good old Cool Range Jesse. Heck yeah. Alright, so now I feel like I'm overall pretty done talking about dorm life. I think the only things left I'll talk about, I guess is like the laundry and showering situations and like bathrooms, I guess. I think like overall those are fine. I specifically like tried to focus on getting rooms that weren't too close to the bathroom, because easily like if you're like in a room like next to a bathroom, like you're gonna hear like toilets like flushing, because you know like college boys, they're gonna be staying up like past midnight, maybe like into like 2 in the morning or something. So you want to make sure you have a decent room that's far enough away from the bathroom. So we made sure to pick rooms each year that were far enough away. And I remember specifically because I remember too, like in the beginning of the year, like Nathan wanted to have a room that had Ethernet, and we tried 2 different dorms that had like Ethernet, but we weren't able to get in either of them, because how it works at Cedarville is basically the freshmen kind of get like the slop, like basically like you just kind of have to get like take what you can get. But we were lucky enough to get West that actually had the Ethernet like too. But yeah, I think actually like since then like around that year they actually had like Ethernet like all around like campus, which is kind of crazy. But they definitely didn't have that before, like in the first couple of years. But yeah, then eventually, like as you keep progressing in the years, you have a better chance of getting more of like a better dorm that you want. And actually, like the dorm that we originally wanted to get was actually this dorm right here, and I can honestly see why, because this is one of the newer dorms. I think it was actually built in 2021, and like this dorm is incredible. Like there's so much like spacious like room, like in this room here, like it's a great room. There's a lot of space here, and the hallways like are really like big and open, and there's like nice looking bathrooms, and overall pretty good like nice and open showers compared to like some of the other dorms where the showers are like really cramped and you barely have any room. Because yeah, West like showers were alright, but like they're just kind of like the ones like where like you can't like take a bath. Like I mean all these showers here, like you can't just like sit down like on the floor or something. Like it's all like standing up showers. But at least the nice thing about this shower, like the shower here, there's like one decently like big shower here. So if you want to just relax, sit on the floor or something and have water like on your head. Like I know I did that a couple of times, because hot water on your head and just sitting on the floor relaxing sometimes it's nice. Don't judge me, you know you've done it too. Um, and then yeah, laundry wise, laundry wasn't bad. Like there definitely been times like I think by far the most annoying laundry situation that I had was in Rogers, because unlike West and Parker, they have laundry rooms on the first floor. Rogers does not have that. Specifically, Rogers, you actually have to go up to the second floor for their laundry room. So basically, the first and second floor of like Rogers like share laundry, like well all like share laundry. So what I have to do for that like hall is I'd have to go up to the second floor and have to go back down to the first floor and I keep going back up and down multiple times like to go get my laundry. That wasn't fun, but it's what I had to do. And the crazy thing too, actually, throughout all my 4 years here at Cedarville, I actually got the first floor in all the dormitories, which I'm actually really grateful for because if I'm like running late to a class, like it's best for me to be on the first floor so I can go and book it out of the building like quickly. So that was definitely nice to have to be on like the first floor for like all my like time here at Cedarville for sure. And then also like too, one of the annoying things was like compared to like Rogers and West, which actually were pretty good about this. There was also like times like in the bathroom where we would constantly run out of soap. I mean, technically like we didn't completely run out of soap, but like there's like the one soap dispenser that like people use like all the time because like one of the more convenient ones. It's like one of the more ones that's like closer like to the entrance of the bathroom. So like a lot of the time, like pretty dang quickly, like it only takes like a few days, like and then that like soap dispenser runs out. And there's even like sometimes too, like where like the middle soap dispenser runs out of soap, and then literally like the far one, like at the end of like all the like the five sinks, like is the soap dispenser that still has soap in it, and I'm just like, what the heck? I'm like, how is the soap running out so quickly, guys? Like this is ridiculous. And that was interesting too about like Parker Hall. They actually was one of the few halls that actually had like air dryers in it. Like they didn't have like any paper towels or anything. And most of the time, what I ended up doing was I just kind of started getting sick of the air dryers, and I just kind of like I wash my hands quickly, run back through, and that's why you see me constantly throughout the streams here in Parker Hall, where I would like walk over to my cabinet like when I enter in because I'm wiping on my hands and my towel. I just find it more convenient to wipe my hands off on the towel. So, yeah, overall bathroom experience and laundry experience like weren't really all that bad. Like there were definitely some times it was annoying when like people would be using the laundry and since I like how like my laundry loads are usually pretty dang big, I need like two laundry like freaking washing machines. But sometimes like there's like I feel like all the time like when I go in there like recently it's like there's always like at least one that's taken and I'm like great, fantastic. So then I have to like come back and do like more loads, and I don't like that. So I like to like at least have like two sets of loads, not free, but there have definitely been times where I had to do like 3 sets of loads and it sucked. But yeah, overall, besides like some obnoxious college students and sometimes annoying laundry situation, running out of soap specifically here in this year, I did like I made like a lot of good new friends like throughout my time like here in each of these dorms. Really happy with those friendships that I made. A lot of those friendships, unfortunately, I don't really have anymore, but some of them have still stuck around. And Ben was definitely one of those like friends that actually stuck with me throughout all my years like throughout Cedarville. Because actually I met him freshman year and I knew him all the way up to junior year and still even like talked to him like in my senior year like after he's graduated. So yeah, Ben was easily like one of the best friends that I made there. I'm really grateful that I got to know him. All right. So what do we talk about next here? I knew that talking about these was not going to take me a short amount of time. All right. So let's talk about 4 years of chapel. Ooh, chapel. So if you guys ever want to check out any of the chapel services at Cedarville, like you can really look up Cedarville University's YouTube channel, and they have like all the live streams that they've done throughout their time at Cedarville. And there's like again, so basically how chapel works is it's at 10 a.m. like every Monday through Friday. So think about this. Every Monday through Friday, leading all the way up to like 4 years later. Like that's a crazy amount of chapels like that I have to go to. Like I have heard like easily like over like 600, 700 like different like speakers or something, maybe even more than that, or like I don't know. But there's been a ridiculous amount of like speakers that like I go to, but basically how chapels are. It's either you would have like someone like talk up in front of just like go over like some Bible passage or something. They would have like two worship songs like in the beginning, or sometimes what they would do is they do like one worship song in the beginning, and then they do the sermon, and then they end off of a worship song, just I guess to really complete the whole sermon together and like praise God like after like hearing some good godly wisdom. Or there's like interesting, unique ones like we're at the retirement chapel. We're gonna like announcing like a bunch of people who are like retiring from chapel. Or well, I was just for chapel from the university, and there can even be like some really fun ones. And I know we did like this like Friday night at 10 thing. I think they nicknamed it, which wasn't really at night at 10. It was more like in the morning at 10. But whatever. It was just like a fun chapel where like it wasn't like for like learning about like God or anything like that. It was just like a fun way for the Cedarville students to have fun, and they did like a lot of like fun things like with the president on stage. And I would say too, really hearing our president speak, like he's a really really good guy, and I'm genuinely happy like to have him as a president. Because I feel like of like a lot of like universities, like you don't really even get to know like your like president at all. Like you don't even really know who he is as a person. But no, Thomas White, he's someone who like actually like has to speak like pretty much every week like at chapel, and he genuinely like likes to form that like student bond, and he understands like the student campus body well. He can make a lot of funny jokes. He has a lot of funny stories I love to tell on stage. He's overall like a genuinely like really enjoyable guy, and he definitely really cares about God, and one of his big famous phrases was "No Bible, no breakfast." That's one that always like stuck with me for all these 4 years here. 4 years here at Cedarville. So amazing like president. The fact that like he even did like his own like chapel sermons was really really cool of him. Like genuinely like a really good president. Like because like I said in other schools, like I barely even knew like what our president like was like, but like in this school, like he genuinely like speaks in the chapels and gets to know the students like really well. So it's really really cool. But yeah, some of my favorite chapels easily though was the worship chapels, because there were some really really cool ones. Like there either be like ones like where, well, I guess these not technically worship chapels, but there's like some chapel services like where you have the jazz band playing, and the jazz band, every time the jazz band plays, like our jazz band here is insanely good. Like they slay at their jazz like performances. Or like when they get like big choir groups like up on the stage. Like there's been some praise chapels like where they have like this huge group of choir people, and then they have like some main singers and like people playing the instruments like on the side. Those chapels were those worship chapels were insanely good. But by far some of the best ones was when we actually had like actual Christian artists coming to Cedarville. And so some of the Christian artists that I remember that came to the top of my head, we had Matthew West in freshman year. Matt Papa visited a bunch of times. Like I think I had Matt Papa in chapel like 3 or 4 times. Charity Gale showed up, which Charity Gale is a pretty big name in the Christian community. So I was like, dang, we got Charity Gale. That's awesome. We had the Worship Initiative show up. Andrew Peterson, that was shocking. Because like he's made like some pretty old iconic like Christian songs, like Is He Worthy, for example. So that was like fascinating. And also Gateway Worship showed up, which for my worship channel, that was one of my most popular videos. Like that like completely blew up on my worship channel and gave me like a bunch of subscribers. Like that was my 15,000 like viewed video, and I was like, dang bro, like that's insane. I think there was somebody else who also came to chapel, but I'm forgetting. Was Carrie Job there? Carrie Job was not there. We did not get Carrie Job. But yeah, just the fact too, like that they like invited like certain Christian artists like to go and come and play at Cedarville. Like that was a really cool experience, and easily because since they've been in the music like scape for a very long time. Or at least like a decent amount of time, like are like really talented in music, like hearing like to have praise chapels, and then like they know how to put on like a Christian like praise like performance, like especially Charity Gale, dude, like she was insanely good, like oh my goodness gracious, like I loved her like so much. Even Gateway Worship too, like because they actually I think originally created the song Revelation Song, which is one of my favorite Christian songs. Like that was like insanely good. Like I was like, oh my gosh. And even like Matt Papa too. Like I think one of the first Matt Papa chapels, like he had like a whole choir like up behind him, like he was like he was on the piano, and then we had a whole like band like playing like his stuff on the side. Like that was crazy. And still one of my favorite performances is when they had like the whole choir group and the band like playing His Mercy Is More. Like that was awesome. That was so good. But yeah, I would say one of my favorite worship band performances still, and I'm trying to convince Michael back at church to play this song, but he just won't do it because he doesn't like it, unfortunately. But I still want to remember one of my favorite highlights from chapel was in the beginning in freshman year, where I was like, I didn't really know like where my go-to seating spot was yet, so I was kind of like, and this was like one of like the one times I sat down more like in the front seating, and they were playing Glorious Day, and like that song was like so bumping and just so exciting, and like I was just having such a fun time with like all the other Cedarville students like there, and I was like, bro, this worship song is awesome, and I've never even heard this song before. Like, why is this song so good? And I'm like what the heck? Like I. So yeah, all the different Christian artists coming in, all the different like sets of like worship band, and all like the new worship songs that I know. Because again, like because it's Cedarville too, one of like the great things I was able to do like throughout my time like at Cedarville is I was able to recommend a bunch of like the songs that they played in chapel, and because I knew like a lot of more Christian songs because of Cedarville, like I've introduced like a bunch of new like Christian songs to my church back at home, and now they're like playing them a lot. So that really does mean like a lot to me. The fact that I was able to introduce like a couple of songs that like now my church back at home just plays like pretty often now. So chapel's definitely had a big influence, and there's a lot of amazing stuff like and a lot of incredible like sermons like that were done throughout my time there. It was definitely like I mean like eventually like because like you do like chapel Monday through Friday like every single week, like eventually like towards the end like it eventually starts getting tiresome, but still easily one of the most memorable parts of like Cedarville was going to those chapel services, man. And there were so many good chapel services. And if you want to really have a good idea like of a lot of like the different music that they played, you can, my second channel uploaded like a crap ton of Cedarville music. I eventually kind of stopped uploading them like this past like years because I just don't really have the time to go and like work on those videos, but I'm hoping still like some point in the summer here I'll like, because I want to finish up making those Cedarville videos. I don't want to like just end like I want to like finish up like some of the chapels that I didn't make videos like for, but yeah, but amazing times like Christmas chapels and like all the other worship chapels, Christmas chapels were really good. And yeah, I will miss chapel. Yes, and one of the last chapels that I had was the senior chapel, and what they do is like for like the last chapel of the year is they have all the seniors come up on stage. So basically like the whole stage is like filled up with like hundreds of like seniors that they pack up like with the band and everything. So actually like finally getting to do it myself. It's honestly kind of surreal being on stage like as the band. Like it's kind of crazy, like the view that you get of like everybody, because we have like a whole balcony area like above and like side seating and then seating up front and then seating underneath like the balcony. Like you see everything of it. Like it's such a surreal view. So being like on stage that one time with the band was definitely something else. Like, oh my goodness gracious. Ay. But yeah. And the final, so I think the first ever Cedarville song that I heard was Christ Will Hold Me Fat. Well, no. That's the last one. The first ever Cedarville song I heard was Great Things, Phil Wickham. And then the final Cedarville song that I heard was Christ Will Hold Me Fast. And something I can show you guys really quickly is something that I've worked on throughout Grace Bible Church for all my time being there, and also I did this at Cedarville as well. Here, let me get it up. I have it up here. So I'm only going to show off the 2025 doc here, but I have like docs for this, like for like 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 as well. Alright. So yeah, here we have Cedarville. So I have like these docs like for both my church back at home and Cedarville, where I keep track of all the different songs they play here. And I give the artist names and everything and label like what chapel it is. So this is just me being the whole like keeping track of everything. And then on top of that too, I have another doc which actually I can go and show that. Hold on, let me get it up really quick. I actually should have prepared this one beforehand, but I didn't. But this one's also pretty impressive too, because not only do I keep track of all the different songs that they play, like throughout individual days, I also keep track of the amount of times that they've played them as well. Yeah. Let me see if I can find this doc really quick. Should be one of the more recent docs. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Found it. Sweet. Alright. Okay. Christ will hold me fat. No, first, sorry. Again, I've been talking so much, like, for these past, like, 3 hours, like, I can't say words correctly. And I believe throughout my time here at Chapel, like, one of the most played Cedarville songs was Promises. You could see, like, throughout my 4 years here, they played it 24 times. The other one's like 16 times, Jen and I for Christ to Meet, Living Hope 17, Great Is Thy Faithfulness 18. Yeah, you can see Great Things was the first ever Chapel song that I recorded. And there's like some that they like only played like once and never like really came back to, which is very surprising. And there's some songs that I wish they could have done a lot more that I really, really liked, like that one performance of. Like, I remember they only did, like, Whom Shall I Fear, which is one of my, like, favorite Chris Tomlin songs, but they only did that song once. I'm still waiting for my church back at home to go and do that stinking song. But yeah, literally so you can see, like, this 434, like, different, like, worship songs that they've done throughout my time here at Cedarville throughout the 4 years. So, like, I had, like, 434, like, different, like, worship songs that I could potentially... I mean, there's some that obviously my church at home back I'd play, but there's still, like, plenty of new ones that I can go and introduce to them, which is incredible. It's just a ridiculous amount of, like, different songs that they've played. Like, it's honestly, like, unbelievable. And even on top of that, too, they have Christmas worship songs as well that they played throughout the Christmas, like, years. So in total, from my time here at Cedarville, they played 467 different songs. Like, that's insanity. I mean, technically, it's definitely a bit less than that, because something I do, too, is they do these really cool combination things, which I'm trying to get, like, also my church back at home to do this as well. Like, they've had some really cool combinations, like, throughout the years, like, where they'll combine the songs in a way where they weave them together, like, go from one song and then go, like, back to another song. They have really cool combinations, like, of that in the past. And one of the ones that they did a lot was Man of Sorrow / Living Hope. Praise the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost with Oh Praise the Name. I can probably just look up / and see what else they've done. They have a lot of they have like a lot of like different combinations that they have like done like in between songs, and I made sure like to record like each like the different like combinations of stuff that they've done like throughout the past, so you can just kind of see what some of these combinations are around here. Like specifically where it's highlighted. Shout out to the Lord and What a Beautiful Name. That was a great combination right there. Oh yeah, All Hail King Jesus is always great. Always great in a combination. That was one of my favorite Cedarville songs as well. But yeah, a bunch of awesome Oh, Trust in God and Firm Foundation He Won't. That was such a good combination. I love that one. Yeah. I honestly did not realize they had 71 combination songs. Well, actually, some of these are not combinations, but still around like 70 combination songs. That's kind of crazy. Did not realize they did that many. Crazy. But yeah, so here's like some of like the most played stuff that they did. So they have like Great Are You, Lord, All Creatures Are God and King, Amazing Grace, My Chains Are Gone, King of Kings, Thank You for the Blood, For the Throne of God Above, God So Loved, Build My Life, He'll Hold Me Fast, Endless Praise, All Hail King Jesus, Nothing But the Blood, Abide, Christ Our Hope in Life and Death, Yet a Night for Christ to Me, There Is a King, Living Hope, Goodness of God, Great Is Thy Faithfulness, His Mercy is More, Behold Him, Christ Be Magnified. That almost like got close to beating Promises, but not Promises like reign supreme throughout 24 times, baby. Ay. But yeah, so this is like something that I was progressively keeping track of all like the stuff they've played throughout the years in certain chapel services, and then also making sure to count up all the different times that they've played like these songs here. And yeah, they've done like a lot of these songs a decent amount of times. Oh yeah. Alright, well I think I got enough. When are you planning to have your next streams to kick off your new era? I don't really know at the moment. Cause it's interesting right now because I'm not gonna be able to stream it on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Monday I don't think I'm gonna be able to stream it all either. And then coming soon after that, I have a rock festival that's like 4 days, 4 days. So I'm not gonna be able to stream it all then. So I don't really know really at the moment. Like it's probably gonna be a bit probably be taking a bit of a break just because I'm just busy with a lot of different things. Maybe I'll be able to do a stream on this coming Tuesday. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. All right. It's crazy the fact there's still so much I have to go talk about with you guys, and I'm 3.5 hours in. Jeez, and I'm like starting to get like my voice is like starting to get really tired. I still have so much to talk about. Damn it. Oh jeez. Well, let's keep rolling, rolling. All right. So I talked about my 4 years of chapel experience. Talked about my 4 years of dorm life. Talked about my roommates. I talked about all my classes and professors. I also talked quickly about the food situation. So that was one of my big worries about college. I'm like, well, how the heck am I gonna get fed? But Cedarville, honestly, overall had me covered pretty well. I genuinely did let's take one. Never see this room again. No. I'm leaving this room officially at 7:15 p.m. Tomorrow, so it's kind of crazy. This will be one of the last nights I'll ever stay in a dormitory. It's utterly crazy. Which I will show you guys in a little bit, like what the room kind of looks like, but I'll get to that later. But yeah, food situation. So food situation was kind of interesting, throughout the years. It did change a bit, but overall it was pretty samey, throughout. The reason why I said it changed, because at first, when I first got to Cedarville, I think it was specifically the following. You had Chick-fil-A, Chuck's, which is our cafeteria. We had this thing called Stingers, and then there was Tossed. Out of those four, Tossed I went to the least. I think honestly the only time I had Tossed was actually even before I decided to stay at Cedarville. I don't know why, for some reason Tossed was just one of those food places I never decided to really eat at that much. I don't know why, but Tossed was basically it had a bunch of a salad bar thing, and you can get these not so great pizzas there. So it wasn't the most interesting food place compared to everything else. And the reason why this is interesting because Chuck's at the moment, so basically Chuck's basically stayed the same throughout the 4 years there, and they have different meals that they go throughout each days of the week. The only day that was consistent with the food was they had brunch Saturday, so every Saturday they would have a brunch thing that I always look forward to because there's scrambled eggs, there's square fries, there's sausage links, and the biscuits. Those are the four things I would love to get. And they're so good, bro. I always loved eating that combination of food. Sad, unfortunately, I think I had my last brunch meal this past Saturday. It's just so sad. I'm going to miss my good breakfast brunch. But the interesting thing is, one thing I will be missing out on, unfortunately, is that the cafeteria is actually getting completely revamped over the summer, and it's going to look completely new. So I'm honestly curious, to see videos of it, once it gets revamped and see what the new revamped cafeteria looks like. It's gonna look a lot better than it does now. It's not the cafeteria looked bad in its condition, but definitely it did, compared to a lot of other things around campus, it did look a bit outdated. So the fact that it's getting a complete modern refresh, and it's gonna look so different, it's gonna be crazy. But one of the unfortunate sacrifices that we had to make during my time here at college was Stingers. Stingers was one of the food places that I had for 2 years at college. They had mainly basic food burgers and hot dogs, and you had cheese sticks in there, not basic American food. But it was a nice little place though. If you wanted to get food in a quick hurry, you can just get food there pretty quickly. And I always loved getting the cheese sticks, and they had some pretty good, I think, waffle fries there that I would get as well. So I had some fun little food items that I would get there. But the unfortunate thing is we had to say goodbye to Stingers because one of the new fast food places that they added throughout my time here was Panda Express. And eventually, I was like, oh, great, Panda Express. I don't need this fast food place at all. that eventually changed pretty quickly when I started trying Panda for the first time, and I'm like always getting my go to combination is like chow mein and getting the double orange chicken, and sometimes I get the Bayesian beef like with it, and also sometimes I get the rice if they're out of chow mein. But yeah, even like this semester specifically, I went to Panda a lot because it was one of the more convenient food places for me to go. Because Chick-fil-A for me was like more across like on the other side of campus, and then Panda was not as completely across campus. So it was definitely one of the more convenient places to go to. So, but yeah, it was kind of sad to say goodbye to Stinger. So I did enjoy some of the food that was there. But oh well. I don't know. Like I think they said they may be bringing it back. Like I don't know. Like maybe they're bringing it back with the new cafeteria expansion. But I know like with the new cafeteria expansion, they're gonna have like this like big smoker like furnace like thing like that'll cook up like hopefully some genuinely like much better pizza. And then apparently like the hours for that too, because like normally our meal plan like for our food like you can only like your meal plan is only up to like 8 p.m. But apparently this food place will be like one of like the food places on campus that's like open to like 11 or something, and like food places like your meal plan is like lasts until 8. Food places specifically like are open to about 9. So the fact that they'll have like a food place there that I think will be open to 11, like I would have loved like to go and like try that out, but unfortunately I'm graduating, so I can't go and see that unfortunately. Oh well. Yeah, there definitely were times though, like where I had to go use because basically the part of your meal plan you have these things called flex dollars, and flex dollars was basically kind of like your currency, quote unquote, at Cedarville. And like if you like, so for example, like your meal plan like only allows you to use like a certain like part of like the meal. So like if you get like some extra like additional items like on top of like the meal that's like you're allowed for like in your meal plan, then you have to pay like extra flex for that. But for example, like if your meal plan is over like after 8 and you're trying to get the scan in, then you would have to use flex dollars like for it. So I'd have to like do like a whole meal like originally like the meal plan would cover you for. But then now you have to use like your flex dollars to pay for the whole thing, which yeah, kind of sucks. But oh well, what you gonna do? But yeah, Panda overall though, like even though I miss Stingers, I eventually got really into like their food, and I wasn't like as upset about the change. And then one of the other food places they added like throughout my final year here when they opened the business building was the cafe. The cafe was definitely like if there was like some days like where like I had to go get food like quickly because I'd like do like a lot of work. Cafe was like the perfect place for me to go to because it's just simply like they have food like on like the little heaters that they have out there that you can just grab really quickly. And I think my go-tos mainly were I always keep forgetting what it was called, but there was this like nice like I hate that I'm like blinking at the top. I think it's like some flatbread, like food or of some kind. Cappuccini flatbread. I don't remember. I'm definitely getting the name wrong. But anyway, so I would get that, whatever that was, and then I would get the strawberry shortcake thing that they had, and then I would get like a sugar cookie or get like the side salad that they can get as well. That was like my favorite that was like my two favorite combinations to go for, either with the sugar cookie and strawberry shortcake with the flatbread, and then or either with the salad. So yeah, that was nice, easy, convenient food to go and get. Like it was nothing like crazy, like good compared to like Chick-fil-A or like Panda, but it still was a nice, like easy, convenient food. And there technically was another food option called Grab and Go that's like around like a couple like different like places around campus where you could just get food like really really fast. Like, but I never really got that. I never really saw the interest in it. So I'm kind of like Toss. That was one of the other food things that I never really did a whole lot. I think they had like one of those like those grab and go things like in the Bible building. They had one like but next to Chuck's, and I think there also was one in the athletic center as well. So yeah. So yeah, I think that's basically kind of summarizing the food experience. I think overall it was fine. I was able to like definitely each of those food places like filled me up every time I got food there, and as you can see, I didn't starve to death at all. Woohoo! Nice. I like not starving to death. And I guess also I didn't have this written down, but I felt like I should just talk about this really quickly. Specifically the buildings around campus. I want to talk about some of my favorite buildings. So Chapel specifically is in the Jeremiah Chapel building. Shocker. And that building is really cool. The Chapel Auditorium is very, very well made and is very, very spacious. But the crazy thing is, like, with the growing community here at Cedarville, like sometimes it's actually genuinely hard to find seats in there because our community here, like on the college, it just keeps constantly growing year after year. So it's kind of crazy. Sometimes like it's hard to like in a chapel, especially when there's like a bunch of visitors visiting campus. Then it's really difficult finding seats in chapel. In the buildings that I was in a lot, like specifically this year, the new business building is really, really cool. Like the business like auditorium area is really, really well done. Cause like it's really cool because you can make it to like one big auditorium, but what also you can do is you can divide it up into classes as well. Cause they have like these big gray like the dividers like in the classroom. So like you can divide it up into like 4 different like classrooms like if you want, but you can also bring all the walls back. Like say like a business event, like you can have a like nice spacious like open like auditorium for like any kind of business events where like business speakers like coming to speak. So that was really nice, and all the business classes also were really nicely designed and whatnot, and it was really cool. Like one of like the really nice views was like they had like this big like window like panel like thing that you can look out of, and you could just see the beautiful view of the lake like from like the second floor, or you could just like sit there and you could just look out the window like either at night or in the day. It's just a really beautiful view. The SSC is like where the Chuck's building, that's where the cafeteria is, and also where Panda is, and also that's where you get to pick up your mail, and also where the campus store is. Campus store over the years, I did get a couple different like Cedarville bits of merchandise, but honestly, like I think this year specifically, actually, I didn't really get any Cedarville merchandise. Like I'm pretty happy with the merchandise that they give you. Well, that I bought specifically at the store, but also like throughout my time here at Cedarville, I got a couple of free different like Cedarville shirts because basically whatever sermon series is going on, there's like a day like at some point in chapel where they like give you like these free shirts based on the sermon series. So I have like one for like Justified by Faith Alone, and then there's like The Lord is Good, and I even got like a senior like shirt for free, which has like the Ohio State on it, and it says "See you later." So there's a couple of cool free shirts that I got as well. Some of them I haven't wearing in a while, but sometimes I think you've seen me in those shirts. And even I got a really cool one. Like I think one of my favorite Cedarville shirts that I got was actually not from like the campus store or one of the free shirts that I got. They had these really cool design shirts for the esports group, and I ended up snagging one of them, and I've worn those a couple times on stream since I really liked the design on them. Like it was really good, and it's one of those more comfortable shirts with the like the texture, one of the like the better like textures that I like. I forget exactly what it's called because I'm not like a shirt person completely. The Bible building overall was a pretty good building. It's interesting like how like it's definitely a pretty spacious like building, and it's a little bit freaky too, especially like on the second floor because railings like they're like yes they're definitely good enough to not make you fall, but man if you fall off those railings bro like you're dead or you'll easily break a leg like easily, so a little scary, but overall it was also pretty cool. It's one of the cool buildings where they like before like you even entered like from like the main entrance they had like this cool like roof covering, so definitely like there was like days like where I stand outside and it's just raining like bad, and like I'm just like looking out there like outside over like this like big roof covering, and I'm like I'm gonna have to go out in that in a few seconds. Great. I don't like that. But some of the classrooms in that building specifically too are really big, and there were some pretty cool classrooms to be in. One of the last classrooms that I was in for like this semester wasn't really one of the better classrooms in the room, but like for like Old Testament, New Testament, there's like these really like big spacious classrooms that I love staying in, so that was cool. And then Apple is one of the more smaller buildings. It's actually originally, fun fact, that building used to host chapel in there like many years ago. But that was like where I did a lot of my audio stuff in there, like audio and video classes, and also some of my gen ed classes. They have some nice big spacious classes in there. I did like the spaciousness of them. Like it kind of had like this like U shape to it, like where like it was surrounded and like the professor's like in the middle. That was overall like it's a small building of not like much in there, but I do have like a lot of memories in that building there, and I even like for like showing off my film, I did it in one of like the more conference like rooms. That's like it's like a really nice conference room, and I had fun showing that off, and also did record some of my film in there one time. That was fun. But yeah, it's definitely one of the more smaller sides of the like a smaller buildings for sure. But definitely when I had video classes and had to go in the computer room constantly, I was spending a lot of time in there. That's for certain. Ay ay ay. A lot of time was spent in there. Tyler was one of the more forgettable buildings. It was just kind of like a lot of the buildings where I had a lot of my gen ed classes in, and I could tell it's one of the more older buildings, and it's a little bit confusing, like to navigate around too. But it was an alright building for what it was. Like I didn't really like it all that much though. Kind of one of the more forgettable buildings. In the ENS, I'd never really gone in that building a whole lot because I didn't have a lot of classrooms in there. This is like the engineering like math like building because that wasn't like my major. Like I'm not engineering at all. So and there's even like one building on campus I don't think I even went into like at all because it was like a mainly engineering like building. So I didn't have any classrooms in there whatsoever. So there's even like some buildings here on campus that still even after my 4 years here I still haven't like never even gone into, which is kind of crazy to think about. Maybe like on my last like time here on campus, maybe I should go ride around and like check out any last things I might be missing out on. Maybe I should do that if I have time after packing, I guess. And then yeah, the health science center, which is for the, like the nursing students. That was an alright building. They have like some pretty cool spacious classrooms in there though. I did like a lot of the classroom designs. Yeah, they're like the inside like building design was a bit weird because like you could see a lot like they don't have like a lot of like the roof coverings like around the place. You can see like a lot of like all the, I guess, building structures all around the place. It was very interesting like building wise design, but there was a lot of like nice classrooms in there though for the nursing students, and I know I had to go in there a couple times for the gen eds, and I think there was even like because some chapels you had to go to was major chapels, so like they just like anybody who was like this major you have to go like to this specific like room, and then they would have like a chapel and talk about stuff in relation to your major. So that was something. The other buildings I'm forgetting the top of my head. I think those are all the main ones I can think of. I mean, I guess also the athletic center, like the gym center here. I think honestly overall like has a good gym center. Like we have a big field house, and I remember like because I had to exercise sometimes. I remember one of the exercising things I was run around like the field house like a couple of times, and then again like I said earlier, I would go on the treadmills. Like they have some nice like working out equipment that you have there, and they even have like these cool like indoor like racquetball things. And I remember like yeah I did like I think I once went into one of those because actually, like I was talking about it earlier with my audio tech assignment, where I had to record like 100 different sound effects. I remember one of the sound effects I get was like hitting a racquetball. That was one of the things that I did. So, yeah, really nice. But it was overall a pretty nice like place to go and exercise. And I can see why Jesse likes going there throughout like the nights around like this time here. I'm surprised he's still not back yet. He's probably gonna come back in like a few seconds. Only my luck of saying that. Anywho, I think that's pretty much all the buildings I really have to talk about. I'm not really going to talk about. I already talked about all the different dorms that I went into, so I don't really have to talk about that. All right. It wasn't even on the list, but I was like, well, I might as well just include it. All right. So let's talk about some of the new friends I made. Before we do talk about some of the new friends I made, I'm going to quickly go to the bathroom, so. And there'll be some awkward silence for a bit here, but I will be back. I need to go to the bathroom. First bathroom break of the stream. Jeez. I didn't think this would go this long, but I mean, it's 4 years of college. Talking about 4 years of college is not an easy task, like in a short amount of time. All right. Anyways, I'll be back. just when I was walking back, I just heard someone say, "Are you S'ing again?" Like saying like the S word out loud. I'm like, bro, you do know you're at a Christian university. You shouldn't be saying that kind of stuff out loud. Like, and especially loudly too. Don't be doing that. Oh yeah. That's one thing I'm not gonna miss about this dorm. The crazy rowdy college boys. Oh yeah. Some of these crazy college boys are yelling swear words out loud, like very loudly. Like what the heck? All right. I'm just because like I still have like a decent amount of packing to do. I know in reality this is probably gonna go all the way till midnight, unfortunately, but because again, like I still haven't gone through all the YouTube stuff, and the YouTube stuff alone is gonna take a long time to get through. Oh brother, I'm gonna try to make these next topics pretty quick. I know I keep saying that, but I fail every time. I just generally want to have a good like video here, like really like going into detail, like everything that we had about college, like all that stuff that's gone on behind the scenes while I'm doing all these streams for you guys. I want to try to make these more quick because like I'm honestly getting a little bit tired of talking. Like I haven't talked this much. It feels like I'm an extrovert, like how much I'm talking. Ay. All right, so I've gone through classes and professors, 4 years of dorm life, 4 years of chapel, food situation, roommates. Now I'm going to go for friends I made. Alright, I'm going to try to remember them as best as I can. So like I already talked to, so y'all already know a lot about Ben, how much I like him as a friend, and how much he joined a couple of my streams and whatnot, so I don't have to talk about him. Same with Jesse. I don't have to talk about the roommates, because actually they're friends as well, so I don't have to talk about them. Let's talk about some other people. William, I remember specifically, like he had a fun nickname named Blades. He was mainly a part of like a couple of my streams. Like I remember one of the big ones that I had like a very memorable reaction was either the at least God, why am I blanking? One of my favorite streams that like William was a part of was, well, I guess one was not a stream, one was a video. One video like was with the whole fun Mario Kart video that I made, like with a balloon battle. Well, it was like a coin runners thing. That's a really funny moment with both Nathan and William, and that like William was great with that one moment as well. And then William had like a really funny moment like where he was playing Baldi's Basics as this like Halloween party thing that I was like putting on for my channel, and like he was like freaking the F out like the Baldi's Basics. Like I remember actually like his like screaming reaction, like I used that as one of my Halloween intros like for 1 year when I actually was doing Halloween intros. And so that's how much like an iconic moment that was. But yeah, Blades, I kind of fell off of him after like freshman year. Like I tried to invite him to a couple of other things, but he didn't really show up to a whole lot of other things that I did. But definitely have some good memories of him from freshman year. And Spencer is kind of the same way. Like he did join a couple of my streaming stuff. Like I remember like it was one of like his first times playing FNAF like during the Halloween party, and literally like he slayed at it, bro. Like oh my goodness gracious. Like it was like his first time playing FNAF 1. And literally, like, he was getting all the way to, like, night 5 on, like, first try. And I was like, bro, like, what the heck? Like, how is he doing this? Like, bro, you're a good gamer. like, oh my gosh. And he's, like, one of those guys who's really good at Smash Ultimate. So, like, if we had, like... I didn't really go to a lot of these tournaments, but I know, like, the esports group had, like, a bunch of, like, Smash tournaments. And he would, like, be really, really good at those. So Spencer, like, overall, like, he was a fun guy to, like, play along with. I sometimes joined him, like, and he was, like, playing Smash, and we were all there for, like, some, like, the final, like, Smash Ultimate announcements and whatnot. But also kind of like Blades in a way, like, while he was, like, a good friend that I had in freshman year, he was kind of one of those friends that, like, for me, because since, like, YouTube is such a huge part of my life, and the way how I hang out with friends is by doing, like, some fun online gaming streams. The fact that he did not want to really join those online gaming streams like anymore made it really difficult to hang out with him. So unfortunately, like that was one of the main big reasons why I kind of fell off of him. Like, well, he's like a good person, and I really enjoyed like some of the ones we did have when he didn't mind being a part of my streams. It just was really hard to hang out with him after that because like most of the time, like the most way how I hang out people is doing like fun online gaming stuff with them. That's what I have time for, and again, like the streaming stuff, I make money like for it, not a lot, but I still make something. So I want to at least do it, make like few cents here and there, you know, totally worth it. Eventually it'll add up, man. Eventually I'll get that $100 threshold and get paid by YouTube. So it will eventually add up. Let's see. Who's next? Should I talk about? I guess I'll talk about Hunter. Hunter, he joined a few streams. I think one of the most memorable ones that he joined was the first episode that I did of Mario Bros. Wonder. Cause still we had the whole intro scene where Bowser's taking over this Wonder Castle or whatever with his Wonder Power, and I'm like, well, I think I said something along the lines of, well, I'm glad Peach is not getting captured this time for the bajillionth time, and he just yells out top of his lungs based. I made that into a short too, but that short was not very popular whatsoever. So, he was a great guy. I really liked his personality. He had a bit of an interesting voice. Not like I didn't really care that much. It's just compared to some other people's voices, his voice was definitely interesting. And he also when I told him about a stream, he wanted to watch along with a Kirby stream that I was doing. So that was also fun to have him along there with that as well. And there's one guy that I don't really know if he actually was in any of my streams or not, but I definitely fell off of this guy. There was this guy named Joey, not confused with Joey maybe here. This is a different Joey. I don't remember what his last name was, but yeah, this was a guy that I who randomly just talked to me in my Politics American Government class, and we became friends from that. And I think I did invite him to some things. I don't remember if actually ended up joining any of my streaming events at all, but I remember still it was nice because also he was friends with another friend I'll talk about next. It was nice walking with him along the sidewalk, not maybe the Chick-fil-A or something about just random gaming stuff or whatever. So he was a good friend to have I think throughout my sophomore year, but I fell off of him pretty quickly. But I remember one big thing that he wanted to do for a while. He wanted to try to become a drummer, part of the Heart Song band. I don't think he ever was able to do that, but he actually had his own YouTube channel where he did drum covers of stuff, and I think he did a drum cover of a Coldplay song, and it was actually not half bad. So yeah, he was a pretty cool guy to get to know a little bit. I'm a little sad I kind of fell off of him, but he's also kind of one of those guys I guess just wasn't really interested in joining a lot of my streaming stuff. So I was like, oh well. Jackson, on the other hand, he was more than willing to join a lot of the streaming stuff that I did, but unfortunately, him being an engineering major and also being the head of the whole esports org, yeah, he wasn't really able to join a lot of the videos that I did. Unfortunately, I kept trying to invite him to a lot of stuff, and it looked like he was potentially going to join the Mario Party thing that I did for about the Final 10 college streams, but he ended up getting busy with something at the last second, so that sucks. So his busyness kind of interfered with him being able to join a lot of things that I did. But I know he did join a couple of Mario Party stuff, and I think also he joined Mario Kart one time and even played Kirby with me. And he also had his own YouTube channel too, which also he made a new one with a friend, which I think also subscribed to recently. That actually has these cool artwork that they made for the thumbnails. It's actually really nice. But yeah, they're pretty small. They're only 100 subscribers at the moment. But yeah, though, it's I think he's also one of the few people out there that has also beaten 50/20 mode in FNAF Custom Night. So he's definitely, and also he's really good at Smash too. I mean, he heads the Smash part of the esports org. So yeah, he's a really good guy. Really good to know him. I also liked getting dinner with him a couple of times. And he was actually one of the friends that I met sophomore year and actually kept being friends with him throughout my times throughout junior and senior year, so I was glad to be able to get to know him, and he's a really good guy, and I'm glad to have fellow gamer friends. Now Aubrey, unfortunately, I really wanted to try to get Aubrey on at least something else besides my film projects, but unfortunately Aubrey just was not able to. His girl was just so insanely busy. There was I always kept inviting her to multiple events all the time, and eventually I just kind of stopped because I just knew every time I was gonna get the response that she was busy or that she was booked, and I'm just girl is the definition of busy. There's not even a time in her life where she's not busy, and I was just but she's still like a great person, and the fact that somehow she found time to help out on my like on my film projects throughout junior year and senior year, that is honestly a miracle when you think about it, like of how busy she was. So she was more of the kind of person like if she was in a class, like I think she like was ended up being in like three of my like business classes since I think we had like around the same major, so having those classes with her was nice and getting to talk to her like during class or like after class and whatnot. It was really good to get to know her, and she was like the person who decided to open up to me and get to know me. You know, like she sat next to me in my software tools class, and that's when I first met her. And yeah, she is like a gamer and she likes games and whatnot. But yeah, and she's a big extrovert, which is nice to have some extrovert friends. And I think most of my friends are more on the introverted like side. So that's basically Aubrey. Isaac and Brody, though, I will say, like, I think underneath Ben, like, these were easily two of my other, like, favorite friends that I made, like, specifically during my junior year. Because they do a lot of, like, crazy stuff on Discord. They made, like, their own, like, fun videos. Like, I love it, like, when they cosplay as Wario and Waluigi, like, and all, like, the Mario events that they join, that they join with me. They'll dress up as, like, Waluigi and, like, Wario, and they would just like I mean they wouldn't be like in character like sometimes sometimes they would like embody the character, but the fact alone that they would come like in like in Wario and Waluigi outfits like during my videos is just incredible. We did like a lot of fun things together. I don't know if they did Mario Kart with me, but I know for certain they did like Mario Party. We played Mario Bros. Wonder together a couple of times, and definitely we did Among Us. I think they joined like some like Jackbox like sessions at some point. Like we did like a lot of different things together, either like for playthroughs or just having fun online gaming stuff. So Isaac and Brody, I'm really really happy that I got to meet them, and they're really cool people, and especially the fact that they helped for my films like throughout my time here at Cedarville was pretty incredible. So I hope that the fact that I could keep inviting them to stuff and they can play along. The unfortunate thing, though, it seems like Isaac doesn't really like being a part of my streams anymore because he doesn't really know a lot of people there. So that kind of sucks. So he was more of like the type of person that would like join like if I had like an in person like on like a gaming thing like multiplayer thing together. So I'm not sure. I think Brody might be the same way too, but I was just really happy the fact they were able to join a lot of things that I did. And again, them specifically dressing up as Wario and Luigi was like one of like the best things like ever. And I was happy I was able to do like that fake Nintendo Switch commercial with them. And some other people from Roger specifically. Bryant, I think he might have been in one Mario Kart video, maybe. Well, specifically the video that you could find him in, he plays as Yoshi in the Mario Kart in real life thing that we did for Deck the Hall, which is a Christmas event that we put on. Yeah, he's a fun guy to hang out with. Unfortunately, he's kind of like some of my other friends that I made that they didn't really like being on the streams all that much. Which again annoys me because I'm like, this is like what I do like all the time, and you don't like being on the streams. Like, this sucks. Like, how can I hang out with like an awesome person like you? Like literally, I think even like at the beginning of the semester when I invited him to a stream, he literally just texted me being like, "Hey, I'm not interested in doing anything that you do, like streaming wise." And I'm like, "Really?" I'm like, "Come on, man, why you do that to me?" But like just because like he was like, I mean, even though like that did irritate me, he's still like a good guy, and I was glad actually like this past yesterday I was able like to talk with him one last time, and yeah, he's a good person. I'm glad I got to meet him. Yeah, you kind of see like a common theme of a lot of the friends I made. I guess I'll kind of count this guy as a friend. Elijah is Isaac's actually brother, and I think they actually roomed together during junior year. I think Brody, then he roomed with Brody, I think in the senior year. I think I may be wrong on that though. Yeah, Elijah, like I was glad he was able to help out of two of my like film projects. Like he's overall like a pretty cool, chill guy. But he didn't really ever like join anything like streaming wise that I did, and we didn't really hang out like a whole lot. But I did appreciate the fact that he was willing to help like with certain aspects of the film, like either like when he's not acting, he would help with like the boom mic on stuff, and he just was a nice guy to like to be around. Like he's pretty chill, and that's what I really liked about him. But yeah, I never really grew like into a big relationship with him like compared to like Isaac and Brody. Yeah. And if you want to know specifically a role that he had, like in one of my like YouTube videos, he specifically he was Mario, like in the Mario Kart in real life thing. So if you want to have an idea what he's like, the kind of fun that he has, you can check out that video. Honestly, like that whole video just gives like a whole idea, kind of like what most of the Rogers Hall was like, and the friends that I got to meet. And speaking of that video too, the guy who was playing Luigi in that video, Ethan, he actually like was able to join a couple a couple streams of mine. He actually even like one summer when I was at Cedar Point, he actually helped out with making the entranceway to Candemonium, which I was not expecting. He hasn't really helped me out with any Minecraft projects since then, unfortunately, but he's also joined like I think one or two music recommendations here and there, and again, like I said, he has joined a few of my online gaming things, but he's not like extremely prevalent in them. But he's still like willing like to have like keep inviting me to them because he seems like he's interested in joining them, and he's a nice like funny guy to be around. I'm a little bit like on the weird side, but he's still like a great fun guy to be around, and I do like his personality. He has he has a very fun personality. They either can get to you in a positive way or get to you in a bad way, which I think overall I got his like personality in a good way. And another, it's kind of funny. I think I had like 3 Bens that I knew like from Rogers. Next one's like Ben S. The other Ben I forget like his like last name, but Ben S was kind of a weirdo. Like I remember like there's like some like yeah he if you want to know like he specifically was. He, I think he played as like Koopa Troopa, like in one of like the scenes, in the Mario Kart in real life video that we had, and also he was like a part of the jury, as well in the debate, which also Ethan was a part of the jury as well as Elijah and someone else I'll also talk about too. Hunter also was in the jury as well, so that was cool, and Ben, like, honestly, like, he actually did join, I think, a Sonic Superstars video that I did, which that was a good time with him, and I think he also did join a Mario Bros. Wonder at one point, too, but honestly, overall, like, there was some aspects of him that kind of put me off, like, he would talk about some very weird topics sometimes. I can't think of a good example off the top of my head, but there were definitely some things where I was like, he was kind of creeping me out a little bit, but he still overall again was like a chill guy, and like when he did join the streams like that I was a part of, he was fun, and he had a great role in the Mario Kart Wii in real life. And with the other Ben, he was definitely like I think out of all the Bens, he was the most chill. And the one video that I definitely remember him being on was one of the first like Mario Kart videos that I did during my junior year. Is when I think that when they released one of the DLC packs, I forget which one it was, but I just needed help like getting some gold trophies in there, and he was a really good Mario Kart player, so he helped me out like with that a lot, like, and he got me like some Freestar gold trophies and like 200cc like pretty easily, so that was a nice like fun memory of him. And then like I had someone else also playing with me as well. I'm forgetting his name at the top of my head. I could probably think about it. I'll figure it out. What was his name? Oh, Christian. Yeah, Christian also, like, he was a part of that stream as well, but basically after that stream, I don't think he barely was in any of my other, like, videos at all, but he was nice to play with. I tried to invite him to a couple things, eventually I just kind of stopped inviting him to things, but yeah, he was a nice person to have in that one stream, though, and he's a pretty cool, chill person overall, too. Sometimes, like, when we see each other, like, walking by, I'll say hi to him. But then one of the other last people in the jury, and also this guy also has been in my streams a few times. His name's Elliot. Elliot specifically, I think he had a role as playing Donkey Kong in the Mario Kart Wii in real life, and again, he was also one of the jury members as well in my debate film. Elliot, I will say, he's a really cool guy. Like, he's genuinely like a really fun guy to hang around. Like, he knows how to like to do conversations really well, like, and he can get like someone who's an introvert like talking and me talking about stuff like for a while. We would have like I met him for food a couple of times like throughout the semester, and we generally have some good conversations with each other. And the times he joined my streams too, it was also fun having him around. Like, I still remember the one Fall Guys stream that he was able to join, and we had a good time, and I think we ended up getting a W in one of the games, so yeah. overall I had a pretty good time with him. It was really nice meeting him. Like throughout, I met like a lot of pretty cool people in Rogers. It just goes to show how many like awesome people were staying in Rogers. Like when I was like there. And one person I forgot to mention about in when I was in West was this guy named Alon. And Alon, like I think he was in one of my like first streams that I did for sophomore year for Mario Kart. Because it's kind of funny. It's like in the beginning of the semester when everybody like doesn't have a lot of work, they can go and join this stuff, and they just want to join this stuff to try to meet some new people. And Alon was one of the people who did join that stream, but that was literally I think the only stream that he joined. Like after that, he didn't really join anything that I did, unfortunately, because he just did not really like being a part of my streams. He just wasn't like that kind of guy. But what I really liked about Alon though is that the fact that like he was so like he would do like a lot of like Switch modding, and he knows like a lot of things about the coding and the ins and outs of, like of emulation, and he did like he even made like this cool Tetris thing like within his Switch, and he even like is able to play Smash on his phone, like, and he has like all these like different like mod things like for Smash, and like he has like so many like this guy's like very very talented at like all this stuff like a Nintendo Switch, like, and learning how like to modify it and whatnot, like the ins and outs of it. I mean, I think he has electrical engineering major, so it makes sense why he's like really into that kind of stuff. But yeah, just getting to hear like all of his like cool like things that he would do like with certain things was always like fun to hear. And I was able to at least get to have lunch with him one last time last week before we had to part ways. But yeah, so Alarm was kind of more one of those guys. It was just nice to get food with him and get to catch up with him and see what like crazy things that like he was doing at the time, because he definitely had a lot of cool projects he was doing. The funny thing enough, like actually throughout my year here in Parker, I really did not really make many new friends. I guess one of the other friends I forgot to mention is Abby. So Abby was actually a friend that I met like in class, and she was like friends with Aubrey, and she sat with us like, and we were like in a group together for the finance class. So I kind of talked to her about her a little bit, like how many hours ago at this point I don't know, but basically Abby is like a really cool person. The fact that she also like loves a lot of games as well, and then she also seems to be into rock music too, and like she's just a genuinely like really nice like person. And it was really nice to get to know her like in the beginning of each of like my finance classes, and it was nice being in a group with her. And originally she actually was going to be the actor for Christina in High Stakes, but unfortunately like she just was not available for it. And I guess I didn't realize at the time that she already like had graduated like from Cedarville, and I was like, oh well, that's not really gonna work. So whoopsies on that. But it was really nice having her as a classmate. And again, she's also been on some music recommendations too. The unfortunate thing is like I've been messaging her a lot and trying to invite her to things, but she has like been very unresponsive. Like she's been barely replying to my texts like at all, which is kind of sucky, since I did really enjoy her time like when she came on music recommendations, and also she would come on my building streams. And I remember like there was like one building stream I think for Cedar Creek Mine. That was like one of the most recent things that she was on, like where she would be asking about like how my strat was like going at the time, which is strategic management. So she's a very nice person, and I kind of hate the fact that she's been kind of ghosting me of lately, but hopefully eventually she'll start replying to my texts again. Hopefully she can be a part of some more music recommendations, or talk to me in building streams or whatever, since I really do enjoy her company. I'm trying to think who else is there that I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, Justin. Justin was actually a friend of mine that. Oh, I also got to talk about Lincoln too. I actually met like a decent amount of people at Cedarville too. Like there's a great community of people here, like for real. Now I have another person I could talk about too. Jeez. I can't stop talking, man. There's just too much to talk about from my 4 years here, bro. It's ridiculous. All right, let's try to go through these quickly here, even though I know I won't, because I want to give these like friends the respect that they deserve. Justin was a friend of mine that I met in my speech class, and he did join a couple of streams of mine. Like one of my favorites was, I think he joined like a Mario Party session of mine, and he was like surprisingly doing pretty good. I really didn't like join many sessions, I think, after like freshman and sophomore year, but I still enjoyed having him around, and like definitely getting to talk to him like during when we had the speech class, doing something we both didn't really like all that much. It was it was nice to know him, and I'm kind of sad. Unfortunately, we like started really not like hanging out as much, like going into like junior and senior year, because he was actually a pretty good guy, and I enjoyed hanging with him. And Lincoln, he also one of my favorite highlights of him. He was a part of a Mario Kart session, and it was actually part of my intro, like where I go like yes. I was like in my old Paper Mario Origami King Red Streamer battle intro. Like he would be the guy who was sitting next to me, and then be like, "How'd you get it? How'd you get it?" Like, it was like a crazy like close like race with like Blue Shell Hell, and I somehow like barely beated him in it. Like being it was like a freaking glorious moment. So I always remember that like moment with him. But it was really nice talking to him like after finance class, like cause I met him in finance class, and I got to know him more and more. Like I talked to him like before and after finance class, and I think we got food maybe a few times like here and there, but definitely like him being a part of some of my streams were some great memories. Like I loved it when he was like a part of my stream, since he was really nice and it seemed like he had a lot of fun with me on those streams. And then Cole, which I'm kind of counting him as a friend. But we basically like why our friendship like is a thing, because we like did a video project together, which is the Last Minute Mayhem, which I will be showing off here like later on some point in this crazy long like reminiscing college stream. Yeah. But anyways, yeah, we just had like I think we kind of grew like because like we were working pretty hard like together, and we got to know each other a bit more like as we were working on this project. So like he was a nice guy to hang out with like during the project and whatnot. But honestly, after like once we did the project, I think I did try to invite him like a bit to like some of like the things like I was doing, but he never was able to join any of them, and we basically like just kind of lost touch like after the like one of the first video tech projects that we did together. So, but he was still a good guy, and I'm glad I did the project with him, since it was nice to get to know him, and he's also graduating this year too. Like I saw him today, even. Trying to think, is that basically all, or am I forgetting anybody? I'm gonna look for my text really quickly just to make sure I'm not forgetting about mentioning anybody. I'm not gonna talk about him. Not gonna talk about him. Not gonna talk about him. Oh yeah. I definitely gotta talk about these guys. So throughout my semester, I met some fellow coaster enthusiasts on campus, and two of my definitely best friends that I made out of the coaster enthusiasts were Scott and Matt. Scott, actually, I got introduced by Ben again. Ben just introducing me like to new people, and I got to know him, and we had some fun conversations with each other, and I like started just keep like meeting him at lunch over and over again, and we had just a lot of fun like amusement park and roller coaster talk, and basically same with Matt too. Like while I wasn't really able to join a lot of my like I don't think like either of them joined any of my like YouTube streaming things, or really wasn't part of anything like YouTube related. The fact though that I could have someone on campus like with both Scott and Matt that like just like talk about and geek about like roller coaster stuff, or like things going around like in the music park community, like that was a lot of fun. Like I genuinely enjoyed like talking about coaster stuff with them. So definitely big shouts to Scott and Matt for being two of my best coaster enthusiast friends like on campus. Oh yeah, for sure. And I'm trying to look and see if there's anybody else I should talk about. Let's see. Let's check text messages. I think I got everybody from GroupMe. Oh, Joe. Come on. I gotta talk about Joe. How dare I forget about Joe? Oh, and Wally, too? God. I keep forgetting about people. Curses. Alright, so, geez, I really made a lot of friends around my time here, which I'm really grateful for. And also, I guess I'll give a quick shout out to this barber at the Ville guy. I got haircuts from him from my time here at Cedarville, and it was nice having some fun conversations like with him, just talking about life and like jobs. And apparently like he actually used to live in Europe, and he's actually like over the summer he's gonna be going to freaking Paris and London for London for the first time, but Paris like he's been there like so many times, like it's ridiculous, because he used to like live like 4 hours away from Paris, so they would take like a bunch of vacation trips there. But yeah, he was a nice guy to talk to like as a barber, so shout out to him. But Joe, man, Joe was really enjoyable. Like especially like when he was able to come on streams. Like I hate the fact that I wasn't able to get him on streams like really at all like this year. Like I invited him multiple times and he said he really wanted to join some of them, but he was just so incredibly busy. But yeah, Joe though, I have like such fond memories of him, like with our Fall Guys stuff that we specifically did. Like when he plays games with us, like he's just so like he has so much energy, he has so much like fun with us, and I always had such a fantastic time when like Joe was around like on certain streams, and I wish again like he was able to be a part of more of them, and I was able to get lunch with him also one more time recently, just to do one last catch up with him before we all part ways. Hopefully though I can try to catch him sometimes over over my adult life. Hopefully we won't keep losing touch because I genuinely do. And like Joe's a really great guy, and I'm glad that. Because he was even like one of the few people at Cedarville too, where he actually like reached out to me and he's like, "Hey, you want to get lunch at this like time?" And I was like, "Yeah, that really meant a lot to me." Because most of the time I'm the guy who has to go and reach out like to everybody, but he was one of the few people that actually reached out to me about wanting to get food one last time together, and I really appreciated that. And then Wally, Wally actually has been a part of a couple of streams like here. I mean, I don't think he actually was like a part of any streams like in person, but because Wally I think was like a senior around like at the time when I was like there, like, and I was a freshman, and yeah, Wally was a great guy, like, and I'm glad the fact that still like he wants like to go and try to join some of the stuff that I do, and he's even like tried to like talk to me like about certain stuff, but unfortunately that hasn't worked. I would love to like to genuinely like get in a call with him sometime to talk to him because he's a generally good guy to hang out with. I know he's like married now, and he's living a family life like now. So like he has a job. I'm not sure if he has kids yet or all yet, but I remember still like being able to get to know him, like, cause I met him in my algebra class. And actually, it was kind of crazy too. He is one of the few people I've ever met who has prosthetic legs. Like he hides them so well, like underneath like his like jeans that he wears most of the time. And I never even realized like he had prosthetic legs. Like he has two prosthetic legs. And I know number one time we were trying to go to Kings Island together, but unfortunately that didn't happen, and it caused a little drama between us. But I'm glad we were able to fix it because he was a really good guy, and I'm glad he was understanding about for my annoying him constantly. I wanted to try to go to Kings Island because I didn't really have anybody else like to bring me because I didn't have a car at all, so I had to rely on others like to go bring me to Kings Island, which never usually goes well. But yeah, he was a good guy. I definitely wanted to shout him out. Is there anybody else? Talk about Lincoln, talk about Justin. Yeah. Dad just texted me. Is there anybody else I want to talk about? I think that's basically it. I think I got for them all. Yeah. If I forgot anybody, I apologize, but I think I've gotten for pretty much everybody who I wanted to talk about. And I guess one last thing I'll say quickly. I guess this is not really going to be a quick talk. Well, actually, I'll talk about it when I'm going for YouTube because I'm sure like I'll come across those streams and I'll remember the trips a little bit better. I was thinking of like talking about some of like the amusement park trips that I took or just trips to like the things in general. Most of them was just amusement park stuff because that was the only trips I was genuinely like interested in going to. But I'll talk about those later. Some of the really good trips and then some of the really bad trips. Most of the bad trips, unfortunately, were freshman and sophomore year. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the gist of my friends. I made a pretty decent amount of friends, and some have stuck with me all the way to senior year, and some have like I've kind of fallen off on. But it was nice to have like that person like to at least be a part of some of my streams and get along with throughout like those 13 years that I had in college. So yeah, good stuff. All right. Oh my gosh, I've been talking so long. I'm like my voice is like exhausted. All right. Well, I guess since I am fun events that I went to, I did talk about that fun chapel time, so I don't have to talk about that. So one of the fun things that Cedarville puts on during Christmas time specifically, well, actually throughout the semester they have these events where they bring in like food trucks and they have like a movie playing and they have these like little fun like other like activities. I didn't really check out the food trucks all that much. Sometimes I would go and watch the movies. And I remember like one time they showed off, I think, like the Rise of Gru, like in the Chapel Theater. That was kind of fun. That was fun to see. And there's something else I also watched in one time. I forget what it was though, but yeah. And then they have like these like talent show things that they put on called Elite, which is basically just Ville spelled backwards. And I remember going to one of those, and bro, like some of those people like are insanely talented. Like someone had this whole performance thing like where they had like Rubik's cube juggling, and it was insanely impressive. I was like, bro, and like and he won the whole thing too, and I was like, dang, like these vocal performances ain't got nothing on Rubik's cube juggling, and actually being able like to like solve the Rubik's cubes like while juggling them, which is crazy, 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 crazy. But yeah, during Christmas though, we would have they would like open like the like Chuck's like for an evening like brunch thing, and then what they would do, they had like a whole karaoke thing where a bunch of people would just sing random Christmas songs, and most of the time like 50% of them is How All I Want for Christmas Is You, unfortunately, but it was still fun. Like I remember like recording those karaoke performances for multiple years, and there were some. I remember one of my favorites one is like this one guy like got this like harmonica thing, and like once and had like a trumpet person like next to him, and they were having like a blast like playing together, like it was incredible. So that Christmas event they put on, and they also have like some fun things, like either they had like a laser tag thing they put on for one Christmas, so they had like silent DJ or like silent disco stuff. And I remember like when I first even came to Cedarville, they had like this whole mini golf thing that they set up, which I had fun doing as well. So yeah, Cedarville definitely has put like on like a lot of like different things. Unfortunately, because I was mainly obsessed with like a lot of YouTube stuff, I didn't really go to a huge chunk of them. But the fact that they had like a lot of like just opportunities of events that you can go and do, like even like recently, like I went to one of the jazz concerts and they played an incredible rendition of like Mario and like an anime, like Bob-omb Battlefield and Tank from Cowboy Bebop. Like they have like their band like performances are like really really good, especially the jazz band. Jazz band absolutely slays. And they have like a bunch of plays you can go and check out, which unfortunately I don't think I even checked out a single play from my whole time here at Cedar because I just wasn't that interested. So I wish I could tell you about one of them, but I know one year they did Charlie Brown, which I wanted to see that one, but I never really found the time to go and see it, and I honestly kind of forgot about it. So, oh well. And the fact too, they have like career fairs for like for business things, which I actually like at some of the career fairs. Actually, Kings Island and Cedar Point were there, so it was really cool to talk to people. Like, unfortunately, I was able to talk to Kings Island because they just weren't there for very long. They kind of left pretty quickly. I didn't make it there in time, but Cedar Point though, I was able to find their booth and talk to them. Like it was really cool talking to somebody there. I mean, the jobs that they were offering at the booth were not really anything I was interested in, but still pretty cool to actually talk to somebody who's probably higher up, like among the Cedar Point chain, for sure. But yeah, overall career fairs didn't really have much like amusement park related stuff. They had a lot of like Christian like camps or like churches like that they had like represented there. So that was cool, I suppose. Yeah, career fairs were a great opportunity like to potentially find like good jobs. What other good events were there? Oh, I also talk about Deck the Halls. Deck the Halls is a really cool event where basically like the dormitories get dressed up, like dress up their halls and do like certain like Christmas themes or just like a theme in general. Like some I know like one hall did like some theme in relation to like some Bible passage. And again, like we did like a Mario Kart theme like across the whole hill, which I easily thought that was like one of the best ones. There had been like some Star Wars themes, I'm sure Jurassic like World like themes. I remember like one year, which I really wish I could have checked it out, but I didn't, and I didn't get the time around to check it out. Rogers first for my senior year, they did like an Among Us thing, which I really wish I could have seen, but didn't get around to going to it, unfortunately. There's definitely some things I regret not going to, but oh well, nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it now, but. Yeah, and there was a lot of also like probably creative like dorms like that I could have went around the place and checked out what they did for Deck of the Halls, like, but yeah, I never. That was one of the things I really should have checked out more, but I just didn't really get around to. But I was glad at least one year I was able to help out the hall with the Mario Kart thing because I thought that was a really cool idea and they did a phenomenal job on that. I think what else? Well, they definitely had plenty of events like where they had like random business speakers like coming in or just random speakers that would like show up. I really did not go to a lot of those unless it was like a requirement I had to do for a class. But yeah, sometimes some of those were requirements, and I think overall those were fine. But again, I was really like that interested in those. But yeah, I think overall that pretty much is most of like what the events that I did at Cedar Hall. There's probably a lot of other things that I'm not like mentioning, but those are the ones I remember at the top of my head. And yeah, I'm gonna quickly do a quick showing off of the room here. I said I was gonna do this later, but I was not expecting I was gonna do it later, like in like 3 or 4 hours. Alright, I'm not sure how well the webcam's gonna be for this, so bear with me. I'll try to do this the best I can. Okay, the cord is kind of stuck. Alright, here. Sorry. I need to get the cord out. Jeez. Alright, unfortunately the best way I can do this fairly quickly is I need to unplug the webcam. So I'm gonna go webcamless here for a sec. BRB. Just the freaking cord is too tangled up among the bottom of other cords, so it's gonna be annoying to loop the webcam underneath it. It's easier just to unplug it and have the cord on top of a lot of the other cords. Now this cord is somehow wrapping around the mic. Great. Yeah, I'm really glad I decided to unplug this. This would have been a pain in the butt. Wonder what the webcam looks like. I'm probably just frozen. Yeah, I'm frozen. Wonder if it'll come back now. Am I back? Hello? I'm probably gonna have to go back into the webcam setting. Oh, is it not even on? I plugged it back in. Okay, let me switch to this, and then let me switch to that again. Maybe that'll work. There we go. Sweet. I was kind of worried if I messed that up. Alright, cool. I honestly wish there were some people on the stream, right? Oh, sorry. Close the lid. Jeez, I'm struggling here. Sorry, y'all. Alright. Let's see what I can show off here. So yeah, this is setup stuff, and it's a bit of a mess, but yeah. So I have my Nintendo Switch over here. And I have like a Joy-Con like charger thing here. I have like my hard drive plugged in for stuff I'll show later. And we have the Wii U. And I brought, which actually I didn't really bring a Wii U. Mostly what I brought like most of the semesters was just my Switch and my computer set up here with the laptop and the monitor. Got the two speakers here. There's my mic you're hearing me out of right now. This is an Xbox controller I borrowed from Jesse from a while. I'm using it to play a bunch of like emulation games, and either like also like for our DC Supervillains playthrough it was useful for. Got my coaster models up here, little Technoblade figure. Got my Mario like question mark lamp here. Got the stack of like Wii games off to the side here. I have a frame that I never hung up. There's also a cloth poster over here for Hunter x Hunter that I never hung up. Honestly, there's no point to hanging up now, especially the fact that I'm graduating in 2 days. I was originally planning on putting it up there. That's where Jesse Slancy is simply playing his game over there right now. And the refrigerator full of the magnets. There's all, as you see, all my packing up stuff here as well. Boxes like of this is mainly just boxes full of clothes. Like there's like 5 boxes of clothes, which is ridiculous, and that's like 7 bags of plushies. It goes to show how much clothing and plushies that I have. Like it's kind of ridiculous, and I have a big collection of magnets there as well. And this is where like the drawer would be with all my clothes, and my regalia is like up there on top, and then I would store like all my underwear, socks, and black pants down there, and then we like free stacks. So like there originally was like free stacks of shirts down there, and I hang out a bunch of shirts like up top as well, and then like all my shorts would go up there. Yada yada. This is the bed. This is my bed that I was sleeping in. I have like the cool Mario Kart sheets. Just draw your entry bag right there. The only things that I got again, like before, like the plushies like were lined up on top of the cabinet here. That's where they used to be, and then also they lined up across my bed here as well. So I just was basically sleeping with plushies most nights, and then my pillows are any of the E-Evolution pillows over there. With I also got a blue shell thing, and then I have really like the squishy one emotion. That's one of my favorite pillows that I to use. And you can see right now, like I had a cool creative thing. Before, like it was like I had a folded chair, which is right there, that I would place there, and I had my green suitcase like stacked on top of it, and I placed the fan on top of it, so like I was just blowing directly like at me. Before the fan was like over here on this cardboard box thing, but I eventually transitioned it to be on top of my suitcase, and since my suitcase is holding up some of the stuff I'm using for these final days here at Cedarville, I'm using my stack of clothes boxes for now for my last night from sleeping in the dorm, which is insane. My glasses case right there. Let's also quickly show off some of the things I got hanging up. So that's so I got this at the mall back home. Found a really nice cloth poster for Black Clover, so I was able to, and it looks really cool on the wall there. Especially like it's made out of cloth, you can see it like flapping a bit. And frame wise, it's a bit hard to see. I can't really drag this out a whole lot more, but back there is a really cool artwork poster that I have of Owl House and Nvidia. It's a really cool artwork. That's a really cool changing art there with the E-evolutions. Like, I'll change from shiny to the normal look of the evolutions, and also turn it back to original Eevees. That's a really cool thing I found at Comic-Con. That's my Miraculous Ladybug one there. I also found at Comic-Con one year where it changes from, I think what you're seeing right now is the Lady Noir, and then there, but I also have Ladybug and Marinette. Like, normally kind of see the change a little bit. Like with Marinette, I can't really show the Ladybug one very well. Then there's a nice artwork also found at Comic-Con with My Hero Academia of Season 6 of Deku, and a really cool comic and things are falling. It scared me. Really cool also, like a wall. So basically this whole wall here is just Comic-Con stuff, except that I got to have them all. Really cool Comic-Con art there. It's like Sonic and Shadow, like the Radical Highway, and well, no, I think it's Speed Highway, and then you have the City Escape map, really sick. So Sonic Adventure 1, Sonic Adventure 2. And then here's where we have all the coaster frames like up here. So start off the top row 2 here, got a limited edition poster here. You can see that with the signature down below there. So I was one of the first people ever to get one of those posters. 384 out of limited edition. Then you have the Voyage, got that Holiday World, Raging Bull, got that Six Flags Great America, then Kings Island here for the Beast, Millennium Force at Cedar Point, so I got 2 Cedar Point ones. We have our Sonic Symphony frame hanged up here for World Tour. Got the Project X for the Orion thing with a really cool like car with like the track going down with the asteroids. We got one of my other favorite things here, the Lincoln Park, which is literally Link in a park with a Goomba Spring with it. You know, I saw that at Comic-Con. I'm like, yep, that's mine. And then we got Attack on Titan final season poster here, which I have like, because I remember one like I actually didn't talk about this, but Nathan for one of my birthdays, he actually like bought me like 8 Attack on Titan like posters, and out of like the 8, this was one of my favorites. So and I hanged up a different one like for the past 2 years like at Cedarville, but this is the one I decided to hang up for this year. And then lastly, I got the Mario Brothers. Actually, it's not lastly. I still got 2 more. I got the Mario Brothers movie. Actually, 3 more. 4 more if I want to show you guys the one that's rolled up, but I'm not sure if I want to. I guess I will. Why not? I'll have to set you guys down for a little bit though. In Mario Bros. Movie, I got that like movie poster directly after seeing the Mario movie because I'm like, yep, I need a poster of this hanged up. And this is also another little Comic-Con thing, a little cute Eevee Evolution art here. And then for Star Wars, we got Ahsoka from season 7 of Clone Wars, like towards the end of like the season, looking sick. And then this is one of my actually scripts for the high stakes. This is the Kirby thing. This Kirby thing is really cool. I actually found this at the mall where it'll transition between Star Allies, and it goes to Return to Dreamland, and then Kirby Triple Deluxe. So I found that to be really cool. Like the fact it represents like 3 Kirby games in one 3D art thing. Like that is killer. And before too, actually, like this part of the desk here was actually filled up with a lot more like of these models here. This is one of the models that I left behind here at college, as well as like these guys up here. But these are like the wood cutout models. Like literally, like this whole part of the desk here before was just wooden cutout models. Like, and they're all like on top of my desk, like back at home now. So, but that's one of the last ones that remains, and I'll have to go and pack up as well. Cool colored model of the Maverick car. Yep. Alright, and I will quickly show off the other cool cloth poster. I mean, these cloth posters are so cool. The fact that I have to show off the other one. How can I not? Give me a sec. Roll this bad boy. Alright, I don't know how well this is gonna show on camera, but this is the Hunter x Hunter one, which I could have hung up, but never got around to it. So you got like some of the people from the Greed Island like arc of the show here around the bottom, and you got Gon and Killua, and then Bisky, I think is her name, and you got Halaska and Gon's dad, and some of the spiders in the background there. It's overall a really, really cool poster, nice coloring work and everything of like Killua's lightning thing and Gon's whole fist thing. Yeah. Pretty cool cloth poster. Overall. Alright. See, I wish I could have like shown you guys the room like with like the plushies in there and everything, see how crazy I was like with plushies, but you can just see how crazy I was alone, like just by all the bags of plushies that I have with me here. They're ridiculous. And one of the cool things too, it's like we went to a mall that actually has one of the only Pokemon plush stores actually like in North America, which is kind of crazy. The fact that I was actually like this close by, like at Cedarville, like I was not expecting that. Like what? But yeah, I ended up getting like I think like 4 or 5 new plushes like from there. Shocker of the century, and I'm probably gonna get at least one more before I leave this area for good when I show my sisters the mall. Yep. Is there anything else I have to show you guys? I think that's about it. I think I've shown off everything. Man, if we can try to peek out really quick. I don't know if I can, but I'll try my best. You guys want to see the hallway? I'll try to peek out as best as I can. I think I can do it. This is about as best as you can see. I can't really get it out more than that. Try. See if I can move it around there. This is not working. Yeah, I can't really extend it anymore. This cord's so tiny. Yeah, this is about as much as I can show you. Yeah, that's the room people right next door to me. Yeah. Which I can extend it out more and point it out a little more. But nope, unfortunately not. I cannot only extend so far. Yep, that's basically a bit of a room tour. It's one of the things that actually took me a short amount of time to do. Jeez. I've been talking for like 5 hours, guys. It's ridiculous. How does like 5 hours pass already too? I don't know. Alright. Get back in the chair. Alright. Now with good old room tour out of the way. There we go. Much better. Oh my gosh, guys. Sounds like a toddler bed. Oh, shush you. The beds are nice here, okay? Why do you think like college students are gonna get like these nice big king size like beds with like freaking like muscle massage like massage machines in them and like speakers in them and whatnot? No, we just get pretty average normal beds. So don't be judging the college beds. This is kind of how most college beds are gonna be like, unless you're going to an extremely fancy college or whatnot. All right. Let's see. Oh yeah, So this was another one I could quickly talk about. There's probably one in here I'm gonna like not really say much about either, but so the next topic I want to do is expansion of the university over my time here. So it's honestly kind of crazy how much like this university has expanded. Because before when I got here, like the business building wasn't a thing that was there. Like I still remember like the times where they had like a driveway, like a little like parking lot, like in that area, like where the business building is now. But that's completely gone, and it's crazy like that they fit like a big new building like within that like plot of land that they did. And on top of that too, like I said before, the food stuff is like changing. We're no longer Sting as way of Panda, and they also added the cafe as well with the business building. And I think also like during the time here too, specifically I remember actually recording videos like where we used to have like this tree and we hanged like this like tire like rope thing to it. And I remember actually like recording footage of it in that area. But that area is like completely different now. Like it used to just be like this big open like plot of land like here, like nothing there. Kinda barren. But they decided like to build a full big stinking new dormitory like in the backdrop there and it looks incredible. Like I was like, bro, big huge new dormitory there all of a sudden, like wow. Like that is crazy. Mm. And on top of that, I like, and also I think they also built like two other dormitories like too, throughout my time here, and the fact too that like I'm missing it, but we're having like the Chuck's expansion, and they also like updated like the bathroom because like the bathroom wasn't that good like originally in the SSC like on the upper floor, but they updated that and it looks extremely better now. And yeah, I just saw like a lot of little like nice improvements like here and there in other areas, and I'm just very impressed like with how much like money the college gets like besides from like tuition fees, like it gets like a lot of donations and a lot of support, and the fact too I think they're gonna have like a big new like history building too at some point. Also, I can't forget the fact they also had the athletic center like expansion too. They had like a big new expansion to that as well, and that was kind of crazy, and that was kind of crazy to see. So yeah, a lot of like this college definitely was expanding a lot throughout the 4 years here, and it doesn't look like it shows any sign of stopping. There's probably going to be when I maybe come back and visit here, one time, sometime in the future, maybe. And the other thing too, like with the SSC, like when we enter that, there never used to be like this really nice like silver like statue saying Cedarville University with like the our like mascot, which is Stinger. That was like there as well, and I'm like, bro. It's just, and also they made like a whole new patio area too, because like one area like the patio was definitely not like that before, but they completely like revamped like this patio area, and it looks so good now. And yeah, it's just like so many like awesome improvements like for our campus that I was very impressed to like to see like as going throughout my time here, you know. Definitely the big one was the business building. And I'm curious to see what the new history building is gonna be like, and I think it's gonna be one of the new buildings because the like the visiting people like they have like a little like small area like for visiting people like in the SSC, and I feel like having a more larger area for those people would be a lot better. And I think with the new history building, they're also gonna have a much better greeting area for people to go to. So that'd be cool to see. So I'm excited to see like what the expansion of Chuck's is gonna look like and what the new history building is gonna be like, and then on top of that, like what other new like expansions they're gonna do on top of that. So yeah, that'd be great to see. And also too, throughout chapel, they had like multiple different like sets that they would like setups that would have like as like a backdrop. Like either like they at one point they had like free screens of like lyrics, and they had like I remember one time they had like these big like cloth things like hanging down that looked beautiful, and they would like do like all these different types of lighting setups as well. It was like you had a lighting team and like the prop team like for like the stages like on chapel were also like really good. They did a very good job. Alright, I think that's basically it for that though. And I will say too, I can definitely 100% thank Cedarville for growing my relationship with God. I'm really hoping that the fact that like after leaving here, I can keep like with my like staying with my relationship with God. It was really awesome to learn like about Him more throughout all my like Bible classes, and again all those like Bible studies I was able to attend like throughout West and junior year. Unfortunately, there wasn't really any Bible studies at all like during my senior year here because there I didn't really do any. Kind of sucks, but oh well. And yeah, the only thing I kind of wish I'd done is actually genuinely like keep going to a church in the area more. But I was more like one of those people that just like watched my church's live stream, because like when you have live streaming and you don't feel like going to a church in an area, like you can just watch your church's live stream back while I'm at college, and I love their like services a lot. So I mean, kind of biased since I've been there for like my whole life, but yeah, that's the kind of one thing I wish to do, because I only like visited one like a church like in the area only once, and then after that I just kept watching the church, my church back at home live stream. And that was bad of me, and like Cedar kept encouraging many times like go find a local church in the area, and I never really did that, so that's bad on me. But still, I felt like I know a lot more things about God now that I definitely did not know before, and I'm really excited to keep like continuing my journey with faith, and hopefully I can look back at this from 10 years from now and say like, oh my gosh, like I'm really happy where I am like spiritually. All right. Well, guys, I need to like take like a breather, bro. Oh my gosh. I think I'm gonna go quickly fill up my water. When I get back, it is time for probably a section that you guys are gonna be excited about me going through. We are gonna go through the YouTube journey throughout college. Took 5 hours to talk about my experience in college, but now we're gonna probably take another couple hours here. Probably stay till like 1 in the morning, most likely now at this point. Talking about my YouTube journey. So I'm really upset the fact that all this like college talk took me like 5 hours to do, but I still definitely want to talk about YouTube journey wise, because man, these like there's a lot that happened around my journey on YouTube, and I'm excited to go through it for you guys. On top of that, I'll also show you guys. I'll show off the 3 different channels of like stuff that we've gone through throughout my time here at college: mainstreaming and worship channel. Then on top of that, we'll also go through some video projects. I'm not gonna watch them all the way through. I'll just kind of give you analysis and like I'm gonna give you more like details of what happened during that, since I'll still remember it. And then if you have any time for questions you want to generally ask me at the end, you can ask me for that, and then I'll give any final reflections on college life, and give you like what I recommend this university, which I think you already know the answer to that, but yeah. Alright, I'm gonna go fill this up really quickly, and with what voice that I have left, I'm gonna try to power through it, because again, I want this to have a video that I can look back on, and I want to power through. You know, my voice is killing me right now, but I'm gonna get through this, alright? Alright, I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. Looks kind of like a bed. Are you like you're watching the stream right now, Harold? Alright. Got my water. Says we have 2 people watching. Who's currently watching the stream right now? you want to reveal yourself. Also, fun thing is I always keep looking around the stream that I accidentally dropped orange chicken on my good gravy shirt, which of course is white, so the stain is definitely noticeable. So I dropped it on my shorts as well, but that doesn't look as noticeable now, but it's very noticeable on my freaking white shirt though, unfortunately. Alright. Before I go into this here, I want to quickly message somebody. I don't think they'll be able to join, but whatever. With reminiscing stream. I'm getting a bunch of new messages. I'm starting a Discord group. Alright, I don't care. They're just having random stupid conversations. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through this alright here, but God, I don't talk this much, for 5 hours straight. I did not realize I would probably be talking for this long. Oh God. Alright. Let's push through this, shall we? Alright. Time to stop looking at my ugly mug and let's start looking at our screen here. So I had these prepared in the background for a while, like in the video here, to finally get to this point. Sad it took me 5 hours to get to this point, but oh well. So I'll just kind of scroll through and so the first video that I did for the main channel specifically was that video right there. The first 2021 CU Chapel, CU University Chapel Sonics 8/15/21. Just for time's sake, I was thinking of if I had more time, and I actually got to this a lot quicker, I would have played some of these videos for you guys. But since you've been doing this for so long and I'm starting to get really exhausted and I still have to do some packing, I'm just gonna scroll through this stuff, and there's some things I want to talk about, and I'll go and talk about it. So you see I uploaded a lot. So this was also at the time too when I was doing everything on the main channel. This obviously started changing I think in sophomore year, but starting Cedarville I was still doing everything on the main channel though. So all these worship videos, all the streams, the edited stuff. So a lot of the first Cedarville videos were chapel videos. Then we got to some fun highlights, because I remember I was playing Geometry Dash in the beginning of the year. This is one of the highlight videos I'll talk about. That's the Nathan and William that I really like. Karma kills Scorpio's chart so hard. Okay, I know I said I wouldn't go into some of these videos here, but I think this would be a nice way to... there's some videos that I generally just really want to look into. Again. So yeah, I'll play a little bit of this here. This does give me such nostalgia now, bro. I can't believe it's been... How has this been since September 5th, 2021? It literally feels like yesterday that I did this. What the heck? Play it, damn it. Rude. YouTube doesn't want to play it.
What the heck? How'd I get a big green shell there? This game is so good.
Let's go! Let it go! The comeback is real!
I'll also say... Yeah, I can't even pause because it's lagging so much. The heck, bro? I hate when YouTube lags like this. So funny thing, looking back at my editing back then, bro, the way I did the glow and everything and the shadowing, it cringes me so bad now looking back at this. I've definitely improved overall with my text design and just making things more visually appealing, but yeah, the glow around the text and everything, it just looks weird. I don't like it, but anyways, yeah, this is a great funny moment here.
The comeback is real.
The comeback is real. The comeback is.
Oh, I'm so sad.
Oh, I'm so sad.
William Rex.
Stop hitting me.
No.
No.
I'm a child.
I'm
I'm
literally
never
a minor.
kidding.
It makes it more fun.
Oh, so you have fun hitting minors? Okay.
Yes. Because
Yeah.
children
Keeps
Oh
hitting you.
my gosh, how mighty fallen.
How the mighty.
My
My
coins,
coins,
they
they
disappeared. No, sticky.
This is one of like the first edited videos that I did
Oh
at
my
college
gosh,
too.
It's a massacre.
It's still good going back to it. Oh man.
Yes!
High specified by the way.
titled someone.
Welcome back here.
I'm Pete Baby Barb.
I'm not
Last. Oh, never mind.
Last.
Like, oh, I'm not last. I had a
yes,
victory.
nice.
I just got
That's Ben talking in the background. Yes,
the
nice.
comeback there.
No!
Hey, damn it.
Hold on, my YouTube page is lagging so bad. Dude, I honestly need to make another one of these videos again. I miss making these videos. Oh, it sucks I haven't made one of these in a while. These are like, so basically back then I would make these like funny edited compilations of like maybe like videos me and Mario would do together, and it's just a rage compilation. And like, oh my gosh, bro, these videos were so much like fun to these videos were so much fun to make. Like, I haven't made one of these videos in so long. I really wanna make another one of these videos again at some point, but I just don't know when I would get the time to though. What's like a really good moment in this video here? Oh, here's a little fun thing you can do in Ghost of the Galaxy that Mario showed me.
Hey, I am right.
What?
You gotta see.
You see
you
my
gotta
screen,
check
see my
this
screen
thing
for
out.
that. So it loops around this
looping
planet.
around and eventually you'll die.
You can just
Yeah,
die.
hold on. It's gonna happen. Yes! Yes, it worked! It worked!
I love doing slow-mo so much, making his voice sound different.
I discovered that myself.
He keeps dying like an idiot.
God damn it.
No, gosh damn it.
No, what the?
No, what the?
I'm not sure. Oh shit, I just did the exact same thing you did! God damn it.
Gosh damn it. What was another great moment from this? Hold on. There were some other really funny moments in other things. No. Like this one's not personally one of like the best highlight reels like off of Mario, but he does have some good funny moments in this though. Oh, it's so much fun to look back at this. I think he sucked at this part here specifically. It was bad.
Okay. Like I said, I just died immediately.
Oh my god.
How am I alive? How am I alive? How am I alive? You should see the clutch that I had in my stream. Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ! No!
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 No! God damn it.
Oh, the Donkey Electric music.
What the hell is happening? Oh my god, where am I? Oh my god, what is happening? Oh my Jesus, okay, please, direct me.
What is that? I'm like, what? I'm like so confused in the background.
Oh my god, go forward.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Skating on the ice! The ice has always been here!
It's actually plasma blocks.
Actually, plasma blocks. God, those videos give me such nostalgia, bro. And this was also back at the time when I was uploading all the Tome stuff. Some Minecraft uploads here. Oh, that was one of the first. Okay, so now actually I can talk about this one because this was probably up there with one of my least favorite amusement park trips that I had. I'm not gonna watch the video specifically, but the reason why this trip was bad was because I got a hella like verbal beatdown like from our RA, because basically what happened was I really wanted to like end off the day like strong, and we had to like get back to the dorm within like a certain time, and like we were supposed to meet up like back in the front of the park like at this certain time, and like I was like stuck in the Millennium Force line, and I was like getting up like to the station, so like I was gonna be riding it soon, and I'm like, I'm not missing out on a Millennium Force night ride just to go meet you guys at the front of the park. Like F that, like I'll take whatever verbal beatdown I get, and it was incredible too because Millennium Force night rides are insanely good. And so I mean, it's honestly my fault I got a verbal beatdown, but honestly though, like I never even like too like there was like a point like in the trip too like where we divided up like and did like different things, and like nobody even like decided to come with me like whatever I wanted to go and do, so I was like out by myself. So like all the blame like when I ended up arriving back up like in the front of the park was on me. And it was just not fun to like keep getting, because like I get it, like yes, give me a verbal beatdown, like, but don't be giving me a verbal beatdown for like 20 minutes straight, because he was like literally like railing into me, like making it seem like what I did was one of the worst things ever. And we ended up being fine getting back to the dorm like back in time before the curfew like that night. So it's like this wasn't even like that big of a deal, making me feel like I'm like the worst like person like on planet Earth right now. But nah, he made me feel like that, and I did not like that at all. So, yeah, I don't know, so all the RAs that I've had too at the dorms, Dominic was not one of my favorites. And the weird thing too, actually, I think like, I don't know like why he was on campus, but I actually saw him randomly sitting on a chair. Like, I'm like, bro's already graduated, like, what are you doing back at Cedarville? I didn't talk to him or anything, but I was like, that was weird to see Dominic again after all this time. Like, I thought he was like freaking like gone from Cedarville. Like, what the heck is he doing back here? He's probably like there for like some business like thing, show like, oh, graduates are like doing good in like in businesses and whatnot, blah blah blah. Anyways, that's that whole story there. Yes. So one of the two jazz concerts I went to. This was mainly for an Intro to Humanities like assignment. And all the Tome RPG uploads. Oh yeah, remember all these. More worship stuff. The Maze completion video, Death Ghost Racer's a Halloween coaster, Spookfest thing. We'll get into that for streams. Yeah, all the worship stuff, updates, more worship stuff, reaction to Hope. Oh, so that's when the final Glitch Tale episode came out, huh? Gotcha. Royal Republic Back from the Dead lyric video and Ratatata. Wow, 1,000 views and 2,000 views now. Not bad. Comic-Con video. Beating Cynthia up. Here's one of the college projects. There's that. All coins winning attempt. Some of the challenge things that we did for Mario Galaxy. Those are pretty cool. Oh, and all the Linkin Park tier ranking videos. Oh yeah, like Hybrid Fury, Meteora, Minutes to Midnight, Thousand Suns. Oh, this is a great video here. Hold on, we're gonna check this one out here. I don't give a frick. Like Ben playing Security Breach was such a fun video to make.
I tried to go hide and I hit the distraction instead.
Yeah, I don't think she's gonna get very distracted when she sees you or anything.
Yeah, again, see, we did like a lot of things together, and like Ben was even like joining stuff with me, like when he wasn't even my roommate in the West.
I actually had a lot of trouble with that. Okay, that's actually
Chica being rigged.
what is her like movement pattern?
That's a good place to stop.
No.
I'm like, no, that's not a good place to stop. I'm making you do one more
Bruh.
bruh.
She seems to pure right over.
Yeah, Ben's such a fun guy to hang out around. Just go.
Oh.
I'm gonna go to like where he's in like the thing here.
It's not past my bedtime. I don't have a bedtime.
from what the freak.
Kind of already here. No, I don't bounce around this video.
I will follow yellow.
Okay, so turn around and start going up. Right. There's turn right there.
Yeah, I was helping him a lot.
Oh yeah, there you go. Try to remember that. There you go. Yes, do it. That's what you like.
Wait, am I done?
Yep, you did it.
Oh my freaking god.
Oh my freaking god.
Original FNAF games is like there, right?
Oh yeah, I should show you this
Oh, yeah,
cover.
also,
Yeah.
like, oh my god, run. Shit.
Freaking
So,
out.
something you do if you want to like have them not like be running after you is there's like these little cans and stuff you can knock over.
Yeah, I remember that from earlier. Okay.
It's distracting.
Clean up.
Bruh, where are you?
Oh, he's right there.
That's weird.
That's
Alright,
weird.
I'll-
I deviated from my normal path that I did last time because I was trying to remember controls. Okay,
Controls.
this is where I was
Okay,
last
keep your
time.
light on.
A pain. But
There
also a
we go, here's the
blessing.
first one.
Yep.
There we go. I remember that bad boy. Oh, there's one right there. How do I get to it? Oh, freak, I don't know.
That's a complicated one to get to. It's not very obvious. There's like
Oh, I just did a circle.
you just hit a circle. Yeah, go back up there.
Ben getting lost in the
Maybe I should
freaking
I
maze.
think I remember where to get lost.
Maybe I should also add that I am not a PC player.
He's out of PC. Yeah, it definitely shows.
Huh, wow, would you look at me?
He's doing so good, guys. So give him some big claps in the comment section.
Bruh, I'm right by the one that I. Oh, wait, no. Okay.
Bro, I'm right by the
Ah,
one.
ah,
That one.
there we go.
Oh, another one. Not bad. I think so. There's one more on that side. You have to go to the other side too to get one.
Bye.
Oh, you're looking very.
Oh, look at Mr. Moon, man.
I hope so. That gives me more time.
He's just staying there. Oh, you know
Simple reactions.
Bruh, don't punish me. Punish the children.
Yeah, Gregory's not.
He's a minor. There's a difference.
He's a minor. Minor, that's it. Oh,
I'm literally a minor.
oh god.
Why? There we go. I'm just going in circles and I bet everyone's like, yes, yes, I am, okay? I'm only 20. Just joking.
I guess
Just
it's
let
the
him.
can problem. Making it more enjoyable for you.
Bruh. Yeah, this is a fun, enjoyable video that I had fun. Just like having fun, like zooming in on his face when he says like certain things. There's also a fun part like where he's like in the vents trying to get to like one of the next areas. He kept getting killed by Music Man a lot, and our conversations was fun during that.
Ah, so when I tried to run, oh, it was behind me. Oh, I thought he was in front of me, so I was like, oh, I think I'll go under there.
Yeah, that's cool. Like, the way like how like a camera like angle is like in there, so
Yeah.
it kind of like distorts like.
I don't like
under-
him, though.
Yeah, that thing is called Music Man.
No bueno. All these robots
Music
I
Man.
think that's acceptable.
Yeah, that's kind of like the idea. They animatronics are meant for kids and stuff like that, but when they malfunction, it's
Ah, it was behind me. Alright.
Jump. There you go. Yeah, you got it. Slide.
Oh. Ah!
But it doesn't work.
You work.
Dysfunctional security breach.
Just Beethoven's Evil Symphony.
Can be
No, Symphony.
No, the bigger version of it, white are people aren't a big fan of, so. Little guy.
Oh, Frank.
Brick.
Why aren't you running? Wow.
No, get in. Well, I think you couldn't get in because you weren't crouching.
I think what happened is I went too far to the left, so when I jumped, I just hit the side. And I was like, wow, let me readjust. So I went and hit the right side instead of the left side. Genius me.
I think this is something that you need to say.
Hashtag
It's like,
certified
all the way over there,
genius,
put it
Ben.
back in place. Like, come on.
Chuck E. Cheese go bankrupt.
Maybe. I mean, I don't really keep track of that, though.
I thought one of the
Talking
biggest
about
things
Chuck E. Cheese.
They were like, oh, you lost Chuck E. Cheese. Oh my gosh.
That's so tragic.
Like, they acted like that was the worst thing that came out of the pandemic. Like,
Worst thing came out of pandemic, Chuck E. Cheese. We lost Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, that wasn't my worst.
Honestly, we're
There you go. There you go. Now slide decides to work. Yeah. It's just like, I didn't want to work for you like those other couple of times, but I don't want to work now. That was a fun little slide.
It was, except I don't know what. Yeah.
What is it going to be?
Yeah, that's a fun video. May not be like maybe like the most like enjoyable to like a casual viewer, but it's enjoyable for me just to remember the fun things that we did then. Yeah, all the different tier rankings I did for all the Linkin Park albums. Seems like out of the bunch, Hybrid Fury did the best, which that makes sense. Meteora's pretty close behind though. Not bad. More roller coaster stuff. There's the Last Minute Mayhem, and this is a lot of summer stuff here, so we're just gonna skip over that. Now here's one of the big changes here. So this is I think this is kind of So this is the one video I was talking about that Alan was a part of, like the Mario Kart Highlights freshman crew. I was a sophomore at that time, but I think the dorm had like I was one of the few sophomores in the dorm. While there was like a bunch of freshmen like in there, and Alan was one of them. That's the only video that Alan was a part of. Definitely I'll have to check out some of these videos again. These are some of the videos I did of Jesse, and I'm pretty sure Joe is in one of these as well too, so we'll definitely have to check that out. But this video specifically here changed. So this is like this is around the sophomore year when I decided to actually split up the channels. Like that's when I divided up like worship music like into its own different channels. So like one of the last worship uploads was not too long ago. Actually, maybe I split the worship channel a lot earlier than I think. Yeah, this is one of the last worship uploads right here. For Cedarville specifically, and then after that, yeah, no more worship stuff. I think I split the channel off there, but then streaming wise, I think I think this is probably the main announcement, like where I decided to split things off streaming wise. So yeah, and I think I was also trying to get a lot of advice to you guys on how to like improve the channel and whatnot. I might do a video like that again sometime here soon, like asking you guys how to like things you would love to see, like improvements related to the channel. But yeah, that's when I like did the huge announcement though that I wanted to split off streaming stuff to its own streaming channel, and I'm glad that from my like rest of sophomore year and then junior and senior year, the streaming channel grew overall pretty nicely. So I'm grateful for you guys for that. Let's go completely. Let's go look into these guys here really quick. I wanna look back at these. Again, I loved making these highlight reels back then. I'm sad I haven't made one in so long, but I just haven't had the time. I hope that now I'm like gonna be in my adult life and have a lot more time like available to me. Hopefully, I'll be able to make a couple more of these. Man, dude, this is like I don't want to get rid of my tabs, but like man, these are loading so slowly. Jeez. So yeah, I can see there's Jesse. So yeah, I can see how like GAC there like has like his computer where he's playing Fog. Like so I was talking about like how he lays into bed and he has his like TV where he can play video games or like watch any shows. Like that was like his setup. And again, everybody's thought that I was whatever a fan of this football team, but no, it's just this freaking big cloth thing that he hung up in the room. We're together. I think one of the epic things is I made like one like the last highlights where I actually got a win. Like I made it like very epic in this one here. But actually was skipped here. Yeah, I added like 12 like a Union Beyond Manual machine. This was back to when I first started playing Fall Guys. Like you can see I'm just the green though. I didn't have like any outfits or anything. We'll do another Fall Guys stream at some point. It's been a long time since I've done a Fall Guys stream. JC's the guy in the orange. Again, I'm just making this like way more epic than it needs to be. JC gets out there. Fallen hero. Again, I still don't like my text editing like back then, but you can see progressively it's starting to get a little better. This is still kind of like more my lousy like work. I don't know how the heck I didn't die there. They can see me wearing the Lord is Good shirt in this here. That was one of the free shirts that we got at Chapel one day. This cat person was trying to grab me, bro. stock guy in there like still around. Yeah, this is like a long standstill, bro. I was like, bro, I'm gonna make this like extremely epic. And the music like picks up here towards the end.
Let's go! Yes! Oh yes! Let's go! Yes!
The doubles matches, nice.
Oh my gosh!
Epic music playing in the background, classic. Oh god, this is when they had the space map, dude. I remember like I was playing these space maps all the time, bro. Oh dude, this is one of the best Fall Guys highlights right here. Watch this. Insane clutches. This is I think a lot of more highlights with me and Mario when we were playing Fall Guys like constantly at the
Our
time.
teammate gets some and we'll get them, basically. It's high game. No, we're
I hate
now.
tail tag so much, but this moment is like legendary Fall Guys highlight right here.
That's not good at all. Okay, then you're getting chased by that guy.
Come on, dude. Over here.
Keep juking him. No, bring him to me. Shit. No. Oh my god.
No, you jinx! No, I got jinx!
No.
No.
Shit,
Mario's
shit,
perspective.
No.
Mario's
Fuck.
pissed.
Oh my me, no. Oh my god.
How did he not get jinxed there, bro?
Oh my god.
Mario's so high pitched right here.
Wow, Mario, you clutched that, dude.
Oh my gosh, like he's like no, they're all on me, no, oh my gosh, dude, yes, no way. Priceless Mario reactions. Hold on, I gotta listen to this.
You gotta hit that one. I'm trying, I got it. I got one.
Anti-gravity soccer, interesting.
Revive, here. We won.
No, fuck.
We won. Let's go.
Go on this side, you go on that side.
No, you go forward.
Is there anything else good out of this video here?
Got one.
Oh yeah, I do tip-top finale, bro.
So we got the.
I miss doing these.
You got it. They're doing really bad.
Oh my god, dude. No way.
I saw you jump on this one here.
Fuck no. No, they're doing really good. They found the last one.
There they are. Gosh damn. They gotta get
All
this
the way
here.
to the end. I think this was like the far end.
No, oh, it's on the far side. It's on the far side.
No, I feel like his reaction to that crazy Fall Guys moment
They're
is
middle two,
much
middle
better.
two. Shoot. I'm getting that right now.
No, fuck. No.
No. I love his little no.
Dude, I'm here.
No, fuck.
I might make it.
I clutch this, bro.
We get it?
Yes! Oh my god.
The clutch, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, we didn't close that up.
I dove up there and I just jumped at it.
I thought for sure you lost that.
I know, I fucked some.
Yeah, we had a lot. Me and Mario, like back then, we played like Fall Guys like all the time. And I also had a video where I was showcasing the Hatsune Miku skin when I finally got that after all the hard work working to get that. Haunt vlog. Oh god, that haunt vlog. Yeah, let's definitely talk about that really quick. Actually, I have to go to the bathroom again here pretty quick. I don't know why I have to go to the bathroom so quickly, but the haunt vlog there specifically was also one of my worst visits, like to Kings Island. Because one, we went on a Saturday, like during a huge busy haunt season, so it was absurdly packed that day. And for some reason, my group didn't want to ride like any of the rides like after a bit. Like they just wanted to go and like do carnival stuff. So I was like, what the frick? I don't want to do carnival stuff. Carnival stuff sucks. So, like, you don't want to amusement parks like this for carnival games. You go for the world class roller coasters. So I think I remember like I ended up like splitting off from them like a few times, and then I wanted to get a night ride on the Beast, but I think from how I remember, I think this was this visit. Yeah, it was this visit. I remember actually like so first I was like at this group with Orion, and when like once I was with the group with Orion, I wanted to go in front row, but nobody in the group wanted to go in front row. So I was like, well, just wait for me one train, and then we'll meet up after that. No, they didn't even end up waiting for me at all. They just ditched me after that. So I was like, dude, what the frick? I got ditched immediately, like from my group. And then I went to ride Windseeker, which I got on a decent time, and it didn't actually break down. I wasn't stuck up there for an hour, so that's good. And then I think I attempted to meet up with another group, and that group at the time, like, I think Venture Express opened up immediately, so we rode Venture Express. And then they wanted to ride Orion, but then the line, obviously, like, since it's more later in the day, it got significantly longer. So I had to wait for Orion again, so that kind of sucked. Because I'm like, well, I don't want to ride Orion again, but I'm like, I don't want to be alone with other group, I guess. But then after the fact that they rode Orion and I had to wait like an hour for it, then they wanted to do carnival games, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Why the carnival games? Like that was like my least favorite word of the day. Those were like my least two favorite words. So then I think I went off by myself again to ride Bad Luck Stunt Coaster. I remember there was some weird creepo that was like nearby me in the waiting line. I did not really like him that much, and I was like, I can't wait to get out of this waiting line because I did not like this guy that much. I waited like 75 minutes for Bad Luck Stunt Coaster. That sucked. And then I was like, well, since I'm barely able to ride anything, I must like at least end up the nicely, do like the Beast at night. And the whole group is saying like, okay, well, you can go off to ride it, but if we want to go like at this certain time, you have to be there with the group. And I was waiting in the Beast like line for the night ride, and then like literally because they said like they were gonna leave at I forget exactly at what time, but I thought it was like plenty of time. I'm like, yeah, I should be able to get like through this line here about an hour and a half and like get to ride the Beast at night. That's easily one of the most legendary night rides ever. But no, they wanted to go back like to the dorm like a lot earlier than they said the time was, and I was like, dude, what the hell? And luckily enough, the group that ditched me in the morning was actually in the line with me at the time. So so instead of me having like to get out of the line, I was able to at least get that. Cause like from a whole miserable experience, I did not want to miss out like on another like really good like roller coaster night ride. But I was happy the fact I'm not getting a whole yelling beating by like by some like leader of a group this time around. It just sucked that we barely got on anything because like we decided to go on one of the busiest like days during Haunt, which is a fantastic idea. Yeah, it just kind of sucked, but whatever. But yeah, that was definitely like the sophomore and freshman year like Kings Island visits were terrible, and no, they just weren't good. Want spooks, you got them. Apparently there was actually 2 haunt visits. Oh, I think that one in October was actually, I went with my dad, I think. That one was a lot better because we had Fastlane that day, but specifically that one on the 8th, that was a terrible visit. That's when I started working on Millennium Friday, and eventually it transitioned over to no longer doing stuff streaming-wise. This is a fun little video here, too. We can show a little bit of... And I did a lot of like highlight videos of Mario back then. This is when we thought it was a good this is when we thought doing a raid battle like when like our Pokemon were severely underleveled. Was a good idea. Excalibur. He just one-shot me. Here, I'll just play in the background while I'm... Ooh, we definitely have to watch that one, too. I'll be back. You listen to Mario suffering.
I'm just gonna cheer. I boosted your guys' attack. And I'm dead instantly again. This is going horribly wrong. This is pseudo thing. There's like this getting no damage. The time is going
This whole raid battle thing went terribly wrong. We barely put a dent into Excalibur.
I mean, I took me 15 seconds to go with that. I need 20 seconds for revival. Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, this video here too. I had so much fun putting this one together. This is actually the one Pokemon stream highlight I've ever actually made because it was such a good moment within the stream that like I had to make it. Yeah, look at all the people who used to watch my... all the crazy amount of people who watched my Pokemon streams back then. Ah, yes. Oh, the Pokemon diggers. Oh, yes, the memories. Memories. Oh, let me see if the Firefox page will let me in the next 5 years. Yeah, so this is just me going through the wheel of names and just seeing the chat's reaction and like going through it. I had fun editing this. There's a reason why this is one of the most popular. Like, you see how many people like who entered into the wheel of names here, bro? Like, to potentially win a Pokemon. Like, that's crazy. The hell are you guys thinking? Well, to be fair, the 5-star, the 5-star terror raid thing, we were doing like at the very beginning of the game while someone like in our party was like very far into it. So it was a terrible idea from the start, but we're just like, eh, why not for the lulz? They made a fun stream highlight of Mario just raging.
I'm sorry, Robert. The wheel's like, my name is Mr. Wheel Fortune better than you, so get out of here.
Wheel Torture's like, get fricked. Oh, Baku, moderator discrimination continues. Classic Wheel mod discrimination. We did it, man, these streams. Oh yeah, you definitely weren't around at this point. You joined more of my junior year streams. This is like sophomore and like freshman year. Weird names, get out of my freaking wheel. Me making comments of text like after every spin. Get clapped, boy. I like the font choice that they use because it fits really well with like the Scarlet and Violet text. Zigging out like a zigzagoon. That's actually a good one. Bro, moment. I'm playing Core from Undertale in the background. It's funny.
Oh, you shouldn't be scared now, Star Jumper. I'm sorry, but you jumped your stars have jumped all the way across the galaxies of Mario Galaxy, so...
Went all the way to Gusty Garden. Yeah, me doing my fun, like, trash talking. The wheel. I forgot I played the sound clip there. We're roasted. Start off with these giveaway streams because they might was out of business, but then I found music donations after that, and the rest is history. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh god, I miss the small Pichu. He used to be one of like my good moderators on my streams. He no longer really comes on them though. I'm too small. The force is not with Luke. Facts.
I like coffee more than soda. Get out of here. That soda tastes nasty.
Wheel being a coffee lover, real.
Specification. I'm sorry, but the wheel said no. No, you don't have to satisfy the specification of winning.
I think I'm playing Death by Glamour in the background. Me play my Undertale soundtrack. Video doing qualities about what just happened. Well, he says weird looking names, no winning. Yep. Probably Stabby's still in there. Stabby should have got removed a long time ago.
Oh, I'm sorry, Froman, once again.
Bro, I make a Bring Me Horizon joke here.
You're not having the crown this time around.
My friend! Oh, here goes Stabby. I'm just talking about it.
Discrimination of moderators, see those continue. I'm sorry, Stabby, Deputy
RIP. The moderator discrimination never stops. Oh, the finale theme playing in the background. That's actually a really fitting theme for getting to the end here. You can tell I just had a like Wheel of Names is by far one of my most favorite things to do as like a competition, and my chat like still loves doing this. Like if I ever like get back to the Pokemon Giveaways again, you bet I'm gonna be doing wheel stuff.
I'm sorry, Xavier, but that's why I don't know the name. I guess we don't like that. It's down between Mystic, Jasmine, Unknown, and RS Gaming.
Put your bets in the chat.
Who we thinking, Chad? Who's gonna win?
Probably might be my sound quality.
Put your bets in the chat right now. Put your bets in the chat.
I think I showed chat here.
Put your bets in the chat. Xavier. Xavier's not on the wheel anymore.
Xavier's not even on the wheel anymore. Yeah, my chat replay. Even RS Gaming is like yelling Mystic. Nah, I'm shaking so hard. Mystic I really miss as a guy, as one of the viewers. I think he actually eventually got moderator, but he's no longer really on the channel anymore. Look at this, by the way. Look how many subscribers I had. 193. This was uploaded when? Can I check my description for goodness sake? December. Stupid freaking jokes. This is back in December 2022. I had 190 subscribers. I'm at now like 1,000, like 460 something. I love the Zootopia clip.
Bruh.
And watch the chat reaction to this. Me and Stabby's like rooting for Mystic.
Congratulations to RS Gaming for winning the 10 Pokemon.
And not Mystic.
Congratulations.
Look at everybody's rage.
Pokemon. Mystic, you were so close.
Oh, fail. No. Ungare AF. No way, man. Mystic, you're still a winner in our heart.
Come on, get some love for RS Gaming.
There's no love. Rigged the moderators, bro. Rigged. Good game, bro. Man, lost me still one alright. I'm gonna riot. Boo, Mystic won. Rigged, Mystic should've won. Look how many likes I got in this too. I have 92. Like this just goes to show the power of Pokemon giveaways. This has 24 viewers watching, and the fact that the matter has 92 likes. I never get that high of numbers on music recommendations. Like what the heck, bro? There's a reason why. Like when Scarlet and Violet was out at the time, I was like, that's how I'm gonna grow my streaming channel, because if I'm getting like numbers like that, 839 views during the stream, plus also like all these likes as well. It's like, bro, like that's like crazy. Like of course I was like, I went like, that's why I ended up doing like so many like freaking Pokemon streams like overall, because they pulled in like easily the best amount of views for me, like without a doubt. This is the London trip. Oh gosh, I remember Undertale OST. Ah yes, this is when I was obsessed with the Titan boss fight theme songs here. Oh yeah. Oh, rematch death. Oh, another highlight reel. Hell yeah. Oh yes, lyric videos, baby. Let's get it. Let's check this out. I probably really should stop checking all these videos here, but bro, I want to relive my nostalgia, bro. And this is helping me regain my voice back, because I'm not talking as much. This is probably one of my like second, well, maybe like my third favorite lyric video I've made of all time, underneath like the one I recently just uploaded, Heavy is the Crown, and then Breakthrough It All for the Mighty Striker movie. I probably should make this because I want to try not get copyright. Yeah, for my standards for making a video like this, like, was really good. Like, combining all these, like, clips together was definitely not an easy thing here, but, yeah. It's all the different, like, footage that I used, like, throughout this here. Yeah. Welcome to the mind of a different kind, where we've been going someday. And this is all made of KineMaster too. Like, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. And I think, like, specifically for Undefeatable, why I like this one a lot more than the Find Your Flame one. And actually, I'll probably just listen to the audio. It just feels weird not listening to this without the audio. I'll just mute whatever copyright claims I get later. Yeah, for freaking, like, KineMaster standards, like, and this is all using, like, footage from, like streams that I've done. And, like, of the Henry Stickmin fight, like, sped up, like, bro, like, why does the Henry Stickmin fight go so much, like, harder? Like, why does it go so hard with the Henry Stickmin, bro? Like, what the heck? Especially at the end here. I love the end of, like, this video here. Little Sans fight. Meeting Sans for the first time. Mario. Again, sorry my video's taking forever to load. Like the overlapping videos, like, it's so cool. Judy in the background with Castle Crashers. Lex going crazy. 3D World of Origami King. And going back to, like, the Titan fight, like, at the end. Like, I'm so happy about that video turned out. Oh, there's some really good. If you want some good Mario highlights, there's some great ones in here.
Oh, that's why. Okay, I should pause them. No, god damn it!
No.
What the? Okay, that's it. Excuse me! Oh my god. Get up there, you idiot.
What?
Oh! God, why? I knew I was gonna be fine. No backflip, you idiot! Damn it! No, I'm rushing again. I'm rushing it. Oh, yes, there we go. Oh my god. Yeah, get the key as soon as the button will move. Idiot.
Look at idiot.
I shook the controller.
I shook the fucking controller.
God damn it, Elgato.
I'm having to bleep all his swearing.
Whoa! What the hell? Oh my god. Oh, come on.
Oh, come on. Mario sucks at this. What you guys take it?
Oh, you did it again! It usually doesn't happen because I wasn't going in. There we go. Whoa, Jesus, I'm dead.
Boom.
Ow, no, I'm gonna die!
I'm gonna
I'm
die.
gonna die again.
Ah!
Oh, that's not it. That's not it at all.
Whoops.
It was it. Yes, I did it. I did it.
Death to get
Ow,
the skip.
Fire.
Ow. I like how I just include stupid moments like that. Like where he just gets hit in the freaking lava.
I did not think I was that far. Ow.
So far taking forever.
No, dude.
Oh, him raging at Red Star is hilarious. Mario sucks at Mario. He's really good at 2D Mario, but 3D Mario on the other hand, he might not be as good at. He hates the camera so much. He struggled so hard getting the red stars in the sky.
Oh my god.
my gosh, the camera. Oh my gosh, the camera. You can hear the pain in his voice. What is it? I can't see He's so bad. Oh my gosh, the camera. Yeah, I love Marcus Rage.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Wow!
Santucci.
That's what you call a speeder in the store right there. Did I hear?
He sucks at battling Fire Dino Piranha.
Why did you do that?
Why did you do that?
What the hell?
What's this here?
What?
Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Yes.
Big leg. I hot. I hot.
Oh my god, camera, Jesus. Oh my god.
Oh my god. He doesn't even have to kill this guy too, he's just wasting time.
What the? You can do that?
Yes.
You can do that?
Yes.
Yes.
What? You can do that?
Yes.
Yes. I didn't know you could actually do that, so that was a good speedrun strat.
Oh my god. You are not driving a Tomcat, okay? Oh my god. Ah!
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Oh, they fucking your camera. Oh, they thought of it. They thought, just like a one thing.
Oh my gosh. Oh, good memories. Yeah, my freaking Find Your Flame, one of the best parts is like the fact like when it's like in like the chorus part. Alright, see you later, Kieran. The fact that she's dancing. I really do need to like actually start getting through these more, even though yeah, I really like these freaking edited lyric videos I did for like the Titan boss fight themes. Bad Flower concert here. Alright. Oh my gosh, I love this stupid video. Oh my gosh, hold on. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna look through really quick. So many good blogs, but those are summer blogs. So what stuff do I really want to go into more detail on in a showcase? A lot here apparently. We'll get to the film stuff later. Mario Kart in real life. The Luigi Striker movie. If you want to check that out, if you haven't checked out the big movie that I made during my junior year, I highly recommend checking that out. Basically a huge like memorial, it's a whole like commemoration of my 10 years here in YouTube, like going from like all like the history of my channel up to this point and showing like memorable moments throughout. That's the Break For It All lyric video that was a part of that. And this is one of the first videos I did with Jesse before we were roommates. He had much more of a beard back then, like for sure. And this is all the summer stuff, so I'm not going to look into that. This is, I think, from one of my final years here at Cedarville. Yeah, most definitely. I didn't really upload a whole lot on the main channel this year. Had some vlogs of Jesse, and we did the King's Island a couple times, and then we did like a Magi Quest stream too. Uploaded some new Minecraft stuff. They did the Dollywood, went to Winterfest with Jesse, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Science Curse, and I started uploading the Undertale and Minecraft stuff, the Skillet Show, more Undertale and Minecraft, and yeah, this is basically up to present day here. Let's check out a couple of these other ones here really quick. Thinking of which one of us is in your 16 game this song called Find the Flame, and I found that I can't really mash it with I'm not surprised. Yeah, I highlight myself, but I'm more like going for like the Mario stuff. No, another 200 stupid ways to die. So wait, where's the Mario part? Can I look for the video? Find the flame, your flame. What a great, well, yeah, what a great, fantastic name, bro. So wait, is it just all me of highlights? Or Mario in the beginning? Huh, okay. And the 200 stupid ways to die, part 1. Oh, so where's part 2? Part 2 is funny. Because that has all the Mario rage. I'm not funny. Where's the Mario rage? No, that. Oh, yeah. Oh, here we go. Part 2. Yes, this is Mario's rage. Oh, this is hilarious. Oh, bro, the freaking glider thing is so funny. Oh, the mega. Oh, the. Oh, dude, okay, this is by far some of his most funny, like, Galaxy moments. I was so quiet on this one.
What the hell?
What the hell? Oh, this part here. Move! Hey, stop going backwards, you freaking asshole. Great. Oh my gosh. Backflip! Oh my gosh. He was that was like probably the most mad I've heard Mario in a while. He was pissed. What the fuck? No. I'm not good, Luigi. Thanks for asking. Don't worry, I got you, Mario. So why is the quality shit? Come on. I don't have to go to the freaking bathroom again, bro. I just went. Settings. Why is it free 60p? 1080. In my 1080 quality, baby. This is terrible quality. This is kindergartner quality here, bro. Come on. Oh my gosh. There we go. That was weird. Okay, what are some other good ones? Here, I can leave you with the freaking gliding highlight or Mega Hammer highlight.
That was like
5 million meters, huh?
Okay, that was.
Yeah, that was totally 5 millimeters away. Oh, Fire Dino Prod struggles. Oh yeah, you gotta well, watch this part. This part's great. If it'll actually skip to it. Well, whenever it skips to it, I need to go to the bathroom again. There we go. I'll do that.
May the force be with you. Whoa! Hey! Oh my God! Of course you can hit this. Hey! What the hell? Okay, wait. It's a different one now. Yeah, there's no point either. I didn't realize that. What? It's tail. What? I hit that, dude. I hit that. My God. I swear to God, there's my part. Like right there. I should have gotten hit there. It didn't hit me. Why? Okay. Hey, what the hell? Okay. There we go. Right. Oh my gosh, why are those guys in the worst position ever? Ah, fine. No, where's the point? Oh. Okay, got it. I did. You got it right. No, it's not bad. Hey, this fireball's really a pain in my ass.
Yeah, for that.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I can't hit him. I have no window to kill him. Dude. And I have to do it again.
This Galaxy now is going to sound like a Galaxy 3.
Not again. All the other times I hit that. And it doesn't hurt me. Now the one time it does hurt me. Oh, God. Again, dude. Stop me from being terrible. No. Hey, okay. Hey, turn around. What the hell? That was a hit. That was a hit.
I'm back.
That one hit. What? That hits him out. I swear to God, it's it.
Mario sucks at this.
Oh my God. I can't do it. Alright, face. Oh my God.
What?
There we go. Finally. Holy sh**. And what the hell? What the?
Okay, I don't know as much as I really do want to keep going through these videos here, I do need to like be done here in some time in the future. But definitely, I guess what I'll say here, I think I had enough fun time like watching these videos. The 200 Ways to Die, this was a really good compilation I had that included Joe. Would have loved to give to it, but unfortunately I don't have time. But that's a fun video to look back to as well. This is the hard mode thing of New Super Mario Bros. Wii, where we had a lot of like rage across both me and Mario. This is one of the first like speedrun things Mario has actually ever won. It was one of the last death montage things that I made on my channel, like, since, so that kind of sucks. This was all the glitches I was writing down as I was going for out and crashes, when I was doing, Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga with Rosie on the Switch. I made sure, like, to, like, count every single one of the glitches, like, it was crazy. And then this is Mario Kart Wii in real life. I highly recommend checking this out. Like, they have, like, Bryant there and Yoshi, that's Ben, S. Ethan and the Luigi, that's Elijah and Mario, that's Isaac, that's Brody. And he had a fun blue shell guy, all the different like courses I dressed up like around the hall, like Coconut Mall, DK Jungle, Bowser's Castle, whatnot. Really fun video put together overall, showcasing the event. So I highly recommend checking this out. I wish I could show it off, but I just don't have much time. But yeah, let's go into some memorable. So this is where streaming stuff started. I actually started the streaming channel doing a speed run with Mario CF. And some Deltarunes. First started playing Origami King, and this is when like I had too much text on my thumbnails. Like I 100% agree. My thumbnails back then were absolutely terrible. They were so bad. I did not like my thumbnails back then. They were just too wordy and too much like thrown on the screen at once. Did our whole New Super Mario Bros. U playthrough for with the deluxe, and then you had Mario Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, Rocket Slime, doing FNAF Security Breach, Lego, Harry Potter. Actually, there's a lot of summer stuff here, I think. Online sessions, had the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. We had the few Pokemon Diamond and Pearl shiny giveaways that I did. Not many. I only did like 4, and then I didn't do any more after that. Origami King, played Legends Arceus here. I was doing a lot of Manhunt like videos at the time since I was obsessed with Dreams Manhunts. Doki Doki Literature Plus. This is when I first started playing Sonic Unleashed, Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I did the blind speedrun of Mario 64. I wish I could have made a Rage compilation out of that. That would be a fun video to look back to and see how I could make a Rage compilation out of that. That was not one of Mario's favorite speedruns. He did not like going from Mario 64 with his janky controls. You're gonna Forgotten Land, all the Legends Arceus stuff, the Mario Galaxy Challenge run that I did with Mario. He did not like that. He really sucked at that one, but I think it was still a fun one to put together. Our big long playthrough, my first playthrough of Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga. Some Kirby Marathon stuff, more Sonic with Sonic Unleashed, finishing up Rocket Slime, more Kirby Marathons, speedrun Kirby Return to Dreamland with Mario. That was a 9-hour stream, holy balls. That's crazy. This was even like 8-hour stream, jeez, like we had way too much free time back then, holy crap. All the more Legends Arceus giveaways, Sonic Colors Ultimate, I think this is more summer streams, yeah. You can skip over these. Alright, yep, so then we got some Fall Guys, about a bunch of the online sessions that I did from my time in sophomore year. I did some streams of Ben, so we eventually transitioned to streams instead of making videos, for the Ben Plays Security Breach. Around all the different Minecraft building streams I did, played Splatoon. I only forgot I played Splatoon 3. Splatoon 3 was a fun game to go for. That was my first time trying out the Splatoon franchise. Went back to Geometry Dash and a little bit of FNAF 1. I never came back to that for some reason. Did FNAF 4 for the first time. And that was basically it for live stuff on the main channel. My last main channel videos was supposed to be the Halloween festivities. Then I switched over to doing streams on a streaming channel. But I ended up, because there was some stuff on the streaming channel, I guess that wasn't verified at the time, so I just did one more building stream on this channel here, then I transitioned over to the streaming channel here. So that was, mostly just sophomore year content here, and I think a little bit of freshman year streams as well, yeah. And then we had some shorts that I uploaded from my time here. I really did like a lot of the highlights that we had here from the Minecraft Survival series. Some I'll just mention because again I have been doing the stream for way too long and I want this to be over with, honestly. I do enjoy all the reminiscing and whatnot, but I highly recommend Sister Singing Hamilton. Minecraft, this is one of my favorite highlights, favorite shorts of all time here. This is Scarlet Raging at Villagers. And a lot of these just like Minecraft survival highlights are great. Like I love doing these. Me showcasing some of my coasters, and shorts, the whole Trouble the Casino series that we had going on for multiple parts, and then we had the case later on, in the series. Rainstorm, someone like freaking skateboarding in a pouring rainstorm for some god knows reason. Oh, and the highlights from newer Super Mario Bros. Wii. This for some reason ended up being one of my most popular shorts. So I guess I think out of all the shorts, this one's really quick. I'll show this one. This was a great highlight from the newer Super Mario Bros. Wii, Mario Raging. Because of death that he really should not have got him.
What?
I like all the
What? Excuse me? Mario's pissed off for some apparent reason. He really shouldn't be.
What? The miraculous lady
That's my ultimate prediction. Excuse me? Mario's pissed off for some
6
apparent
hours
reason.
later, I kind of at a point here where I have to kind of rush things along since I've been doing this for so long, but glad at least you're able to join for a little bit. The Mario Raging with the miraculous clips is freaking hilarious. The fact I got 25 likes too as a short is incredible. Yeah, a lot of the new, I had a lot of fun putting together the newer Super Mario Bros. Wii highlights. The Ramsey one too is freaking hilarious. Where Mario's just screaming what? Yeah, this will play it. This is why I'm trying to speed through these here, because I think my computer's dying.
Okay, yeah. Oh my god, apparently. How did that happen again? The same shit happened again. I jumped right from top of it. What the hell? What? Okay.
The Ramsey clips gets me every time. To be fair, he actually beat me in the speedrun in the end, but just seeing his failures and his reactions to his failures is phenomenal. Me highlighting a bunch of vlogs of Isaac there, his shorts. Yeah, this is when I actually was being decent and trying to upload a bunch of shorts until I started relying on you guys, which you guys have been very unreliable this whole month of April getting me shorts, but yeah. Yeah, I'll have to start again making my own shorts again, on the main channel. I haven't made a new short on the main channel in a good while. I'd love to still keep showcasing some more of my Minecraft creations for shorts. I think that'd be cool. Because a lot of these actually got a decent amount of views, surprisingly. A lot of amusement park reactions to certain stuff. Good times. And the Hershey Park visit where I met Jonathan. Oh yeah, this is a fun one. All the different takes we had to do for stolen money and running out of the room. I made him have to fall down so many times. What was that? The amount of takes I had to do with the falling. His leg gets pushed. Oh my gosh, that is freaking only my fans. How did this get 1.2k? I mean, it's Whooper actually. No question. That's actually exactly why this got whooped. I am not Meg. Do you remember this one? And me making more stolen money jokes. Only my fans would understand this joke. Yep.
When the Luigi Striker sees a new plush he wants.
Where's my money?
Where's my money?
When the Luigi Striker sees a new plush he wants.
Where's my money?
Where's my money? Love that short so much. When the Luigi Striker sees a new plush he wants. Where's my money? Oh yeah, Plants vs Zombies Delta and Phoenix Fright at Sonic Symphony. That was interesting. One of my other most popular shorts is Undefeatable at Sonic Symphony. Dude, Sonic Symphony was legendary, bro. I miss going to Sonic Symphony, bro. The boss of Mario raging at Mega Hammer. Oh, all the freaking Mario raging at and sucking at Mario Galaxy highlights. Oh my gosh. All different glitches, like highlights. There's some of the ones that Meg made, like in the end here. This was, I don't remember. Like, so when was the last short that I, like, freaking uploaded? This is me being dead inside and having to listen to Where's the Mute Button? I love that. I love that comic from Father. When was this uploaded? June 4th. Oh god, I haven't uploaded a new short to the main channel in a year. Yeah, it's about time I make some shorts for like the main channel again. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so there's some fun ones we made here for especially for some of my favorite like highlight videos I enjoyed, like just being able to have like a short I can go to and just watch the moment easily. Good times there. Alright, now let's go onward to the start of the streaming channel. So streaming channel started off with Millennium Fright here. We had the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and this is what really helped grow the channel. Like, the fact that one of my most popular videos was, like, one of the videos that started off the channel with, like, Pokemon giveaways, 1.6K. Like, that's crazy. Like, that, it really just goes to show how popular the Pokemon giveaways were. Like, 1.4K there. Like, kind of ridiculous. Sonic Frontiers, we had Lego Batman Free. The rematch for Mario Galaxy, like when we started doing competitive speedruns, me and Mario. Then all the Minecraft Survival Series stuff. I know you guys would love to have that series come back, but I'm just not really much of a survival player anymore. It's just not really my thing, but it was fun for a while it lasted, though. I'll give you that. Magi Quest streams. I would say that I was really impressed with making the whole coaster and the freaking arena. That was really impressive. Kirby, well, this is more some summer streams, but Kirby, well, actually, no, some of these were done during college, yeah. Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe, me trying on New Super Mario Bros. Wii for the first time, all these building streams, more multiplayer streams, another rematch for Mario Galaxy 2, building streams, doing Lego Star Wars, like with, oh yeah, doing Lego Star Wars, I guess, for the first time. Or was this, no, I think this was the Rosie playthrough I did. I think, maybe? I don't know. I think it might have been the Rosie playthrough, because I remember I think I went through it. No, actually, no. No, this was my first playthrough of Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga. I figured I'd let some people have a chance of making the most shorts this month, since I already had a dedicated streaming, so apparently nobody wanted it. No. I mean, I probably should have done a better job advertising it, but yeah. I think what I need to do is like make like little short like update videos, like talking about like shorts like that you can make for the month, and like like what would you get if you made the most shorts and whatnot. I think I need to like start making like mini videos. Oh yeah, man, that's when I also started playing Tears of the Kingdom a lot. Yep. Sonic Adventure. Yep. Dude, what is up with this loading speed, bro? Like, oh my goodness gracious. Like, jeez Louise. Like, I'm starting to get sick of this. Like, I honestly just want to, like, close, like, the freaking stream and look like a task minute. Like, here, like, very soon. Like, I hate that. Like, this is why I don't want to, like, look at the videos anymore, because the loading speed is so god-awful right now. Oh, and I started working on the Mario Kart and Minecraft thing. I really do want to do another... I hate the fact that it's been like about almost like 2 years like since I like done that like build. I want to get it back and do another like Mario Kart and Minecraft thing, because I was really impressed with my ice boat thing. It'd be really fun to have a lot more ice boating courses in my world. That's the ice boating course I was making for the Summer Survival Series. I don't know if I actually ever got done with that. I think I did. Oh yes, all the fun. I always love doing these competition things with you guys. These are always so much fun to do with you guys. I probably should put on more events like that more often. Like do like a spring competition, a summer competition, a Halloween one, a winter one, maybe like an Easter competition, 4th of July competition. Like I don't know. I should definitely get to doing more of those because I really do enjoy doing these competition videos with you guys. We might play Superstars, Jackbox. This is when I was also making the Mario Party in Minecraft. That's when I started replaying Bowser's Inside. God, I loved replaying Bowser's Inside Story. I want to replay some of the other Mario and Luigi games, especially after going for Brothership. I'm still going for Brothership, actually. Ay. The DLC, Teal Mask, Ruins, or Tears of the Kingdoms. When I started playing Mario Bros. Wonder and Sonic Superstars, had the DLC for Sonic Frontiers with the most legendary boss fight like ending ever, and I was losing my effing mind. More Sonic Mania. Yeah, I like so many different like playthroughs going on at once. Like this was like at the time like when I didn't really do like because nowadays I don't really do as many playthroughs all at once, but this was like back then when I was like doing so many different playthroughs at once. Rosie playing Sonic Frontiers, doing Mario RPG for the first time, Indigo Disc released. Showing off my Christmas. Oh yeah, hold on. Some of the first music recommendations are here. Hold on, how could I forget that? So when was the first music recommendations? Right here. Here's the first one. That's crazy. And it just kept sticking from there, guys. That's insane. I want to check really quick. Like, I'm not going to watch it. I'm curious to see when this was uploaded. Like, how long ago now was the first music recommendation stream? Open, please. I'm actually curious. Would it be faster for me to check it, like, on YouTube Studios on my phone? So, let's see what, like, appears first. Oh, it looks like this did. October 7th, 2023. That's insane, dude. Like, it's been over a year and a half now since we started music recommendations. All the way back on October 7th, 2023. That's pretty crazy, man. Pretty crazy. We've been doing this for a while. You haven't been keeping the doc up to date all that much. I had to make highlight choices myself, and I'm sure some moments aren't as bold as it should be now. Yeah, the doc, I'm trying my best. Like, I'm just not as good as updating it. Hopefully, maybe I can do a little bit better job of updating it. But yeah, I try to update it everywhere, anytime when I can. But I appreciate it. I mean, sometimes most of the time, you can't just rely on my doc. You'd have to come up with your own highlights. One thing that kind of annoys me about sometimes if you guys come up with your own highlights is because you want to do highlights that specifically relate to you in some way. So. But, I mean, I get that, because, like, it makes sense why you want to do that, but, I don't know, I hope that there's, like, some highlights that I totally wish that, like, could be made, but then you focus on doing, like, other things instead, and I'm like, come on. They have to do better with, like, communication-wise, too. It's hard. I'm a busy guy. There's so much things I want to do. I just can't do all this stuff at once. Anywho. Jeez, I'm like talking a lot again. Now my voice is starting to get tired. Oh, this is also when I used to do tier ranking streams too. I don't know if I want to bring tier ranking streams back. I think it could be something fun I can do back again every now and again, but yeah. I think it'd be more enjoyable if I had like tier ranking things like with like featured guests though. Those were definitely the more enjoyable tier ranking streams to do, from what I remember. And that's when I started doing like Indigo Disc giveaways, and some of them did pretty well. I did an 8-hour downloading music stream. Holy crap! Yeah, like I had like a packed like winter break schedule, for what I remember. Like I was like packing it up with streams. Did Rhythm Heaven Fever for the first time because Mario like commanded me to after winning the Christmas competition, which was Minecraft Christmas Party here. And I always love putting on those events. Those events are so much fun. Gen 5 I go 7 years and 16. Gotcha. I started playing Sonic Forces and doing some Among Us sessions because that's when my hall was obsessive Among Us. all the different fun online stuff I like doing with you guys. The 1.5K shiny giveaway for frickin' Indigo Disc, insane. Oh, dude, how could I forget this? My obsession with Pal World back then. Dude, I got so obsessed with Pal World. I remember there'd be like some nights like where I'd be staying up till like 4 or like 5 in the morning, like playing that like stinking game. Bro, I was addicted to Pal World. Oh man. It took me a bit to start getting into my addiction, but yeah, like I was addicted, bro. And constantly, like, the Mario Luigi Bowser Inside Story series, like, was going on for a long time on the channel. Especially the fact of the matter, because I remember, like, back in, like, in these days in the channel, like, I would be doing, like, so many different games. Like, you can see these, like, streams were, like, an hour and a half long. Because I think there were, like, some days where I'd do, like, 4 streams in one day. So I'd do, like, Mario RPG, then I would do Sonic Mania, then I'd do Sonic, Bowser's Inside Story, then I would do Sonic Forces. Like, I had like my big gaming days where I was doing like so many games in a row. That's why there was like so many episodes of Mario Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, because like the episodes were like back then, like with some of these playthroughs here, they were like way more on the shorter side, because you guys at the time were like asking for me to do more shorter streams. So I mean, I'm not sure like if you guys like really want that still, like with like gaming streams, because for me, like I just like having like a nice long extended period of time to be able like to play the game. I know rewatchability afterwards may not be the best ever, but I don't know. For me, it's just I get a lot more accomplished in the game when I'm doing that. Yeah, like Indiana Jones 2. That was like a really quick playthrough that I did with Rosie over break. And then Geometry Dash again. It's one of the most recent GD videos. I'll probably come back and play Geometry Dash again at some point. Murder Sonic the Hedgehog, the final giveaway, doing some more Power World streams. So this is really when like my addiction was crazy to Power World. God, I need to get back to playing Pikmin. My episodes are so like sporadic on that. Like it's like a year ago, and then I did another episode like many months later. I still haven't done episode 3 yet. Crazy. Oh, and I played Sonic Generations. Oh god, Sonic Generations was so good. Well, again, still continuing music editions. Oh, this is when I started Extreme Difficulty Sonic Frontiers. That was a playthrough. I was really happy. In fact, I was able to get through the full main game and like I'll get like a lot of the hard like extreme difficulty like ranks in cyberspace. I remember I had to give up on the DLC though, because the DLC was so ridiculously difficult with like the Titan boss rush. I could not do the Titan boss rush. Like that was really difficult. I would have spent like so much time in that, and I'm like, I want to move on to other things, so I eventually gave up. But I got through a really good chunk of the game though, and did so many things in extreme difficulty that I thought I would not do. So I'm happy with that. End of the semester party. Yes, this is the end of junior year, and then I did one more music editions before summer streams here. So this is all summer streams, and then being at Cedar Point, so we can skip over these. And this is when I started doing ranking streams too. God, I was obsessed back then of doing ranking streams, because I really wanted to do like a lot of ranking for like songs, and an obsession is like starting to slowly trickle back again. And then this is, I think this is senior year in college here. Yeah, I think this is it. No, actually, no. So this was spring. No, this was all the Cedar Point streams. Yeah, so this is senior year in college. Yeah. Started with some of the Sonic and the Black Knight, more Sonic Generations, Fall Guys, Paper Mario, the 1,000 motherfucking door, New Super Mario Bros. 2. God, these are such good. 1,000 Year Door was such a long playthrough. The fact that 1,000 Year Door started 9 months ago and it took me multiple months later to finally get it done is crazy. So doing Sonic Difficulty, I did a fun little Zelda stream in there. Still doing some more of the short streams. Most of my shorts were around moments in some way, shape, or form, but there were moments not related to me. There no justice of being able to make it short of this. Yeah, sometimes I like a moment that's not yours that's so good that you're like, yeah, I gotta make a short out of this. Oh, when I built all these like freaking nanos and wooden coaster stuff live, I didn't realize I did like a 7-hour stream for that. Oh yes, Lego City Undercover. That was a fantastic playthrough. I love that. I love going through that game with Jesse. more extreme difficulty, the Meg featured stream, more Gartic. I started doing Gartic phone like on the channel. And the first stream was like really successful, and then another pretty successful second stream as well. Magic Quest with Jesse. This is when I started playing golfing with your God, I gotta do another golf with your friends stream at some point, dude. I honestly forgot about that game. I'm excited for like the second like game that's gonna be coming out. I'll definitely make sure to get that when that comes out. And then some more Mario Party Superstar sessions before we switch over to Jamboree. Oh, and this is when I was like being crazy and doing like a ridiculous amount of episodes of Sonic XL Generations all at once, because I like insanely badly wanted to keep playing a lot of this game here. FNAF Into the Pit, had the Halloween Party, had Pigeon Forge, back after 9 years. That's when I was on my fall break. We went to Dollywood, and dude, going to that Magic Quest again was like something else, bro. Jamboree started off here. We tried out a Nuzlocke thing in 3D World, but also tried out a Manhunt thing as well, which I'm not sure where that stream is. Where's the Manhunt stream? I think I passed it. Or maybe I unlisted it and don't have it public anymore, because I didn't really like that stream that much. That's possible. But yeah, then we started doing a Nuzlocke, because I wanted to play 3D World again, so doing a Nuzlocke with Mario, and then a whole Specify drama that happened in there. So much fun. Good stuff. FNAF Into the Pit. FNAF Into the Pit was honestly a pretty fun game to play. I really did enjoy it, doing FNAF Into the Pit. Online sessions of this, the Nuzlocke. I was very upset we couldn't make it to freaking Champions Road. The fact we failed like 2 levels before Champions Road, like that sucked. Starting Sonic Unleashed for the Xbox 360, continuing more Sonic Heroes, doing Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic. I need to get back. That's one of the playthroughs I gotta keep continuing over summer break. I gotta keep continuing Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic 06. And also like finish up what I have left in the Xbox 360 of Sonic Unleashed. Oh, and then Mario had me play this. Oh, I forgot about that. I'm totally looking forward when the second world comes out. Yeah, that was an amazing Mario fan game to play. Working on more Minecraft coasters, the movie DLC, had Jesse do 1 episode of Mercury Meltdown and just did not continue that playthrough at all. And this is when Brothership started. Yeah, Brothership is started 4 months ago and I'm still not done with it. What the frick? Not fair. Rosie playing Sonic X Shadow Generations. All different streams that I did over winter break here. Yeah. Minecraft Christmas Party. I was really happy with that thumbnail. That was a really great thumbnail. And finally getting to episode 2 of Pikmin, and still 3 months later I've gone to episode 3. Crazy. Big L moment. And finally around this point here, I finally finish up I think right here in episode 19 I finally finished up Paper Mario and the 1,000-Year Door. And then this is when I really start continuing my Brothership series, and this is kind of where the stuff got pretty consistent here, where I was mainly trying to keep one main playthrough going at the time, and then doing some stuff with Mario. I had Donkey Kong Country Returns, kept of course doing music renditions every Saturday. I did some fun streams with Jesse of Sonic Racing, and then we eventually switched over to DC Supervillains. Still doing Donkey Kong Returns, more music, and this is when music reactions started. Yeah, this is the first music react stream there. 3 months ago, we started music reacts, and that is still one of my most popular music react streams. The first one reacting to Sonic music. I should probably name another video like that. I react to even more Sonic OSTs I never heard before. I'll just use the same title again. Probably get a bunch of views from that. I don't know. Gotta get the views somehow with the YouTube algorithm. And eventually from Donkey Kong Country Returns, we switched to Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, which was a phenomenal game. And then, yeah, so for you, Harody, you had some of your donation music reactions that you had me do. That was a fun time, right? Meg, if you're still here, you have some of your donation music react streams with the Casting Crowns one. That was your first one. And you had the Nightwish one. Dang, your Nier Automata one's gotten to 930 views now. That's crazy. That might get to 1,000 views sometime here in the future. Rosie reacting to the Techno album. That's my second most popular music reacts right there, I'm pretty sure. Me finally finishing up Sonic Heroes and doing the finale for Sonic Unleashed. Electric Callboy live reacts, continuing DC Supervillains, working on Undertale and Minecraft, the HB reaction, year 2 things like I remember this stream, this day of streaming specifically, where I was doing like 3 music reacts in a row that day. That was crazy. I don't know how I got through that. Okay. And this was during my insanely busy week where I was like doing so much college work, so I was only able to do an MLP music ranking stream that actually performed really well, specifically in part 2, and part 1 did decent. We started our new Super Mario Bros. Wii playthrough here. I want to keep doing more episodes of Mario with that, but he's been pretty busy of lately. And this is where we returned music rankings after I was done with my incredibly busy like college week and then 1 music recommendations. And this is and then here we are at the final 10 college streams here. Look at that. We had Harold's dedicated music recommendations here. Some more episodes of Brothership, and this is the final 10 college streams here. The Team Racing, Pizza Tower, All Star Transformed, Brothership, OST reaction for Mario, Paper Mario. The music recommendations ended up being final music recommendations for college being 6.5 hours. Really fun Mario Party 8 session with Jesse, and then another music ranking thing. Then final college session of Mario Kart, which actually was genuinely a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with that. And then remembering my time at college, that for some reason says upcoming. Not as rabid as Nightwish and the Nier Automata. Yeah, it seems like the Ratchet fandom doesn't seem to be as big as you think. And I think the game series is like, there's not really much happening in it right now, so it's understandable that the fandom's not really that big. And then if we quickly go over to this stuff here, you can see some of the shorts that we made. This is easily one of my favorite shorts. Like, I don't care how long this takes to load. Like, if you thought like some of the Mario moments that you like, Harold, are some of your favorites, this is gonna be in your list of your favorites. I randomly, like, one time, like, when I was coming up with like the highlights to showcase for Mario, for some reason I was just like, I wonder what this moment would sound like if I slowed it down. And oh my gosh, it was so effing funny. Because it makes Mario sound like a drunk person, and it's stupidly funny.
Fucking
Throw it away!
Oh my gosh!
He does not want to do it!
Come over, buddy. Come over. And don't fall in the fucking pit again. And he's gonna... I'm gonna get hit by this thing. I'm gonna get tossed off like a fucking retard. Okay. Oh my god! Get the fuck away! Hey! Hey! Come here! Come here!
Come over, buddy! Come over! Don't fall in the fucking pit again! And I'm gonna get hit by this thing. I'm gonna get tossed off like a fucking retard. Oh my gosh, get the frick away. Shit. This is too funny. My most popular short here, Kieran's final battle theme slapping. All the fun music highlights. And then Coaster Studios reacted to some of the comments that I put in the streams. Hurricane, I Prevail, blowing my mind. Orgapon! George Storm. Me being me in music recommendations. More Sonic Frontiers, FNAF Ruins highlights, me reacting to Bonnie. Oh god, remember this song, Meg? Oh no. What was that one called again? I don't even want to remember. This is some of the most stupid. This is like some of the stupid garbage that like people recommend to me on music recommendations. It was such a memorable moment that we had to make a highlight of it, of me suffering. So you know, that's cool. Yep. Undefeatable Live is even better. Singing Bowser's Love Song. People didn't like that apparently. All my Mario Bros. Wonder highlights like completely popped off. Dude, this highlighted me getting perfect 10s in Mario Party 8. Like, that was crazy, and getting 30 coins from that. Don't remind me. Well, too bad. You got reminded. That was an insane highlight right there. Some fun Mario Kart highlights here, like just doing races in 200cc, first attempt. Awesome Mario and Luigi, Mario Bajin side story stuff, more reactions and music recommendation stuff. Me saying Mario's Ditto. And yeah, here's some of the popular, like, Wonder things. And these are like some of like the last like highlights before like you guys actually started helping me working on stuff. Because from here, this was like one of like the last highlights I made, and the rest here that you guys is all from you guys, which is pretty impressive. But yeah, Mario Bros. Wonder highlight 1.9K, then 1.6K here. I was like, damn, these shorts popped off. Like, all right. I love this freaking highlight right here. That was fantastic. Oh my gosh! Again, just more Mario rage. I always love Mario's reactions to things. The breakdown broke me. Yeah. Oh god, this clutch. Yeah, this one I highly recommend checking out. The bubble clutch we had here was insane. It was so good. My freaking face. Oh, the Nothing More shirt. Oh yeah. Yeah, thanks Club Snot for getting me into that band, bro. If he was here, he'd be like, "You're welcome." Lego City Undercover. And this is when Harold, you were obsessed with like making a bajillion. It was Laboratory. Yeah, Harold, this is when you were obsessed with like making a bajillion like golfing a friend highlights that didn't pop off at all. Like, look at this. 18, 12, 12, 13, 25, 24, 15, 15. I love that pro button mash. I don't know how the heck that button mashing didn't work, but that's a great highlight there too. Well, this one's a little better. 63, still not great. Yeah, and then 14 views. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know why the heck you were so obsessed with having me doing golfing with friends highlights. Oh, bro, I'm the most unlucky Mario player. Hey, look it's your favorite highlight. It's your favorite highlight, Haroldy. How'd you guys get multi-balls? Oh god. How y'all getting multi-balls?
Keep going, you idiot. Multi-ball. How do you get a multi-ball?
How do you get a multi-ball?
So how's my balls falling, bro?
How do you guys get multi-balls? I've not gotten a multi-ball and you guys are catching up so fast.
I haven't gotten a multi-ball.
Game rigged.
Yeah, now you understand how I feel, Mario.
Oh, you get
I'm just flicking the flippers like crazy. I thought I was getting like a bajillion points.
What the hell? What is he doing? Oh, shit. Oh!
Oh.
I keep getting multi-balls, bro. What the heck?
How do you guys get multi-balls?
How do you guys get multi-balls?
Oh my god.
I'm just spamming the flippers, bro. I'm just spamming the flippers.
Oh, well, yeah, Luigi, you're winning now. Oh, Jesus.
Not like it matters.
Not like it matters. Yeah, that was a great highlight though. The incredible head bonking, 3D World, more music recognition highlights. This is when I started actually like putting like text on the screen to try to make the thumbnails like I have people check them out more, and it seems to be working. Oh my gosh, this highlight, it never gets old as well. Yes, I'm higher up than Froggy.
I'm not bad at the game.
Yes, you are. How? I'm first and you're in last.
Go forward, big.
No!
I'm about to get.
I'm higher up than Froggy.
Up.
The workout.
Who writes this, guys?
No! I got fast!
I literally couldn't breathe on the drive.
Senior quote.
Senior quote. I'm higher up than Froggy.
Oh shit!
It was so hard for me to race. I was laughing so hard.
Who is paying to write this guy's dialogue?
I'm higher up than Froggy.
That's so funny.
And the thing is too, it's like when we did another, like we definitely have to make some, dude. We even like in our most recent Team Sonic racing session we did, we even have more iconic like big lines, and Jesse was like the one dying this time around. Like, bro, someone has to make that into like a short. Like, I think I have it like on the doc. Like, be like, you must make this into a short. Like, cause it's such a hilarious moment. Like literally, when Big just drives in the freaking grass. For some reason, he just goes, "I love sitting in the grass," and it's just the most stupidest thing ever. But it's freaking hilarious. Because it's like you're doing bad at the game, but Big's like, "Oh yeah, I like this grass. This beautiful grass I'm sitting on here. I like to lay in the grass." It's too fun. And then like he roasts like other characters too. He's like, "Oh, Zavok. I don't know exactly how the line goes, but like he just roasts like characters in the most clever way ever. "Zavok, you said you're good at racing, but why am I ahead of you?" It's just, why the big light's just so iconic. Anyway, it's enough of me laughing about I'm higher up than Froggy. Sounds like Jack Black from Jack. Oh my gosh. All these really good Mario Kart. But the funny thing was, once I actually started adding like these like things to like the text, like some of these Golfing with a Friend highlights did really well. Like, shouldn't be that difficult. Like this 471, 434, 333, like 567 here. Like that's pretty good. Clutching it. This is one of my favorite short thumbnails. Luigi with his hands up. Sweet, sweet victory. Second most popular short here with the Mario drill down at the easy one-ups. Yeah, most rigged Mario Party game. Oh god. This is when I was like sick and then Mario embarrassingly failed like getting like this little secret wall thing, and I was just dying laughing so bad. This one's got 1,000 views. Yeah, again, see, like when I can like create like an appealing like thing, like 2.9K on this one too. Like what the frick? So like you guys, like you can make more shorts for me, and I can find ways like to like give some of them like pretty decent amount of views. So like definitely like just keep them coming my way, and like and then again you can get a lot of priority songs, and then you can like take over like a music recommendation stream if you want, or your stuff, or your Sandy for your launch show. Though don't look that show up. All right, I wasn't planning on to. I had no idea what the show was. I was just acknowledging your comment. Alright, last short I'll check out really quickly before going into our final channel here. I just want to watch this moment again. Mario is like so bad. You can tell I like doing a lot more with Mario. Careful over there.
Alright, I can survive.
Just the moment of silence when that happens. This is me when I was sick.
And someone... What did that hit? No, I need to know. That is straight dog piss.
Dog piss.
That is a load of hogwash.
Hogwash.
Okay?
This is why you guys should watch our streams, because crazy things like this happen.
That is so bad.
That is dog piss. That is a whole load of hogwash. Doomed to spare demise. Yes. Alright, so this one won't take me as long to get through here, but I wanted to like quickly showcase what I've done also on the worship channel here. So yeah, it was a fun, good couple years here like at Cedarville. I think I'm not really gonna go into these like in too depth here, but you can basically see like did a lot of videos here for Cedarville like over my time here at the college, and most of you guys don't even know about this. Again, if you want to like give me a good old sub on the worship channel here, it'd be much appreciated. I always love seeing new subscribers for the worship channel. Much. So if you could do that, por favor. But yeah, uploaded a lot of stuff for my church constantly, and then did a lot of like stuff like showing my love for Cedarville like over time. Like yeah, like so many Cedarville like videos were uploaded. Like it's ridiculous. This is all from my time here, from freshman year all the way to like senior year. uploaded a bunch of top 10 lists and more worship videos, and yeah. Good journey of uploading these, but eventually this channel really started dying out, and then these videos barely get any views like whatsoever, which is unfortunate. I still need to make these like new top 10 lists for like updated lists like for 2020 or 2024. I still haven't uploaded those yet. I haven't really started working on those. I gotta get down onto that. But yeah, some popular videos though, like Reach Out Here, got in the Gateway Worship Chapel. I don't know why the heck this blew up as much as it did, but yeah, 15K views, insanity. Like 4.5K for the CU Christmas Chapel stuff. Then random GBC service just blew up for some reason. Then another set of chapel songs. So there's 4 videos that got over 1,000 views on the channel, and then this one got decently close, but yeah, so there's some videos overall that did like blow up and did pretty good, but yeah, I'm thinking like maybe something I could try to do to grow back this channel is I would love to like upload more things like this, like where I can showcase like my church's like version or some of Cedarville's versions of like some certain like popular Christian songs, and I think that'd be a cool way of like bringing more people back and checking out the channel, because I think like a lot of people like checking out covers of some Christian songs. I think that'd be a pretty cool thing. It's comedy gold right there. I know. That's what I'm saying, bro. And I'm upset why I lost a lot of these videos here are not getting as many views. But oh well. What you gonna do? And then here's like some of the shorts that I made. Mainly like a lot of these here was like making shorts like showcasing a lot of like worship performances like from my church that they've done, yada yada yada, and also like from Cedarville. Made a lot of these like shorts here and highlighting some of their performances that they did in random jam session there. Yep. The most popular short ended up being Thank You Jesus for the Blood Applied, and then the little jam session here. Yeah, I just heard like Michael like one day just jamming out like with some like of this like drum thing, and then on the guitar, and he's just like playing this blindly on the piano. That's kind of hard to hear, sorry, but I was like, dang, bro, like they're just jamming over there. Good old Aaron. It's gonna be nice being back in person and be able to chat with him and whatnot. I really enjoy our conversations with him. All right, so there's one last thing there's a few last things I really wanted to go through. I know, there's still more crazy, I know, but we're actually like legit. I know I've said multiple times here like we're getting there, but this is genuinely like we're almost there. I did not know like one moment that the one Donkey Kong short I attempted, I did not know what moment I was supposed to be capturing. Yeah, because sometimes like, cause in the moment I don't remember like the exact like time moment like when that happens. I'm just kind of throwing something in there that's like decently close enough. So sorry if some of my timestamp things are not the best. That's honestly my bad. I wanted to quickly go for you guys because since video game song ranking stuff and whatnot here was like a big thing, like a part of like the channel like history here for our college. I wanted to quickly go through like what we all ranked here. So just a quick scroll up from like from the bottom to top. And yeah, so throughout my time here at college, starting off the music recommendations, I was able to rank 1,419 different songs for video game wise. Pretty impressive. And I'm not really gonna stop. Like, if you want to like pause and see like where specific things are ranked among different games, you can go and do that. But I just wanted to give you guys a quick little scroll through here. And I hope like during like my time, like my adult life after college, I hope to like be doing a lot more of these music ranking streams, because again, this is a big project that I genuinely like. I do want to finish at some point. So like constantly keep working on it like every week or like a couple days like each week, I think would be pretty cool. May not be the most like popular streaming thing wise that I do, but maybe some people will find the appeal, and then again, if you do the donation stuff for it, you can have like easily for like 10, like you can have 10 songs ranked for $2. Pretty good deal overall. Yeah, this is where we start getting to the cream of the crop here. Some of the really, really good video game themes. And like our top 100 is where it gets insanely good. These are easily some of the greatest like video game things that were ever created. And as you can see at the very top, Undefeatable Sonic Frontiers is the #1 shocker of the century there. And all the way at the bottom here, lowest song, Milk of the Beast. Stupid Mario Plushie track that he recommended. So yeah, 1,419 like things from the first list and 1,097 things ranked. So how many songs throughout my time at college was I able to rank? $2,516 songs. That is actually genuinely impressive. 2,516 songs were ranked. 1,419 from song rankings, and then 1,097 from video game rankings has 1,419, and then song rankings has 1,097. Crazy, bro. Actually crazy. So yeah, it's just fun to see how progressively, like, as the list just keeps going on, like, the songs just keep getting better and better and better. You can see, like, which ones, like, really, like, stick with me more. But even still, like, in the 500s, like, these are still, like, songs that, like, are good, but, like, they're not, like, at that, like, top tier, though. And then you start getting into, like, the 400s here, you start seeing a lot more of some of the more better stuff. But then it really starts really getting good when you start getting the 300s. A lot of great stuff in here. And then we got top 300 here. This is where it starts really getting good. Oh, yeah, a lot of iconic songs here that I really like. Top 200 is like, oh, there's some insanely good stuff here. Michael Original. Oh yeah. And the top 100 here, these are like some of my all-time favorite songs. And I could listen to them like on repeat constantly. I never get sick of them. And all the way at the top, Breaking the Habit, Linkin Park. I feel like eventually that song is gonna end up getting dethroned. Like, I think there's some songs that I may end up liking more, but I think it's still pretty solid #1 for me. And last but not least, let's quickly go for music recommendations history here. You know, just kind of so you could see, I added like spectacular text like next to each of your guys' names, because it's a really nice method for me to go and do this. So like, let's say for Meg, for example, I could check easily by just looking up that how many spectaculars you have. It's a very nice, easy method. I'm not sure why I didn't really do this at first. But yeah, I had to spend time recently to go and add all those spectacular like words next, so I could find out pretty easily that, hey, you have 85 spectaculars, Meg. According to my doc here, when doing the F search. And then like Harley, for example, if I look up you, I can do like, you have 83 spectaculars. So you're actually getting pretty close to beating Meg here. And you can see here you got one of your first spectaculars here around in music recommendations 13. I don't think that was like one of your first rankings overall, but it's kind of around the time when you started really like coming on these streams a lot. Oh yeah, 100%. Alright, well, let's quickly just scroll through this here, and I think I'll finally give some final thoughts here at the end. Ain't I so special? Yes. So I guess Meg and Haley, I guess since you guys are here, and anybody here also like partook in like music recommendations, you guys have a particular like favorite song that you recommended to me? Like, what was one of your favorite recommendations that you did for me? I'm curious. And we had a pretty great history here. Like, it's honestly crazy like how consistently like a lot of you guys like were able to show up to like tons of these streams. I do really miss Rosie's presence in all of these streams here. Like, it honestly, the streams feel a little bit empty, like, without her. I'm glad it seems like we're getting new people coming in here and there for these streams, though, which is nice. and I hope that like Bruno and like D Nocturne, for example, like are people who come to stay, since I really enjoyed their company from the recent streams. Oh yeah, that's right. Jesse's talking to himself, but whatever. Man, it's insane how many of these like we've done, bro. Like before we know it, like we're gonna get to like music recommendations 100. But yeah, let me know like some of your favorite recommendations you guys have done for me. Curious to know as I'm scrolling through this here. And I did also like I think it was in my most recent music ranking stream, but I can do it. But I can do it here. I can showcase every single perfection that has been given out. How can I say my favorite? I don't know. You'll think of something. I still wish I could make a short out of Diamond Eyes reaction in 16. Well, the unfortunate thing is like even if you did make a short of it, the problem is that because it's from that specific album, that copyright blocks, it wouldn't even be able like to be shown as a short, unless I like muted it multiple times in multiple areas. But that would be not the most enjoyable like short experience ever, though. You get what I mean? I mean, I did technically do that for one short that I made recently. This is when I started keeping track of totals for the months. Meg, spectacular winner. This is the I feel like most of the time now it's just Heraldry being the masterpiece and spectacular winner most of the time. Meg donating 20 and most donated with Meg of $20. Ain't No Grave. There's Seas of Night. That was definitely one of your best for sure. The best things. The other funny thing is, like, still, like, you have not reevaluated Seas of Night and to go and get Perfection yet. Because that could actually be your third Perfection, because easily, like, out of the old Gods of Asgard stuff, that was one of my favorite, like, old Gods of Asgard things that you did for me. Like, that song is, like, definitely, like, sometimes when I'm going to find random stuff to listen to, I find myself coming back to Seas of Night. I haven't really come back to Poets of the Fall that much, though. Not that I don't dislike Poets of the Fall, but yeah, I haven't come back to them as much. Anything else that made you stop functioning as intended? Nightwish. Yeah, good old Nightwish. I will when I get the chance. Meg's like waiting for that like next like frickin' music reevaluation stream. Wow, so this month here, Eclipse Now was most spectacular. His most masterpieces was Heraldry. So that was for October of 2024. Interesting. I probably should start labeling these. 2024 October. Let's see. What was the totals for this next month here? Let's see. November. So I don't have the winners. I guess I stopped doing that, huh? It looks like we had a tie between Clipsnot and Heraldry for that month, for November. Masterpieces looks like Mario Plushies. That's where one of Mario Plushies' music recommendation wins was. Gotcha. Okay. Back to an album from obscure hard rock band I recommend from before. I had to click the songs myself. The last three I'd have to send files directly because. Oh really? Are they that obscure? That's kind of crazy. Interesting. They're blocked from the USA on YouTube. Oh. Well, that's not a good sign for me. They're gonna get blocked for me as well. We're not gonna be able to, like, unlike my large American audience won't be able to watch it. That's no good. Whose idea is this? Oh, it's Heraldry's. Oh, Stabby Obliterated Spectaculars for December. This is before like Music Reacts, where like you can get an absolute crap ton of like spectaculars and masterpieces, especially if you're like recommended a video game OST. I won most masterpieces. Clips now with 2. You guys did not do very good of high rankings. We didn't even have a single perfection at all in the month of December. Dang, y'all sucked on December. So those I didn't really do many streams in January from the looks of it. No perfections in January. Yeah, whatever. looks like Meg won most spectaculars for January. And then Mario Plushie again barely just wins out masterpieces. Totals for February. Okay, this is kind of the start when y'all started having your own music music reaction. Yeah, this is when music reactions around when that started, and you and Meg and Harold, you guys both were really into doing like donations like for these here. So yeah, Harold creamed of spectaculars, but Meg actually still won the masterpieces for this month thanks to her life song thing here. And some other masterpieces she got in music recommendations. Rankings here. And D Nocturne, like, he thought he was gonna be doing good like throughout the month of March, but then you decided to absolutely like cream him with doing the God Metal music reacts in March. Like, you absolutely destroyed him. Like, he thought he had a chance. Because, like, yeah, he's like 6 spectaculars, 8 masterpieces, 2 perfections. Like, that's pretty impressive. But look at Harold over here. This is the most ridiculous amount of rankings given out in a single month. Like, look at this, bro. 25 spectaculars, 23 masterpieces, and 3 perfections. It just shows the power of game metal, bro. Game metal is insane. It's like totally on my alley of music that I like, and I just couldn't help giving away so many rankings for that. Like, that is ridiculously impressive. We didn't do that good in the Ratchet Gladiator Deadlock thing. Sorry. That OST sucked. Except for like 2 tracks. And then I think, yeah, these are the totals for April here. And look at Harold creaming it again. I guess it really goes to show how good Music Reacts can help you with rankings. He gets 11 spectaculars, 12 masterpieces, and 1 perfection. That's crazy. Alright, well, you guys really quickly want to see every single perfection that we have given out throughout my time here? And all the perfections you guys are giving me? I'm going to go for that really quick. So yeah, we've given out 93 perfections. Almost at 100 perfections given out in total. That's pretty impressive. So our first perfection, we got Bury the Light. I'm gonna go for these pretty quickly here. Luigi's, this is Kieran's only perfection, Luigi's Mansion remix. This is Little J's only perfection, Nothing Ever After. There's Diamond Eyes. I don't know why the eyes is not capitalized. Everything's solved. Cool. Then we have The Best Things, which personally, like, I'm not sure exactly how that one got perfection, but I think it's probably a reevaluation thing from the chat, probably. Because honestly, I would not give that perfection, but it's what it is. That'd be at most masterpiece. Children of the Sky, Chaotic, American Dream, Black Rover, Forgotten, Ronald, Duel of the Fates Epic Version, House on Sand, and Stop Moving, freaking classic. Rules of Nature, A Banger a Day Keeps the Doctor Away, freaking classic. That's the only, surprisingly enough, that's the only perfection my dad has gotten. Doomsday Party. There's a chat reval, I was shocked too. Yeah, I was like, bro, how the heck did you get that? And one of Meg, I think this was a reevaluation that I did to help you get perfection on that. So most of your perfections, man, your 2 perfections are only through like reevaluations, I believe. I don't think you genuinely have like gotten like something upon first listen that I'm like, this is perfection. But yeah, good job. Heavyweight though, I do agree on this perfection. The Best Things I don't agree on, but heavyweight I do agree on that one because I think I reevaluated that and updated it to perfection. Autumn Kings, that's one of Rosie's first ones. Sleep When I'm Dead. Numb But Undefeatable, that was really good. Penny's Battle Theme. The Thunder Rolls. Yeah, that was a recent upgraded perfection from your dedicated music recommendations stream, Harold. Might You, my God, that song's so good. Warriors, Furkias. Like, a lot of these perfections I agree with. There's a few I don't agree with, but mostly overall, like, I agree with all these perfections. Angel Song, Yeah, these are such iconic songs. Unpopular, One, Polaris, You See Big Girl, Give It Time. That, I'm pretty sure that one probably got a reevaluation to perfection when I was going for tracks I really liked for music recommendations. I think that one, like, it's a good Nothing More song, but I don't think it deserves perfection. Oh, Grindstone. I would probably say that's a masterpiece, but I think that was another reevaluation thing from the chat. No More. That was a shocking one. I did not think I deserved this one. No More Sorrow Live randomly got perfection, so I'm like, okay. Break Through It All, that makes sense. Trigger Warning, the freaking insane Camilla tracks. Here, yeah, some of Mario's like many perfections he's gotten from Camilla tracks. Ear Baby Connection 10, that is an insane Camilla track. Leave Out All the Rest. 4 in a row here, that's ridiculous. This before was only a spectacular, mind you. It really goes to show that like when a song's out more and people get to know it better, then it ends up like I'm guessing like I'll reevaluate up from the bottom at some point, and that will end up getting like masterpiece or perfection. Just give it time. I will get the better ranking for it. But yeah, before that was only a spectacular, but we got that upgraded recently. Zombified, What I've Done, Let 'Em Burn. I don't agree with Let It Burn, but well, the funny thing was actually you guys in chat actually voted for perfection on that one, like, cause like that was a stream specifically like where we were sick of all Blue Dragon's like terrible like recommendations, and I just recommended like a bunch of good stuff in a row, and like all these like free stuff here got perfection. Cause I think you guys are like, thank you, Lord Luigi, you're perfect. Thank you for stopping in. I'm gonna give all your stuff perfection. Got a couple set it off ones with Parasite, Punching Bag, Evil People. The classic here, the Pepsi Man. Pepsi Man! Absolute classic. That is one of the most classic perfections right there. And they got the Pepsi Man ranking. That's I think that's Stabby Cats. I think that might be Stabby Cats' only perfection. Well deserved though. More Camilla, Mario plushie perfections. Yeah, this stream was crazy. The 1 year anniversary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 perfections. That's insane. And undefeatable. I got undefeatable for perfection as well. Fate. Oh, this is when I was having you guys give me songs to like rank, and I'll give you the rankings for them. So you found good songs for me, like then I'll give you good rankings for it. So we had Faded, Alan Walker, Voices in My Head, Salvaged, Live and Learn, Sonic Symphony, I Am All of Me, Gusty Garden Galaxy, Escape from the City. I should probably do another stream like this again. It's been a good while. Cause there's still so many like great songs out there that I would love you guys I'd love to get ranked. Escape from the City, I'm Here Revisited, Somewhere I Belong, and Find Your Flame. A lot of perfections from that stream. I was just asking you guys to give me stuff that I know, and I'll rank it, and I'll give you good rankings for it. One of the most stupid songs, Ricky. the one song that like Abby has like recommended on stream, and I got upgraded to perfection because it's such stupid, fun, silly like that's the definition of how you do a fun, silly song. 100%. Devil Trigger, that was a good. At first I was like, this is a masterpiece, but over time I kept listening to it more. I'm like, yeah, this is a perfection track. And I'm so glad Two-Faced, before had a spectacular. But then you guys realize your mistake, and when I reevaluated it, it got like an 80% perfection I remember, and I was like, that's right, you guys know what's up. Two-Faced does not deserve a spectacular. It's perfection. Easy. This one I 100% do not agree with. Like, I was shocked when Jesse got this, like, for like this random popular anime opening track. I was like, I do not agree with this ranking here, because I did not think the track was even remotely close to perfection. But you guys voted perfection on that, so whatever. I'm so glad Beyond the Quest recently got reevaluated to perfection, because that track is so good. There's also an opportunity where you can also recommend more stuff to me, like that I know that you can get good rankings for, and Rosie took advantage of that while the rest of you guys didn't. We had like The Resistance, The Jester, Breaking the Habit, King for a Day. I was shocked I got a perfection for a Spanish song of all things. That's when you were doing like more like music that would. Cause this was one. I think this was one of the streams you were featured in actually, Heraldie, which you did not do very good at all. You only got 1 ranking. Poor Heraldie. But yeah, I for some reason got perfection on a Spanish song, and then we ended up giving perfection to the Avenged Sevenfold song. And then we have some Christmas ones of Days Gone By, Wizards in Winter, We Free Kings GVC version, all perfection Christmas tracks, definitely. More. Oh yeah, Stabby actually did get another perfection. Flame Wall, Camilla track, shocker of the century. I think the track was biased against me. Yeah, we got Elevator Operator recently updated to perfection. Well deserved. That song deserves nothing less than perfection. And I got Sleep Well live version. I'm sad that you guys don't like that song, but I'm glad Mario Plushie. I think like I was allowing some tracks you can. I forget why he was able to recommend this, but I think I was probably like a part of the stream where I was like, yeah, you guys can like give me stuff again to rank that I know, and he gave me the Sleep Well live, and I was like, yep, that's perfection. More Camilla from Mario Plushie, shocker of the century. It's pizza time. Oh yeah, I guess Debbie actually got a lot more perfections than I thought she did. She got like 3. Dude, the Pizza Time Game Metal remix is absolutely bonkers. Like, it's so good. Definitely one of the best like Game Metal remixes besides Pepsi Man. Way of the World, like from the Nier Automata reaction, OST reaction. Get Smacked. I'm shocked actually that got perfection. Interesting. Well, actually, I think the reason why that got perfection because it was a nasty theme, and that was easily one of the most nasty tracks like in the whole music recommendation thing, and I'm like, yep, that's perfection. Like, you perfectly nailed what the nasty theme is supposed to be. And then you did Megamix Mania here, and I did Freedom Dive and got perfection for that. I think you were the only vote on that though, but I'm like, I'll take a perfection anyways. It's the Hypa concert, Castroff, and we got the moves. The dubstep theme where Speak With Your Heart, Cyberspace Hype Street. We finally got that one ranked. The channel intro theme. I got Skrill. I was surprised I got us perfection on the Skrillex track, that nostalgic Skrillex track, and then Mario Plushie got blown away by Lunar Abyss. I'm glad that got perfection. Some really good Geometry Dash tracks. Battle of the Award, Game Metal remix. Yep. Freaking game. That was a really cool collaboration there. It's like when Game Metal collaborates like with people. That's like some of like his best like all time like remixes. For sure. Got Open Your Heart perfection. It's Pizza Time. Cynthia Battle Theme Game Metal. Did I really get that a perfection? Why is there 2 of them? Oh, it says guaranteed Battle Theme. Cynthia Battle Theme. No, actually, no, that makes sense. The Cynthia remix of the rock version was so ridiculously good. And this is the most recent one for the Final College stream. Battle Chapter 6, Poison from Hasbin Hotel, and then My Funeral, Bad Flower. It's 93 spectaculars in total there. That is crazy. And here's like a lot of you guys' totals here. So this is what we're looking at here. So for total perfections, I am up top. Heraldie is in second place with total perfections, followed under Mario Plushie, then Rosie, Clipsnot. You are in 5th in perfections. You got 6, not too shabby. And then from there we got like Stabby Free Mag, 2D Nocturne 2, and then a bunch of 1s. Right here. And masterpieces we got a lot more here, but on top, shocker of the century, it's me. But Heraldie is at second place now. He's finally topped you on masterpieces, Meg, and even Rosie as well. And like Stabby, Clipsnot, Mario Plushie, so following. Like you guys are pretty you guys are pretty neck and neck here. Like one divide of each. I don't know why D Nocturne is right here. He should be up here. And just alone from like D Nocturne doing that one music react stream, he's like in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th place in masterpieces. Pretty solid. And then for spectaculars here's some of our top contenders. Yeah, me and Meg always seem to keep fighting with spectaculars. I currently have the lead right now, but I think that's definitely going to change soon because if Heraldry keeps doing more of these music react streams, then he's easily going to pass me and Meg up. Because most of the time he gets a lot of spectaculars, so it's only a matter of time before Heraldry passes us up. And Stabby eventually, I think Stabby and Clipson eventually I could see you guys passing Rosie if Rosie doesn't end up joining a lot more of these streams in the future. I have like Kieran with 40, Mario. I remember Kieran came to these streams a lot, but he doesn't really come to them as much anymore. Like Mario Plushie, Little J, Spiny, and then it goes down from the 10s there. And a bunch of ones all throughout. I got Stabby with the 1 Pepsi Man ranking. Good stuff. Alrighty, guys. So you were asking Clips not, will Cool Ranch be in future streams? Well, obviously, since we don't live anywhere near each other, unfortunately, we can't do any really in-person streams anymore. I'm sure I will definitely keep inviting him to any online gaming events that I do, as long as he has the game and he's a free whenever I decide to do it. So I really enjoy hanging out with the guy. So yeah, I hope so. I'm sure like I'm gonna keep like inviting him to a bunch of things. It just really depends on how available he's gonna be. I'm judging by how available he's been like over my time here at college. I'm guessing availability is not gonna be the worst thing ever for him. He's usually available all the time. Maybe a summer job might be a bit different story, but besides from like college stuff, but whatever. Alright, let's go back to our intermission screen here. 7 hours into the stream. Ridiculous. And thank you to everybody like throughout the stream here who was able to come along and reminisce with all these college moments here with me. It definitely was a lot of it was definitely tiring, but honestly overall really fun to go reminisce about all this stuff here. And again, there was a lot more I wish I could have reminisced about, but either just my computer could not handle it or just the fact that I've been doing the stream for so long I just didn't really have the time to go and do it. So I was just doing what I can within my reminiscing here, but I really did hope you guys enjoyed all my times here at college with you all. It's been honestly a roller coaster journey here, as you can tell. We had so many like YouTube streams here. I had to go for 3 different dormitories, so many different friends, so many different like classes of like professors and whatnot. This has been like one heck of a journey, but it's been a great journey to be able to have the few of you guys who've still been supporting the channel to this day be able to come along with me and do this. So I really hope you guys will keep continuing to be along with me on the road for whatever happens in my adult life. I'm sure I'll keep getting you guys more streams and more like YouTube videos, and hopefully now I don't have to worry about college work. I'll try to get you guys even more YouTube videos than ever, hopefully. That would be the hope. Because I'll have a lot more time available to me, and that'd be the hope. Yeah, with money. And that's why my money ends up winning at the end of the day, bro. But yeah, I guess before we really end off here, I wanted to have a dedicated time for any questions you guys can ask me. So I think Meg, Cody, Clips, and you guys are here right now. I think anybody would still be with me here at like 1 in the morning. Are there any like questions you want to ask me, either YouTube wise or college wise? This is your time to ask questions. I can't like guarantee like I'm gonna like be answering questions for long, but if you have any genuine questions you want to ask me, I'm all open ears here. You can ask me like maybe some other things I didn't talk about in the college experience if you can think of something, or maybe something like for my YouTube journey here like in college and the growth. And that's one thing I also didn't talk about like among the YouTube journey. Like it was a huge accomplishment like back in like February. I think it was like February 3rd of like 2024, I think, when I finally got the streaming channel monetized, like from doing all those like freaking Pokemon giveaways. Like that was huge. Like I was super happy that I was able to get the streaming channel monetized. So that was definitely like up there with some of the biggest accomplishments that I did like during my time here at college. Crazy. What am I gonna do after college? Currently right now I have a internship lined up at Six Flags Great America. I'm curious to see how that goes. I think I'm going to be working at Six Flags Great America until they close for the Halloween season. After that, I don't really know like what my job is going to be. But yeah, because obviously like once that hits Halloween and then after maybe like their winter stuff, I can't really work at Six Flags for like a couple of months. So maybe I'll probably find some like part time like gig, maybe work at like a fast food place, make some good money there. I don't know, but I'm thinking I'm mainly on like trying like to stay within the amusement park sphere, or like maybe on the off season of Six Flags I can really work like extra hard like to really grow the channel and do like a lot more content for you guys, try to make as much money as I can off of YouTube and whatever like donations you guys throw my way, like and doing like content. So that's kind of the idea. Like I don't really have like a huge like big future plan, and like then I would love just to keep working in amusement parks, like keep getting higher in the ranks there, because honestly working in amusement parks is generally a lot of fun. And again, just doing YouTube at the side and making a little bit of money off of that as well, I think would be really, really fun for me. I am gonna be. I guess I'll go in order with the questions. Again, if you guys have, I like just keep the questions coming. If you guys have questions, keep asking me questions. There's a time to do so. So that's basically my answer to that. Would you consider an IRL meetup with us in the crew in the distant future? Well, meeting up with all of you guys in the crew, it all really depends on, like, if you guys generally really want to make that happen or not. Cause I'm not sure how motivated, like, Harold or Clipsnot or, like, any, like, other of my, like, big people, like, moderator crew would end up really wanting to meet up somewhere. Because, honestly, if I were to do a meetup, I know, like, a lot of you guys are not really into amusement parks. And Clipsnot, I know specifically, it would be hard for him to do a meetup. Like, the only really meetup thing that I think I can accomplish with Clipsnot is if we go to, like, Canada's Wonderland together, whenever I take a new trip to Canada's Wonderland. Which I'm sure I will, because I really want to ride Alpine Fury at that park. But I'm not sure how much of an amusement park guy Clipsnot is. That's kind of like my way of meeting up with people, just going to amusement parks. So... yeah, it's definitely something, because, like, the fact, too, that I've only, like, throughout my whole time doing YouTube, I've only met up in real life with 2 fans. That's it. Which is kind of crazy, like, that I haven't met up with more of you guys. I mean, I've also met up with, like, some cool coaster YouTubers, but they weren't fans of me. Specifically fans of you, like, you guys who watch my channel. I only met, Coaster Rider when he was still around in the channel. And he's also, like, he's still, like, on the Luigi Striker, like, channel art picture. And then it's also Jonathan, which is Little J. No, it's Little J on the channel. So, but I'll definitely, like, Meg, if I ever make it down to the Carolinas again at some point, I will definitely let you know, and we can see if we can do a meetup there at some point. Again, I have no idea when the hell I'm going to be getting down to the Carolinas anytime soon, but I would really love to take another trip to, like, King's Dominion and, like, Carowinds and go to, like, a bunch of different amusement parks down in that area of the U.S., since I haven't been to some of those parks, like, in a long time. So I already kind of answered the first part of your question there, Haley. Am I gonna move back with my parents? Yeah, I'm mainly gonna be living with my parents just because I don't really want to deal with all these, like, rent situation, and it's definitely gonna be far more convenient for me. And again, I want to be able, like, to spend a decent amount of time with my parents before they move on from this world here. So, and the fact too that, like, over, like, college, I never really, like, called them a whole lot, and I feel bad for that. So just having, like, a genuine time, like, where I can spend time with family, maybe try to plan out some fun vacation trips, like, with them at all. Yeah. Live an hour east from Cedar Point. Well, something that you should, living with parents, gang. Woo! I mean, my parents are great. I don't mind living with them. I'm totally fine with living with them. Enjoy mom's, cooked up dinner meals. Yeah, I don't know how Mary's situation is. The one sad thing, unfortunately, like, at Cedarville that I was never able to accomplish was finding some, like, girl that I genuinely cared for. And in times that I had, like, interest in some girls, like, they already had, like, either they already had a boyfriend or they were, like, getting married, like, in a couple months, and I was like, what the hell? This sucks. But yeah, I think that's actually what I was, like, thinking about too. Like, if I do end up getting married with somebody, then I would move out of the house and go and live with them. Because again, I just feel very weird. Like, because obviously when you're married, it'd be a very weird situation that you're married with somebody, but you're not living with that person. You're still living with your parents. that's kind of weird. Very strange. Yeah, I'm sure there's situations out there like that happen, but most of the time when you get married to somebody, you don't live out with them. Honestly, I don't even know if I'm gonna end up getting married in my life. I would like to. I mean, it'd be nice to have someone that I can have that I genuinely care about and they also care about me. But I don't know. Maybe I might not end up getting like wife at all. But in the Bible it says like it's fine being single. You don't have to be married. So I learned that in Marriage and the Family. I talked about like 5 hours ago in the stream. You're gonna find yourself an apartment, maybe eventually a house. Again, kind of like with that question is, if I end up getting married, then yes, that's something I think I would do. But and eventually, maybe when my parents pass on, like either maybe I'll just stay in the house like that they like lived in for a while, or maybe I might just live in my own house. It really depends on how I feel about that. What's the most wild thing that happened in college? Also, just curious question for you, Meg. If you don't feel like answering, it's fine. Do you have a boyfriend? If you don't feel like answering, it's fine. I'm just curious. I don't know why. I'm just curious. But to answer your question, most wild thing that happened in college. I actually didn't talk about this. No, you don't have a boyfriend? Having trouble finding boys you like too, huh? Oh, we're in the same boat, aren't we? Oh, yeah. I've had a chill roommate with it. Well, this is kind of wild in a sense, I guess. But there's two. I mean, this is more sad than wild. But there's a story that I could generally tell that's wild. But I'm gonna first talk about like some pretty sad wild stories though. I think there was like someone on campus who actually ended up committing suicide like in their dorm room or something. And we had like this whole chapel like just dedicated to like commemorating like this student, and like Thomas White, like the president, was like so emotional like on stage, and like we didn't even know this person at all, but damn, like Thomas White, bro, he was making us feel so insanely like bad like for this person, and like we had, and like, but by far that was some of the most emotional praise that we had. And if you guys remember too, there was like these two planes that crashed into each other like in Virginia, and actually there was a Cedarville student on one of those planes, and as you know, nobody made it out of that plane alive. So then we had another emotional chapel as well, like where we sang very emotional praise songs because everybody was upset, and we were commemorating like both of these like people's lives. But one of the crazy things that happened though was someone I think almost attempted to commit murder on campus one time, if I remember, because someone stabbed somebody really hard with a plastic fork or whatever. I was like, bro, people are stabbing people, what the heck? And I think even too, like before even I was at Cedarville, like I've heard stories like where people were doing like satanic rituals like in the freaking dormitories, and I'm like, bro, what the heck? Demons are like getting possessed in these people's lives. Like, what the heck, bro? Oh, what? Yes, I'm not even joking. A plastic fork, yes. I mean, maybe it wasn't a plastic fork, but yeah, that person ended up getting arrested. Obviously. I was like, I think they were with like the court on it too, and I was like, bro, what the heck? So there are definitely some crazy Cedarville stories that I've heard, but yeah, that was on Christian campus. I don't think so. Yeah, they definitely got in big trouble after that. I don't remember even specifically too. Like I could be spitting like this out of my butt for all I know, but I think I do remember like somebody also saying like they were doing like some also other student was doing like. Oh, actually no, I remember this actually specifically like in it was in freshman or sophomore year when I was in West. There was this time where actually they had to close the doors off, like, because normally the doors are just kind of like open, like in the hallways. Like obviously, like the doors leading into the dorm, like a dorm room are closed, and you have to like have a key card scan to get in. But I remember one time they actually like closed the doors like for us because there was actually something crazy going on like in the floor above us. And I think that was actually like the time when like someone was like doing like maybe some rituals or something. I don't freaking know. So they got the freaking police like involved, and they had to like drag this like person like out of the dorm. I didn't actually see it happen because I was too scared like to go out like and see what the heck was happening. But there was like a bunch of police cars like all around like our freaking dorm like one day, and I was like, bro, this is crazy. Like, what the hell is going on? So, yeah. Fun times. Oh yeah, fun times. And a more crazier college memory too. Like one of the trips that I had with Jesse to see to frickin' Kings Island, because literally like Orion was one of the coasters that was just a walk on at the time, and it was one of the coasters that was open. Literally like we looped Orion like 10 times like that day. And I was like, bro, I'm stacking up my ride count on Orion, bro. Like what the heck. It's crazy. So that was a fun memory, looping Orion constantly. I think that was also the day too where randomly there was like this insane like downpour of rain that one visited Kings Island for like 30 minutes, and then it just went away. Just like this big like downpour I had to go through, and I was just like, well, this is great. Like thank God I'm under the shelter in the queue for freaking Flight of Fear. And again, me talking about this stuff may sound bad, but again, you're asking me about wild stuff, and then and mind you, this stuff only happened like once. This ritual thing only happened once. Someone stabbing someone with a fork happened once, and unfortunately, the death stuff like had to happen like once in 2 different scenarios. But other than that, most part, like the community here is really calm. They're really good people, and I genuinely have loved to get to know like a lot of the people like here in the community. So just because me telling you these crazy stories should not like by any means like keep you away from like if you want to check out Cedarville like as a university. Like overall, my 4 years here at like college, like I felt like very protected, like throughout like the dorms, and like of a big like bodily like believer like of Christians like all around me, all around the place. So I felt very like it honestly felt like my second home, like away from home, you know. Any other questions you guys have me? Ask me. It would make more sense to live at home until you get married. Hour and a half, that's what I'm gonna do. Oh my gosh, Goldie. I moved out of a chill roommate, yeah. And again, if you guys want to like hear about my roommate stuff, I talked about all my roommates in one part of the stream here. I don't know where the heck that was in the stream, but it was in there somewhere. Sounds just so remarkably serious. I know, right? It's actually Blast Ghost in that college vicinity. And something I guess also a little unserious. Like, for my time at Cedarville, like, yeah, there have been, like, some obnoxious people, but for the most part, I don't really hear much of the Christians here swearing. And yeah, sometimes I have a bad potty mouth sometimes, especially when I get angry. But literally even just today, I heard someone, like, screaming, like, I think, like, are you, like, S-ing me? So, S-H-I-T-T-I-N. And I'm like, bro, you should not be yelling out swear words like that at a Christian university, bro. Like, what are you doing? This guy's a stupid idiot. I did not really, like, find many other, like, fellow, like, rock fans, like, from my time at Cedarville. I do remember, like, seeing, like, in my Theology 1 class, there was this guy that, like, kept wearing Megadeth shirts. And I'm like, that's pretty killer. Yeah, there weren't, and sometimes I got some compliments, like, here and there for my Linkin Park shirts that I wore, but other than that, I did not really find any, like, rock fans, like, a whole lot, like, at the university. You guys got any other questions for me? I'll keep open some time here for any more questions you guys have. Minorly compared to what you just shared. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, there's, like, so many other, like, universities out there that have, like, insane, like, much more crazier stories than I could ever talk about, but those are just some I remember at the top of my head. Oh, you know, this guy at your school has a Hyrule Fury shirt? Nice. I like it. Yeah, that one shirt I got I actually got comboed to Linkin Park shirt pretty recently, and it was I was wearing my From Zero Linkin Park shirt. Any other questions you guys have for me? Okay, this is the final college stream here. Like, if you want to ask me any college questions now's the time to do so. Like, this is like my last opportunities to. I got kicked in the leg for no reason back in high school. We're not gonna talk about my high school memories specifically. This is college memories here, but that's funny. That's not. I like how you're just telling me stuff. You're not even asking me questions at this point here. You're just telling me fun things, fun stuff that's happened to you back in the past. I haven't watched a hill strange accent. Yeah, you guys got anything last questions you want to ask me before we head out here? I'm down to hear any of your questions. Did my college do anything special for graduation yet? So I had like the graduation rehearsal today, which, oh my gosh, holy plastic chairs set up all around the place. Like, jeez Louise. It's really, really impressive. You literally have nothing else you want to ask me, Meg? Really? I'm not sure how well this was going to show in the webcam, but look at this, bro. This is a pano shot that I had, so it looks a little wonky, but let's see how this shows on the Streamlabs. This is the college, like, the setup. So, like, lines of chairs, like, up there. You have the bleachers. You have just lines of chairs going endlessly, like, up there, down and around, and then, like, in the corner over there. And you have this, like, big stage that they set up, like, in the frickin' field house. And this is, what the stage looks like. Very, very impressive looking stage. I'm gonna be walking across that stage in about a day. But for special things in graduation, I think they had like a couple senior celebrations here and there, and I know they like hosted a thing like where you actually can go to the president's like house and like have dinner there. I didn't end up going to that, but what I am going to end up going to is they're having some senior celebration thing on Friday night at like 8 p.m. that I'm going with my family, and I think it's like some last time of like doing like worship songs and whatnot. So, and then like you can chat after the fact as well. So that's something that I'm looking forward to checking out for sure. And perform an LP song on that stage. No, because if I did, I probably wouldn't get my diploma. And I want my diploma, bro. I worked very hard to get that stinking thing, bro. 4 years of homework and exams and presentations and essays and suffering and, you know, still a good time overall. I deserve that stinking diploma, bro. Hell yeah. Alrighty. Well, is that basically it, you guys? Got any last questions you want to ask? I think I'm gonna finally sign off here, almost like 8 hours later. True. I can get away with like singing an LP song or stream, but it's just what I'm here to sing. Rude. They would take it away from that from that singing. Exactly. So I want my diploma, gosh dang nabbit. Any last questions, guys? Or are we good here? Guess why you guys are thinking some last questions. The last and final thing I wanted to talk about in this stream here is what I recommend this college. After being here for 4 years, would I recommend it? I feel like most definitely. Like, yes, there may be like some hard times the college may have to go through during your time there, but overall, it's a really safe community. Like they have a lot of like amazing food options. You can make like so many incredible like good new friends here. Like I have some new lifelong Christian friends that I'm really happy that I have, and I'm grateful that I was able to meet them from my time here. I learned so much new incredible stuff, but also like a theological like base like based from it. It's like I learned, I've grown so much in my faith in Christ, and I'm just really grateful for being able to be like also like an absolutely beautiful campus, like to the lake. Like I'll forever miss being able to bike around the lake, and like just and you know just biking on campus also was just a fun time, and it's gonna be sad like that it's finally over here. Like the fact that this is the final night I'm sleeping in the dorm here, and then I am done, like with dormitory life. And it's just madness to me, and the fact that I had like my final like final exam and just final thing ever that I had to do like schoolwork wise like earlier yesterday at around 1 p.m. taking the final exam for theology. Like that's insane to me. Like I can't believe I'm at this point here. But anyways, yes, I would 100% recommend this college. This college also seems to just keep growing like constantly, like over and over and over and over, like throughout the years, and just seeing the growth of the college with like new dormitories and new business centers and new different food and dining options, and like upgrading the different things like in different buildings. Like it's been incredible to see. So the college will keep constantly growing. It's a phenomenal group of people, like with like a phenomenal group of Christians out in the cornfields of Ohio, and I could not recommend it more. And I'm forever grateful that Stephanie, who one of the worship leaders in my church who went to Cedarville, like recommended it to me, and we checked it out and did a couple visits there, and I just fell in love with this university throughout my time here. So I'm 100% grateful, and I'm really happy that I spent my 4 years here, because I totally do not regret it whatsoever. No, Cedarville is such an incredible campus. It's such an amazing community, an amazing president, and I couldn't ask for a better university to spend my 4 years at, for sure. Testimony wise, my testimony is not really all that interesting, believe it or not. Cause I remember like the first time that I ended up getting saved and accepted Jesus into my heart was all the way back when I was like 6 or like 7 or something. Cool Ranch, stop watching Moist Critic. Oh my gosh. Ay, caramba. But it was like back, I remember like there's just one night where I was like, I really wanted like to learn what Jesus was, and I wanted to accept him in my heart. And I remember I accepted Jesus in my heart, like sitting on a little blue cushion seat that's still in my sister's room to this day, like, and for some reason I accepted Jesus in my heart, like in my big sister's room. That's what I specific remember from like very few memories. So yeah, that's basically what my testimony is like. Got saved at a very young age, and progressively more and more as I grow up, I got to learn more about Christ, and especially at my time here at Cedarville, it was nice really getting to just understand more about him and like his works in the Bible and whatnot. Amazing stuff. Alright guys, well, again, huge thanks for anybody who decided to sit around here and watch like these portions of the stream here. I know this was an insanely long stream. I did not expect this to go for like almost 8 hours. But yeah, again, if you want to have an idea of like what I talked about here from this video, we did classes and professors, 4 years of dorm life, 4 years of chapel, food situation, the friends, each roommate I had, fun events that I had, showing off my dorm room, expansions of the university, growth in my relationship with God, go through like what I've done on YouTube, mainstreaming and worship channels. Oh, I never actually went for the video projects. Crap. Damn it. Oh, I completely forgot. Gosh damn it. Alright, I can't believe I forgot about that. How did I miss that? What the hell? What's wrong with me? Gosh damn it. Well, I guess I will speed run. If you're wondering who my best roommate was, I said Ben from junior year. Jesse's second best though. Let's just go for this really quickly here. I really wanted to actually showcase these. Hopefully my stream will be lagging. I'm gonna go with like all my other tabs just so I only have this one up. Hopefully that'll help it be a little less laggy. Well, right off the bat, sign that my cursor's not working for this very well. You guys just want to, what you get for coming late? Guys just want to quickly have fun, like, I'll do, like, a commentary, like, over, like, watching these. Want me to do that? And have fun watching some of my very old film projects? Sure, let's do it. Some of these, like, I'm probably gonna put, like, at a more, like, sped up speed, the more longer ones. But these ones I can keep at its, like, normal speed, though. Oh god, some of my, like, plushies that I had there originally. Looking back at this video, bro. Oh, this really takes me back. You can hear that Not Gonna Die for Skillet's about to play, but like for copyright reasons, I could not play it. Ah yes, the Tyler Communication Center. Go take class. My AirPods in my ears during the frickin' winter time. I'm galloping in chapel, pretending I'm worshiping. My shirts are changing, bro. It's crazy. Oh, I'm hungry. Oh, Chuck's over there. My stupid dumbass face. There's our cafeteria. This sequence here I was pretty satisfied with. Plop down food. Like that whole sequence there. Chuck's was not good that day. I did the best I could. My old green bike that's terrible nowadays. Broken. I have my freaking wallet in my backpack to scan. I'm just throwing stuff everywhere. On my old setup. I had a competition. The quickest paper I've ever written. Working on Minecraft Coaster, baby. That was a shimmering amethyst thing. I hope coaster right. Switching back to that. Bro, I had so few plushes with me back then in college, bro. What the heck? I had such little plushies. Yeah, that was the film project back freshman year. Wait, really? Don't tell me Superman's actually closing. Yeah, that was a fun one to do, but I remember specifically I got a whole letter grade deducted because apparently I wasn't supposed to make a project on myself. Supposed to be as somebody else. I didn't read the instructions well enough. Whoops. My bad. Okay, come on, Firefox. Just work with me here a little longer.
I wonder what fun, joy, and pain I'll feel today.
This easily out of my film projects, like, was one of my least favorites that I did. I did not like this one that much, if I'm being honest.
OMG, this song is my favorite.
Cole riding my effing bike. Transition somehow to the freaking Bible Center. In class, he's like the only one in class.
Man,
Totally
that was
relatable.
kind of boring. I hope chapel's good today. I think Dr. White's gonna speak.
The voiceover just does not match up with his lips at all. I don't know why we had to do stupid. Because, like, our audio, like, when we were recording, it was so bad, we had to do voiceovers, like, afterwards. And my freaking camera quality in here is not great. I'm roasting my own film. And again, like, specifically, like, when working on this here, like, he had, like, Cole knew somebody who had made, like,
Thomas
custom
White
music.
never misses a beat, does he? Well, time to go submit my final Videotech project.
Don't forget the bike, you idiot.
Can't forget the bike.
Can't forget the bike. And yeah, the voiceovers just was not really done really well with, like, overlapping with, like, the talking and the music that he had, like, again, like, he was supposed to have, like, these different, like, moments, like, to make it more intense and, like, whatnot, or, like, when things, like, were happening, but the best that this person that he got to do for him was, just like this like soundtrack you hear in the background there, like pretty steamy soundtrack throughout. So if he had more time to work on the soundtrack in the background, like for the film, for the short film, then it would have been a little bit better. But music-wise, it just was pretty samey throughout. So this whole thing here is like he's about to submit his assignment here, and doesn't realize he left his.
This is almost as bad as submitting a file in the wrong format. Gotta find my hard drive.
Submitting a file in the wrong format. Oh, I forgot I did like an upper balcony shot. Those shots actually are pretty. Those shots actually aren't half bad. Zoomed in shots from
Where is it?
shots.
Where is it? Okay. Calm down.
So
15
basically,
minutes
if you don't understand what's going on,
Check the first
he
class
left his
today.
hard drive
Go
like
fast.
back at the dorm, and he's trying to retrace the steps since he didn't realize like where he left his hard drive. So he's going back to each different places that he was like in the beginning of the film.
I think I was jamming out too much on my way here. My way here. To the dorm. To the dorm.
To the dorm, to the dorm. I did the best I could with my panning work, bro. I think I did alright. Why did I make him go in a circle there? What the heck? Him panicking, moving back and forth. Goes back to the dorm. Yeah, he looks totally panicked, guys. You see the panic
This is
and
the
fear
last
on his
place I
face.
have to look. Only 5 minutes left.
5 minutes left of the assignments due, guys. The tension.
Oh my gosh, no way!
He didn't even open his mouth. Bro somehow makes it across all of campus in like 5 minutes. That makes sense.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Yeah, this is the class where I did a lot of like, so this classroom here is where I edited like a lot of my video projects that you see here. So this project even here was like edited like on these computers here. TotallyMyProject.com. The capstone project.
Never has anything this intense happened to me before. I'm not gonna leave assignments this late ever again.
And look who's cameoing in the film.
Hello, Floor, my old friend.
Well, I'm glad that I have everything.
Eh,
that
I wonder
need,
who that
for this
is.
Project.
Why am I wearing the same shorts? What the hell?
No. Are you freaking kidding me?
I forgot my hard drive too. Keep forgetting all this crap. What's wrong with us? Assistant cameraman Josh. Yep. We already saw this one. Alright, 30-second one, guys. Totally. This is one. So, this is, it's Steve. So this is where the start of like doing films with Brody and Isaac. Oh my gosh, these ones are some of my favorite. Like, so I like the one I did with my film here, like for video tech, like with my phone. I did not like the Last Minute Mayhem. Did not like that one that much. But these next like 3 and also the highest stakes film, I really enjoyed doing these. These were a lot of fun to do. So quick 30-second Nintendo Switch commercial. I can do all the lines too. Cheetahs! Waluigi, you're doing it all wrong! You need this. Wah! The controller's super comfortable and easy to use. Just slide the Joy-Cons in it. Wah! Try again, brother. Alright. Waluigi number 1! Of course. Get your Joy-Con controllers now, and you can be a pro gamer. It's so short but sweet. Again, them like in their freaking Wario and Waluigi cosplay is just fantastic, and they embody the character. Like in a longer version, like instead of him just saying cheetahs, like he would have done the whole dialogue like, oh no, I lost. Everybody cheated. Next time I cheat. And he throws the Joy-Con. So I had like 2 versions of that, but for the time constraint of 30 seconds, I had to do that. Cheetahs. I love that one. Short but sweet. Then the stolen money. Oh boy, here. I would say probably out of my other film projects, this is probably one of my other like not as favorite ones that I've done, but this still like brings me back memories. Ready and look at this one here. Oh, sussy Mariano in the background. Brody working on the Nintendo Switch commercial. The freaking Cool Ranch universe is expanding. Breaking the fourth wall. That's Mariano stealing Brody's or Frank's money, whatever the frick I named this guy.
Oh yeah, only $15. Of course.
And there's good old Ben being the Frank loses money and Billy. Okay, Billy's the played by Isaac. Ben being the library and bookstore person. Sorry. Damn. Slam that door hella shut. These next scenes are glorious. What is going on? I lost my money. Actually,
I can't
find
find
it
it
anywhere. I got about.
I can help you. We retrace your steps and then we can find the last place.
So specifically, I commanded Brody to fall every time he gets out of the scene. So fall number 1. The day with Mariano and Isabella.
Hi, I'm doing well. How are you, Mariano?
Oh, much better. I don't have anything
Look at this
to
mega
panic
Chad
about.
right here. Searching for the money. I love some of these shots, bro. I did a good job of these shots. Like the under table shot, that was awesome. Connor didn't like the camera shake though. I can't live without it. He's like panic smiling, Clip's not. Don't you know what panic smiling looks like?
I have every reason to panic.
And
right
here's
now.
the next
Not
shot took
panic
us like
yet.
8
We can
shots to
check back in the
record.
chapel. They were getting pretty crazy with their singing back there.
You're right. Let's go.
I like how this has like a very similar theme to the Last Minute Mayhem, so it's done much better. You just stay on the floor for an extended period of time, and then just get up. And I record that through like the
Oh, that's
classroom door.
great. What were you worried about?
It's nothing.
And by the way, the conversation between them is a reference to the Super Mario Brothers movie. You can listen to it carefully enough. I love all those cuts of them looking all around there.
That was important stuff.
Dang,
where the heck did it go?
This is the most epic fall right here. Look at this.
How's the plumbing business going?
I have to see that.
If you say so.
Brody, most epic person at falling.
That's something. You'll never believe what happened to me the other day.
Oh yeah? Tell me all about it.
There's the iconic line. Where's my money? Where's my money?
Wait, that's insane. So you're trying to tell me that the dog attacked you and then you fled the bathroom?
Yeah, it's an experience I never will forget. Frank, we looked everywhere for your cash.
I think it might have
been stolen.
No, this is the worst day of my life.
We can't just give up
Give
yet,
up yet,
though.
no.
Do you know anyone who might have stolen any suspects?
I remember Mario looking nervous about something earlier.
Remember Mariano looking kind of nervous about something.
You can tell I watched this way too
We'll
many
have to
times.
pay Mariano a visit then. Do you have any idea where he'd be?
Well, he usually has dinner with Isabella about this time of day.
How do you know that? That's not important. Let's go. That's not important. You don't need to know my sussy logic here.
Marry me. It's unbelievable.
That guy is a weird one.
Luigi stole it. Yeah, I stole the money.
Mariano, want to talk to you about something.
Frank, what's going on?
My money.
My money.
I can't find my money anywhere.
Yeah,
I just love how he just
money,
completely
I stole it.
admits it here.
Why, Mariano?
I needed the money for,
He's just like so upfront about like, yeah, I stole your money.
I wouldn't have needed it if my latest plumbing gig hadn't gone so good. What exactly was this book?
Guide to become a pro gamer.
What is that?
That's the exact book I needed.
That's the exact book I needed. Wow, so convenient.
I'm sorry for stealing your money.
Oh, look how apologetic Mariano is, guys.
Crazy things.
Don't feel too
Aw,
bad,
so
Mariano.
sweet.
Guys, don't be too hard on him. We all make mistakes sometimes.
Okay.
Fine.
The most funny thing too, like when I've heard from Aubrey for playing one of my like Kuro characters I have her as, she like hates like all like her characters personas like so much. That's what I find hilarious. It's like I keep making her really do things that like she's acting as a character that she would like hate in the real life. What do you say, Mariano? We've become pro gamers. I'll beat all you guys. Oh sure. And just the slow-mo walk of them just leaving freaking Isabella in the dirt.
Guys?
Hey
guys. Don't forget about me.
Oh gosh. Again, you can tell like these are some of my favorite films that I did just because it's with the good old cast and crew I've known to love to do. All right, the debate. Here we go.
Everyone, rise for the judge.
God, this film is so good. Me win that. Oh, well then, get out of your seat, lady. I know, right? Unbelievable. Christina, what are you doing? That was a full screen. I'm not sure why not full screen is.
This core.
So interesting thing about this whole one here is
Prosecution is
so
ready,
actually
Your
this
Honor.
was
also ready, Your
Nintendo
Honor.
Switch commercial and Stolen Money and High Stakes was completely written by me, but this one specifically was written by Isaac and Brody because they had a whole like Discord like argument like between like whether to put pineapple in pizza or not. So this is the kind of so what I ended up doing is they put it into like this case attorney like generator thing and they uploaded it to YouTube. So this like live reenaction of it is based on what they uploaded like from like this case attorney like Phoenix Wright like generator like case thing. I definitely were some things I left out because it's not really like fitting for like the real life version of it, and also for like as a film project. They made like stupid meme jokes like throughout and weird stupid moments like, but I got rid of those. But most of like the points of like their arguments from the original like come through in the live reenaction.
Prosecution. Would you say that
Sorry, I'm talking all over their arguments.
I would say so, yes.
But I wanted to give some insider knowledge on what. And the funny thing too, also this room here that we specifically filmed in, we had to keep setting it up like in a certain way like every time we came in to do filming. Because actually before like the setup you see there like with like the court case and like with like the courtroom with all the different tables set up. It's more like the room's usually set up like in a U shape, so we had to keep resetting like the room like to like the how we wanted it for the film each day, so like each different days of filming.
What is your
Objection, Mr. Job.
The ingredients listed are all savory foods.
And I had like two cameras
Savory being
specifically
defined
like
as
recording
belonging to the
like
category that
two
is
different
salty or
shots,
spicy rather than sweet.
so I could cut to like that
Pineapple
there,
is
and that's
not
like camera
savory,
like
it
A
is
or B.
sweet. It does not belong in the same taste category as belongs on pizza.
It is a known fact that pizza sauce itself
And yeah, my
is very
props
sweet.
too, just because I wanted consistency throughout the film. I made it so like when he gives the
Combination
folder
of
to
sweet
Ben,
and savory
he
lends
takes
itself
it back
to
and
the
then places
category
it back
of
up and
dessert.
starts talking.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, would you consider pizza a dessert?
And these are like all people from like Rogers that I got to like be part of the courtroom. I just tell them like just start mumbling to each other like, I'll buy it.
I don't know about you, but I certainly wouldn't categorize those dishes as desserts.
But you can't compare the mild sweetness of a tomato sauce to the power of a pineapple.
It overpowers the entire dish, leaving nothing else to be tasted.
But the sweetness of a
There's a
Hawaiian or
Hawaiian
Polynesian
sauce.
sauce, either of which is meant to be spread over a more savory meat, is equal to or greater than the sweetness of a pineapple.
Are these dishes in question
Pizza? Objection.
I'm merely refuting your claim that sweetness and savoriness can only go together in the category
You can tell
of desserts.
sometimes like Brody's trying to
The
remember his
prosecution has
lines.
nothing more useful to say. Might we move this to the jury?
Hold it!
I believe the prosecution has more to say. The pineapple is an acidic fruit, just like tomatoes. If you combine the two, you may experience stomach upset from the acidity.
Go
Quote
for
from
my source.
Mr. Joe, would you say that a pizza and a soda go well together?
At parties, yes.
So you can see here, I give him the he gives him the folder, then he's gonna
Most
take
sodas
it
have a
back from
high
him.
sugar content. They have an acidic pH. Most sodas range from about a 2.5 to a 3.5 on the pH scale. For reference, 11 is about a 2, and battery acid is about a 1.
Objection!
Not every soda is acidic. Sustained.
However,
The
fact
bed
remains that
sustained
many
line.
popular
He's so
sodas are
serious.
acidic. This is all to say that acidity is not a valid reason.
Also,
to
something to
dismiss
note.
Hawaiian pizza.
Obviously, Isaac's
All
referencing
things
Phoenix
in
Wright from Ace
moderation, my
Attorney.
friends.
Brody's
After
referencing
all,
Saul Goodman with that
even the
outfit.
cheese that goes on
If you
pizza
wanted.
is acidic.
But we named him Saul Gooder and Ty Joe.
But who eats pizza in order
to be healthy.
Would you spoil an unhealthy food with a healthy fruit topping?
I wouldn't be so hasty to call pineapple healthy. Source?
Take that! Fruit
Take
is
that!
healthy. Also, pineapple
Fruit
does
is
not go with
healthy.
cheese and bread and
Source?
Take that! Fruit is healthy.
Also, pineapple does not go with cheese and bread and any other dish. Most savory pineapple dishes are either grilled or paired with chicken.
First off, there are several kinds of pizzas that try to negate pizza's negative health effects, like a veggie pizza. A pineapple healthy. Source?
Sorry.
Take that! Fruit
Take
is
that!
healthy.
Fruit healthy is
Also,
Pineapple
Oh,
healthy.
I like this moment so
Source?
much.
take that! Fruit is healthy. Also, pineapple does not go with cheese and bread and any other dish.
Isaac did a great job as
Most
Phoenix
savory
Wright,
pineapple
dude.
dishes are either grilled or paired with chicken.
First off, there are several kinds of pizzas that try to negate pizza's negative health effects, like a veggie pizza.
Love the music in the
Secondly,
background.
There are side effects and benefits when
Phoenix
consumed,
Wright's
just like
having his
anything
moment,
else.
bro.
Its high acidity means that too much can affect your dental health.
You've spoken
It
truthfully
truly
when you
feels
say
like
that
it-
too much pineapple can
Yeah,
affect your health,
Which is why you don't want it on pizza. As I said.
All things in moderation. I'm not advocating that we eat it all the time. I'm just stating it's not an invalid choice.
High acidity leaves all the other ingredients in the dust.
We've already established that
Pizza sauce and cheese both have acidity together.
pizza's not something we eat for every meal.
It's a sometimes food to be enjoyed.
In addition, pineapple is cold and wet. Who enjoys cold things on a hot pizza? And worse, who likes soggy pizza when the crust is moist?
Hear what he just said.
Ingredients like spinach have virtually no flavor to add, so they are less controversial.
There are many ways to prepare pineapple
pizza. You're just describing one of them.
I imagine that generally the pineapple is baked with the pizza, warming it up and drying it up.
Hunter over here. There's and terrible.
After the acid debate,
Aubrey!
technically, acidic foods are necessary.
Where did the courtroom go?
Lemons, for example, they have a lower pH
Consistency
than pineapple,
bad.
yet you still eat them. Basically, the body's designed to ingest a whole range of acidic foods. So long as you're not drinking straight battery acid, you should be fine.
Your Honor, I move we table this discussion based on the comments from the jury.
Agreed. The prosecution will now quote Gordon Ramsay.
Gordon Ramsay, in typical vulgar fashion,
Don't
You don't
put
put
pineapple on a
pineapple on a
bleeding
bleeding
pizza.
Gordon Ramsay is a professional chef and perhaps
That's our way of
considered
doing
the
swearing
greatest in the
on Christian short films. Bleeping pizza.
Quote another critic. I've had a few pineapple pizzas in the past few years.
What
And
critic
what?
are you critic,
It tastes
bro?
good. We can go back and forth.
What
all
critic are you
day
quoting, bro?
Different critics with different opinions.
How about the opinion of
How
an
about the
Italian?
opinion of an Italian?
Objection! Irrelevance!
We've already established that American pizza's objection irrelevant. We've already established that American pizza significantly deviates from the Italian
Objection! Irrelevance!
style. The prosecution has nothing more useful.
The reaction after.
How about the opinion of an Italian?
Objection irrelevant. We have already
That was one of the
established
Brody's
that American
best
pizza
performed lines
significantly
ever.
deviates from the Italian design. Your Honor, the prosecution has nothing more useful.
That is by far one of the most
Why don't we send this to the jury?
freaking
We indeed
amazing
run out of
Brody
time for this
performances
case.
ever.
It's now up to the jury to deliberate and come to a decision.
Objection!
Or we could
Irrelevance!
I move we send it to the jury.
Alright, jury.
I did not ask him to do it with that much passion, but I'm like, yep, that's the take.
Any opinions you have before the case.
Good old favorite roommate of mine. Do being the judge.
Honorable Judge, the jury has come to a decision.
Spokesman of the jury,
Give
give us a summary of your decision.
The jury decided
Meg
pizza
does not agree with
does
this.
not include pineapple as a topping. American pizza can include other toppings, but generally, no, pizza does not include pineapple.
Judge, the verdict, if you please.
The verdict is that pineapple does not belong on pizza.
Bonk. And that's a plastic gavel, by the way, so I did get like a sound effect like for like the gavel like noise, like something hitting on the desk. Yeah, let's find Meg's comment. Yeah. May not have agreed with the verdict, but good job on the project nonetheless. And a bunch of like Isaac and Brody's friends, bro. Saul Goodman, real. Ace Attorney references are on point. hilariously accidentally ordered pineapple pizza from Dominic's. I got so angry that I ordered my usual. Didn't have the courage to try it. Lol Phoenix Wright cosplay, but he should be in defense. He could be in the prosecution. Pineapple, yes, good. I like it. It's one of my go-to-go pizza toppings. Pineapple should never be on pizza. It's one of society's biggest mistakes. Pineapple sauce and crust are the only things that deserve to be on pizza. A lot of people do not agree with the verdict, so I guess you have fans agreeing with your opinion, Meg. Aren't you so special? What's not so special is the screen glitching out of control. Pineapple can stay away from pizza. Facts. Agreed. He agrees with the verdict. Alright. And we got our little Searsome projects. You know, the funny thing was, Abby, I actually was talking about you in this stream. Funny enough that you decided to join one of my streams I'm doing at 2 in the freaking morning. I haven't been around a lot. I deleted all my social media and apps off my... Oh, that makes sense why you haven't been replying to my messages at all. This makes so much more sense now. A detox from everything. Hope everything is well. How was your strat project? It overall went pretty well. We ended up getting a 93% on it. And then... it definitely had some rough patches here and there, but I'm really glad that the strat presentation overall went pretty well. And if any of you guys have not checked out this 20-second Kirby animation that I made here, so these next free projects here that I'm showcasing are ones that I made this like this semester here with directing, narrative, film, or intro to motion design. This is the one that I made for intro to motion design. This is Kirby abilities animation, only like 20 seconds long. No, you're okay. I wanted to like to invite you to a bunch of things that I was like doing, and I was just like, Abby's like, I'm getting like ghosted by Abby. Like, what's going on? That makes sense now. Well, glad to see you back around though. Hope to see you on more of my streams. We missed some of your music recommendations. And since the last time, you actually now have a reflection on your Ricky song that you recommended a long time ago at this point. Crazy. It's so short, but I love it so much. But yeah, that 20 seconds animation there that went by insanely fast. That took me 20 hours of work, baby. Woo! Animation is difficult. I'm happy about how that turned out, though. Sword, hammer, and Paracel Kirby. Alright, high stakes.
Welcome, one and all, to my little game show. I'm your host, Cool
Look
Ranch.
who it is, Clipsnot. Cool Ranch! Oh yeah,
I know
baby.
you three are here for one thing only, money. After all, greedy humans only want one thing after all.
Hey, that's not very nice.
Moving on. Let's get an idea from each of you what you'll use the cash prize of $500 for. So, Ricky, what do you need the $500 for?
Well, I've been meaning to take a trip down to Cedar Point, and that money's the perfect amount I need.
The coaster capital of the world. You'd have a blast for sure, Ricky. Hey, Christina, why would you
like the money?
Why would you
The
like
role
the
that Abby
money?
was supposed
There are
to
a
have,
bunch
but
of new
never
games I
actually
want to
did.
get, like Sonic Frontiers and
And
Cooking Mama.
A gamer, I see. We'll see how you do in the video game section. So, Jeremy, what would you like to spend the money on?
I have a very sick little brother at home, and having this money would help me get the medicine he needs to get better.
Awkward silence.
I respect that, Jeremy. Wishing you the best in this contest. Now, with that out of the way, let me explain the
So I guess I'll
rules.
give some
Because if you
insider
do not
stuff on
follow
this
them,
here.
Then you will be
How the
a
filming
naughty
worked for
little
this was
cheater
very interesting.
and will be disqualified.
Because I started off
We
like with
wouldn't want
like
that,
filming all the
would
stuff
we,
that
my
required all the
money-hungry
actors
friends?
like together.
At least now we're getting
and then
somewhere.
then I
This
focused on the
trivia will
shots
have
that
4
needed like
categories:
the three
video
contestants
games,
together with an
movies,
equal ranch.
music, and random.
Then after that,
Each
I
category will
started
have
kind of
5
more doing
questions
the
each.
individual
All of them will be
people.
multiple
so
choice, except one.
Like Cool
because
Ranch
I felt
here, like with Jesse, he had
all
like
have
the
a whiteboard
most
in front of you.
dialogue that he had
Please
to go
do
and
not use them
record.
to draw pictures of me, though I appreciate it. Please do not break them, and please do not
And
use
again,
them
with
to
all this
whack
editing
the
process,
other
I know
contestants
this film
on
way
the
too
head.
well.
Wait, people actually do that?
Oh yeah, that Ronaldo fellow. We don't talk about him.
I see. Well,
But
carry on.
yeah, so there was
Thank you,
like
thank you.
days where I had to
Also,
like record a
please
bunch of
leave
like
any more
Ricky,
questions till the
Christina
very end,
lines,
okay?
and then there was one day where specifically dedicated just
Each question
getting
will have 4 answer
Cool Ranch
choices,
lines done
and
because
1
he had
point will be
so many
awarded for
lines
each
he had
correct
to go
answer.
do.
You may not
And
ask for help
Brody
from
also
others.
had the like
You
second
may
most
not look
amount
at
of
each other's
lines,
boards,
so yeah, I
and
don't want
I
to do
will
with
not
him as
help
well.
you. So don't even ask,
We're gonna
okay?
have to, like, gonna have to go to
Sounds
my
good,
dorm
my
and,
dude.
like, record
Now, if
some
you have
stuff
any
there as
questions
well.
at this time, you can now so kindly ask me.
Actually, I had a question about.
No questions? That's how I like it. Without further ado, let's get this trivia night started.
Total, like, again, so, like, I specifically tried to make, like, a Cool Ranch, like,
First
embody, like,
category
who kind
will
of Jesse
be
is as a person.
video games. First question.
I felt like I
What is the
matched Jesse's
Game of the Year
personality
winner
pretty well.
of 2018?
I know this one.
I don't know how many of these questions you guys know now. I know this one. Look at Jeremy. Big
Okay, it looks like everyone has their answers down. The correct answer is God of War. Yes. Let's keep this moving along since I got a dinner at 5 with my gal and I don't want to keep her waiting. Question 2. What is the first 3D Sonic game?
This is easy. The money will be mine.
The correct answer is Sonic the Fighters.
What did you just say?
You heard me. Congrats to Christina and Ricky for getting that question right.
I would say easily out of all the films, like the audio work on this was done very well.
This is only the beginning of the pain and heartache. Question 3.
But something, because honestly, I just want to enjoy watching this one last time with y'all. Something I want to say quickly too. So, big thanks like to Megan and Steven too. Like they're not in this film at all, but they helped behind the scenes with a lot of like the audio like stuff and just helping me, and also helping on post production, like color grading, like making the screen look like this. Megan helped out with that, like really nice color texturing, and then Steven helped with all the audio balancing. And also he helped like holding the boom mic and doing some audio like on some days and set. So big props to like Steven and Megan. But what was I gonna say? Crap. I'm kind of losing my train of thought. Frick. Well, I guess what I could just say really quickly is the fact that this was mainly done like within 5 days in a row, like a film, like 5 days or like almost straight of filming. I had a break day in between, like, but yeah, 5 days of nonstop filming here, and there was like 252 different shots I had to go and record. Ridiculous. And then afterwards I had to like name Saturday graduation. Are you gonna go to that? Cool. Maybe I might see you there. And then I also had like, because of like I had a camera A and a B and also audio files I had to do, I had to name like over 700 different like files like for like this film just to have organization stuff better in post-production. And then post-production side of things, cropping everything together and lining audio for all these like incredible amount of shots like took forever. So I was happy the fact that I was able to give somebody to do color grading and audio balancing. But I also did like the music and some of the tech stuff you'll see later and all the sound effects in here. So, and I like, I remember the one thing I was gonna say. Okay, throughout the film, it was actually surprising. Like you don't realize this at all because like specifically we only focus on this, that side of the room. You don't show the whole computer room. Fun fact. People were actually working on projects like on the computers like while like when I was oh, that's really cool. I think God, I really my train of thought. Yeah, because specifically like I think like the video tech class had like some assignment due like after spring break around that time. So one thing I was surprised to see that the mic actually like, because I was hearing it like when I was recording audio that there was like clicking sounds, but I was like, I really hope like with like music overlaying it and whatnot and like doing the noise reduction, the clicking sounds will get removed. And yeah, you can never tell the fact that like there were other people like in the computer room also like working on their own projects. So like the fact that like we were able to avoid the clicking sounds of like keyboards and like mouse clicking and whatnot, like that was honestly like a big miracle, because that would have been annoying to have that, but like it was never noticeable throughout the whole film, so I'm really happy about that. And let's just enjoy watching this here.
What Minecraft update
So how many of you guys in the chat actually have
new
seen this like
nether
so far?
biomes?
Man, if you can't get a Minecraft question, that's embarrassing.
Lucky me, Ricky.
I know this answer.
We'll see about that, my dude.
And I told Isaac to give like do a southern Isaac to do a southern
All
like
the answers are
accent,
in.
and the southern
And the
accent
correct
stuck
answer
so well that
is-
we had to keep
Pause
it
for
doing
dramatic
it.
effect. Version
Also,
1.
fun little thing here that I accidentally
my
messed
dude.
up on. Why'd I go so far back, bro?
All the answers are in. And the correct
That's the one
answer
mistake that I
is.
noticed.
Pause for dramatic effect.
So you saw the
Version 1.16.
It's lagging so bad I can't pause on the freaking scene.
What did I say, Ricky?
Pause, you stinky boy. And it's lagging again. Oh my gosh, I hate my freaking laptop right now. It's so dumb. Play
Version 1.16.
Thinking thing. Right there, okay. So in the zoom in effect here, I totally forgot to actually get rid of the shadowing effect that we had, because like sometimes like the computer there was like too bright, so I specifically asked Megan like to try to tone down the lighting on it a little bit, and I totally forgot like because like specifically like this wasn't as zoomed in before, but like O'Connor wanted me to zoom in this shot more, like to make it more seem like a different shot. So, and I totally forgot to like get rid of the shadowing like there, like during the zoom in. So that was honestly one, like after like looking at this film multiple times, like that's one of the things I realized. But other than that, like I really found barely any other like mistakes. So the fact there's only like one mistake in there, I found like an 18-minute project's pretty good.
Pause for dramatic effect.
And it's honestly like it goes
Version
by so quickly, like
1.16.
barely anybody notices it.
What did I say, Ricky?
That's great, kid. Just don't get cocky now.
Onward to question 4. In Super Mario Galaxy, what is the name of the first Power Star in Gusty Garden Galaxy?
Well, that's kind of random.
No. Random is for later, Christina.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Alright, the correct answer is Bunnies in the Wind.
Glad my logical reasoning paid off.
That's nice and all, Jeremy, but there is no logical reasoning to be found in this next question.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Confident, are you? Okay, final question for video games. In Undertale, how many Temmies are there in
All
Temmy
these
Village?
questions here were made up by me, and the slideshow was also done by me.
Save the hardest one for last, huh?
What
Good
kind of
luck.
question is that?
30 seconds starts now.
Okay, there's.
It took me like
enter.
multiple hours to come up with all those questions, by the way. 'Cause I wanted them to be
and
genuinely
there's
like good game show questions. This shot here I had to do like 7 times. Doing a moving shot is not the easiest thing ever, and it still is like shaky all around the place, but it was good enough. I was happy with it, and I think I got dragged back in a chair like while doing that shot.
Let's see if this one stumped you all. The correct answer is 9.
Yucks.
You may have forgotten the one in the wall or the one in the
Music I
temp
use
shop.
used from what a dream man
Got the one in the wall.
I forgot the one in the shop.
I just guessed and I failed.
After much failure, boo-hoo, it's time to move on to the movie section. Question 6. In Star Wars, what character says this line? Get in there, you big furry oaf.
For Star Wars, for non-Star Wars fans, this question's extremely difficult. If you're not a fan of like any kind of movie franchise, we don't know it very well.
Let's
It's
see if the
difficult
Force is with you. The correct answer is...
for all those little zoom-in shots though.
Han
It just
Solo.
really adds like more
Easy
to
peasy.
Clorette's character.
Man, Christina's been consistent. I gotta step up my game.
Let's see how you do with this one. Question 7. What is the highest grossing Pixar movie?
I'll answer the question really quickly.
Wow, that's the quickest I've ever seen contestants answer a question. The correct answer is... Inside Out 2.
That was too easy. Give us a real challenge.
Oh, you will regret asking that one. Since this next one
This
comes
scene
from my
actually
uncle
like
who
was
works in the
extended a
movie
little
industry.
longer,
What
but
common
O'Connor
pseudonym
like
is used
told me
by
I need to cut
directors
this part
who
down a
want to
little
go
bit.
uncredited if
Which
they
I
are
did.
unhappy
I did it
with
best
changes
I
made to
could. I
their
basically
film?
just cut him out saying from like question 8.
Well, at least I have a 25% chance of guessing it right.
Me and my big mouth.
Who will have good luck on
That
their
was just
side?
zooming in
The
from like
correct
the shot I
answer
had of
is
him all there.
Alan Smithy.
But the zoom was great.
No way. I got that right? Gee, you sure are lucky, my dude.
Lucky Jeremy is and you aren't. Question 9. What was the full name of George Lucas's
And by the
senior
way,
thesis
like
short
when I was
film
showing this in this
before it
screening,
became a
like
major
so many of
motion
these like
picture?
moments that I thought would get
If I
people
could just
laughing,
get
like
one
they were
point up on
laughing like up a
Christina,
storm
I'll be
throughout like this
relieved.
whole film, which made me really happy. That pan there's my favorite pan in the whole freaking film.
Looks
The
like you
slow
all
pan
have
is
your
so
answers
good.
in. The correct answer is
The bongos of him laughing at the.
the Electronic Labyrinth.
Piece of cake.
Yeah, it was nothing compared to the last question.
Darn it, remember you're wrong.
I guess Jeremy
these,
threw
like,
this
little-
one, huh? Never did a Jeremy all upset. Let's move on to the next and final question for
It took a
movies.
lot. It took a lot of
Who
directing
is a
to do,
director
like to
that
make
worked
Jesse
on
do what I
Disney's Brother
wanted though,
Bear?
because he's not an actor.
Shoot, I didn't see that movie.
Oh shoot!
I mean, I
didn't see
love
that
this movie, but who's the director again?
Oh, great. Looks like I have to guess again.
This question, surprise, has
Like
two
stuff like
correct
that, I had to
answers.
direct it
The
like
correct
multiple
answers
times. Be like,
are
I want you to do this.
Aaron
I want you to do this.
Blaze
You're not
and
doing
Robert
that.
Walker.
Do that.
Yes! Thank you, Lord Jesus.
This is radical.
Two incorrect in a row. Are you kidding me? No jokes here,
Isaac
my
was
friends.
really good
What's
at-
also not a joke is that we are halfway through.
The brothers.
Here's each person's
brother
points.
question. Yeah, honestly,
It's
creating that
okay.
question, I was literally thinking of you
not
and making
panic.
that question back.
Still got 10 more questions.
Got a good look? Christina is currently in the lead. Let's see if you boys can keep up. I like to not waste time around here, so let's jump straight to the music category. Question 11. What is the name of the new drummer
Come on, we
in
know this
Linkin
one.
Park?
Meg, come on.
Man, I love this band.
Boom. Nice, see freaking.
The correct answer is Colin Britton.
Oh, dang
Dang
that. Emily's not the drummer, she's the singer.
Love
Ricky
Ricky's
tried
lines
so
so
hard,
much.
got so far,
But
in the end, it doesn't even matter. An emptiness machine we have here. Onward to question 12.
Emily Armstrong.
What is
no,
the
that's
most
the new
popular
secret, not the new
Halloween
drummer.
Ricky Britton.
Oh, dang nabbit. Emily's not the drummer, she's the singer.
Ricky
not the
tried
drummer,
so
she's
hard,
the singer.
got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
I feel like
An
you know these
emptiness
other
machine we
questions,
have
but it's
here.
not.
Onward to question 12. What is the most popular Halloween song
this one.
on Spotify in 2023?
Well, it would probably be Thriller.
I love that over the shoulder shot that I did. I was really happy about how that turned out. Because again, I wanted like to like genuinely give like a good shot competition for all because like you're mainly sitting
All of you
down
put
like,
different
all
answers.
on the place. So
Let's
I really
see
wanted to give
who's
different
correct.
like shot
The
competitions.
correct answer is
Just need to do this. We had to do that stupid take
Monster
multiple
Mash.
times.
Yes.
He
Wait,
was
really?
getting so annoyed at me.
Darn.
I was
I
like,
really
do the
underestimated
right
Monster Mash.
puckering
Man, all
boy.
these are so good, it's hard to tell.
no one's gonna save you from the question about to strike.
That's a thriller
Question
reference.
13. What is the
I probably
last
could've
song
shortened that down
in
a
the
little bit,
techno
but-
album from Electric Callboy?
Finally, this is something I can get.
Oh, I absolutely love this
That's a
band.
callboy question.
Ooh.
Annoying Rick,
think I know
annoying
what the
Jeremy
answer
was
is.
something you did earlier.
Let's see who put their hands straight up and we're
And straight
right.
up reference. So we
Drum
got the
roll.
moves, Electric Callboy.
The last song of the album is Neon.
I can do
Let
all
me
the
see
behind
those
it,
hands.
like my,
Who got it
my
right?
ideas for references.
Good job to you all. Next up, question 14. What year did Metallica release the Load album?
Why the Load album?
Because I said so. 30 seconds.
I love this
At
because
least
I
I
said
know
so.
my Metallica
Or moving
pretty
on.
well.
Confident, Ricky. I like it.
Just because I said so. Moving
I
on.
checked this band out forever.
I haven't checked this band out in forever. Jeremy, not much of a Metallica
The correct
fan.
answer is 1996.
Yeah, man, let's
That's
get it.
Philly.
Dang it, 1 year off.
At least Christina got it wrong.
Nothing else matters right now except
Metallica
the
joke.
final music question.
These jokes are so bad.
What band has this lyric in their own song?
It still gets me every freaking time. Oh my gosh. This cut is the best cut in this whole stupid, not stupid film. This film's great. I made it. That's why.
Music question.
These jokes are so bad.
What band has this lyric in their own song? I will let the branches fall, so what you want can stay.
These jokes are so bad.
Even as a Christian, this one's hard.
Plain I screwed.
Plain I screwed. Hold on, one more time.
Now accept the final music question.
These jokes are so bad.
What band is this lyric in their own song?
These jokes are so bad.
So what you want can stay.
And look, his face and everything is perfect.
Even as a Christian, this one's hard.
It's on the thumbnail
Plain
too,
I
like of
screwed.
this project.
Good luck.
It's like such an expressive face. These jokes are so bad. Jeremy sucks at answering questions.
Oh,
Runs out of time.
Ooh, so
One
sorry,
thing about
Jeremy,
that
but time's
there
up.
Is if you look closely enough, like, because again, like, I'm just having him tap his phone. Like, I don't have like an actually like sound effect like thing that like he's like playing sound effects from. I'm just having him tapping his phone but playing the sound effects, like adding them in post. I know, such a scam. If you look closely enough at that close-in camera, like that phone shot, you can actually see the script that he's looking at for the film. Just hilarious. It's a little fun.
Let's
fun
see
Easter
if
egg
Ricky
there.
and Christina got this. Bring in the tension.
And we got these whiteboards
The
also
correct
like
answer is
over spring break.
Bethel
too. We bought them
Music.
at Target.
The lyrics come from the song Tend.
Yes, I knew it was a Bethel music song.
Wow, don't I feel blessed by the Holy Spirit?
Are you joking?
And by the way, I didn't tell her to laugh there. She generally just like was caught off guard by Isaac saying, "I'm being blessed by the Holy Spirit." So she genuinely found that really funny. She was trying hard not to keep it in. So that's hilarious.
They both got that right. Just my luck.
The Holy Spirit is strong with you all. Hope that continues into the next
Not
round.
strong with Jeremy,
Random.
apparently.
Before we do, here's the points.
This is it, man. No more screwing up.
This is it. The final 5 questions. These questions
questions
are
are
about as random as my life decisions. Question
Love
16.
line.
Who manufactured Verbal Tenet?
And Bush.
Busch Gardens, Williamsburg.
I don't know why I said it like Bush.
Intimate or
Bush.
serious?
Bush.
Being a coaster enthusiast, luck is on my
That so
side.
bothers me. Aubrey's Margaret Twitter.
All answers are in, and who will be coasting? The correct answer is
That's a Steel Vengeance lift hill sound if
Zero.
you don't know.
Man, I thought it was intimate.
Seemed like the oddball
Because Steel
me.
Vengeance is known for having like
Keep
one of
this
the
up,
loudest
man.
like lift hills
coasting
ever.
along
So I
to
wanted
question
use it as a
17.
sound effect.
In Black Clover. What is the name of the princess of the
I
Heart
think this
Kingdom?
question for cousin Jesse.
Thank goodness I watched this anime recently.
Because again, he showed me the Black Clover. Jeremy's like totally.
All
neutral,
answers
like,
are
I told him to
in.
watch
Let's
the
see
Black
who
Clover
among
recently.
you are the true anime nerds. The correct answer is Lala Peshka. Jeremy and Christina are
I
neck
love
and
this
neck.
part.
They are under pressure.
Hey now, what about me?
Moving on. Here is the only
Moving
true
on.
or false question. True or false?
Moving on.
Gordon Ramsay's signature dish is
Yeah.
lobster risotto.
For being the
This-
only true or
we're
false.
reminiscing college stream is going on way
Yeah, I
longer
would
than I
agree.
thought it would think.
Man, if you can't get this one, you're dumb.
The confident bunch returns. Let's see if that pays off. The correct answer is
Look fuckery again.
false. Gordon Ramsay's signature dish is
Yeah,
actually
we
beef.
don't know the
Yeah,
details.
we get it. We don't need all the details.
Wow, so rude. I should disqualify you for that.
Trash talking the announcer was not in the rules we stated in the beginning.
Still does not excuse that behavior.
Rolling down.
Anyway, on to the second to last
Is it hard to
question.
hear me or something?
What day did Mr. Beast pass T-Series in subscribers?
What?
30 seconds.
Yeah, man, it's just like, it's so satisfying just like seeing like this really come to life. Like for all the
20
like
seconds.
the time and like headache that I had having to work on this year. All the coordination of like the schedules and everything, planning out the script, the shot list, making the call sheet, the
10
storyboards
seconds.
and whatnot. So much work was like put into this like here, and I'm very happy with this like being one of my final like film
3,
projects because it genuinely like it feels like a nice
1.
short film, and
Let's see
really
if
happy
you
with
all
it.
do Jimmy proud. The correct answer is
And it's honestly some of my best like comedy work too.
June 1st.
No. It's all over.
Depressed
Can't win
Jeremy.
I'm
I
sorry,
love how like the
we're off.
lighting, like the coloring,
Jeremy.
like looks like more
Let's
sad
go
here
get
too.
No. Get away from me.
There was a take too, like where Aubrey was so caught off guard by like his no, like he said it was such passion that it completely caught Aubrey off guard, and she just started bawling laughing. Like if I ever make a bloopers thing for this at some point, I'd have to find that clip because like she just started dying. That was definitely a good performance there from like both of them. An emotional moment. Oh no, Christina's ahead 1 point.
Now hold the phone, Party Pooper Jeremy. Sulking happens after the final question. The final question is worth 3 points. It's anyone's game.
No way. Honestly, man, I know
asked
how
him to do the
important
shaky
this
cam
is to
thing,
you.
so
I wish you the best of luck.
Bro,
that
Southern
wonderful
accent
plot twist out
Isaac
of the
is
way,
able to
it's time for the
freaking
final question.
nicely genuine. What species of bird
lives the longest?
Come again?
Shoot, I didn't know I had to study birds.
Again.
Let's see.
Shoot, I didn't know I had to study birds.
Ranch winner.
Again, like multiple times, like throughout filming this, like there were so many Ricky lines that like I just could not stop laughing at. Cause like Isaac's performance on them is just so good. He did such a good job embodying this Southern accent guy. Shoot, I didn't know I just started birds.
Of 2025.
Seems like all of us don't know the
I
answer.
love these shots here too. These are some
Out
of
of these
like
options, though,
I'm really hot. I
the
mean, all these
Kaku
shots.
seems like the oddball.
20 seconds.
No, but what if he did that to trip us up and it's the cockatoos? Man, I don't know.
10 seconds.
I'm gonna have to go with my gut on this one.
Go with the
5,
gut.
4,
Feel it in your soul.
3, 2, 1. And let's reveal who won the grand prize of $500.
It's not gonna pay for my
The answer
mortgage,
to
man.
The last question is.
And medicine's a lot more expensive than that than you think. Isaac's face. I didn't even ask like Aubrey to do that. I just found a shower she did that.
Cockapoo.
Oh gosh, dang it.
No way.
I love that. That's easily my favorite like Cool Ranch pose. I'll put it in the thumbnail.
Hey, congrats, man. I'm proud of you.
Jeremy's the Cool Ranch
You again
winner.
sometime.
Give it up for Jeremy for winning the trivia game show.
Nice, look at Jeremy. Well, look how happy he is, guys. And bro, this is supposed to be like an emotional scene here, bro. You get to see his brother. But like in the freaking screening, people are just laughing at this. Like for some reason, this is funny. Hey, it's my cameo. Look at me. I really wonder who that is.
So glad you're.
I wonder what his name is canon in like in the series. The Cool Ranch Show. Yes, we love the Cool Ranch Show. It's the Cool Ranch universe, as we nickname it. Director cameo Pog. I know, right? I had the most difficult role in the whole film, guys. I had to literally lay in bed, act like I was sleeping. It was kind of funny though. There was actually if I include bloopers, if I make a blooper reel of this at some point, didn't know you were sick. I know. I really needed medicine, man. I had the sickness of the Cool Ranch fever or something. I don't know. Cool Ranch is infecting me with his viruses, bro. Secret Luigi Striker lore you only find out when you watch reminiscing college stuff from an 8.5 hour stream. Crazy. Ay. But yeah, so funny thing was one of the takes that we had was it's like I can literally sense him like coming up to me and walking up when I was in the bed. Down with the sickness, get up, you're coming down with the sickness. Nice reference, I love that. But like I can literally like sense him walking up to me even with my eyes closed. So there was a time I just started laughing because it just felt so weird too. And again, that's not the bed I sleep in. I also had to rest in Jesse's smelly bed. And that was not fun. So yeah, and I had to get rid of all like the Spider-Man shit, like sheets and whatnot, because that'd be copyright. So that was just hilarious. That like I could sense him like walking up to me, and I couldn't help laughing one time. Yeah. And last but very not least, I'm gonna I'm gonna have to block audio in this afterwards, 100%, but I don't care. I'm gonna play it for you guys. Heavy is the Crown animated lyric video. Woo! Let's watch it. Let's rock it up in here, baby. I'm really this is easily my favorite lyric video I've ever made, bro. It's so good. It's become outnumbered 10 to 1, back then to the bitch your tongue. There's no turning back, this backwards is going. We're already on that list, so you don't want what you can't resist. So waving ass forward, the pen won't miss. So watch it all fall apart like this is what you asked for. Fire in the sunrise, ashes raining down. Drowning, but it keeps bleeding out. Oh, this is what you asked for. Just keeps going, bro. Did I introduce you to that song? I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, easily, like, I am so happy with how this turned out. I know, like how Meg said that she wished that they could have done the full song here, but specifically, like, for context-wise, why I didn't do the full song. Pause! Pause! My God almighty. I'm ready to not have to deal with laggy Firefox here pretty soon. So fun. So I'll give you like a little bit of like how this whole like video came together really quickly. Probably not really quickly, but I'll say it anyways. Anything I think that like ends up turning to like hours of me talking. That's usually how it goes. So this video originally started because the reason why it's only like about like from the second mic, oh my goodness, you can tell I'm tired, mic rap part, and then to the rest of the song, because that's the kind of requirement. You have to at least make like a 90 second part of like some lyric video. So I decided to do from the mic rap part, second mic rap part, all the way to the end of the video, because I felt that like got a little bit over like the time limit, like not right at the time limit, but did like a little bit like extra, you know. So and so every time, so let's kind of go for like some parts of like the video here. So every time one of these red texts come in, like a cool detail is the fact that like every time it comes in, it'll scale up slightly, then go back down, and then like have a glow effect. So like you really like, because I really wanted like to have a fun way to emphasize like the words coming in. So that's like one fun thing, number one. And something you may not notice like immediately upon like first watch, heavy, like, so the heavy is the crown thing there. It's hard to notice, but actually like the glow like increases like a little bit and then comes back down like as it fades out. So that's a little fun detail there. And all these backgrounds here were not made by me. I found them off of like Pixabay and Pixels. But I really like how they actually fit along with the song, because I didn't want it to just be like a blank background. I thought that was going to be boring if I had a blank background. So I had nice like backgrounds in the background to like to fill up the video. So yeah, turning there like turns around like a little bit, but if you notice carefully, because most of the time like my transitions, like sometimes like there's scales up, but a lot of them kind of like come in like side to side, but that one specifically with the turning, I thought it would look better like if it would scale up, and then it's one of the few texts also that scales down as well, if you look carefully enough. Can you play? So this list thing here, this was like I found just like a scroll. I had to literally like scroll around unironically to find like a good like artwork of this that I can use and trace over. So I just traced all over that in After Effects, and then I did like little lines like drawing on the scroll, and you can see the list there is a different color. Oh, come on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why does it take so long for it to fucking pause, bro? Play when I want you to and pause when I want you to. I think this is my computer telling me you need to stop streaming, bro. Hopefully I can pause this well enough. Well, judging by it's really lagging right now, that's not going to happen. I've been waiting 10 seconds for it to play. Okay, here we go. That's a good shot of it. So that sword thing there, actually, like, fun fact about that one there is I actually got it from a picture of plush Kirby with a sword, and that was like the sword that he was holding. Or it was also the one that actually like it was like a sword to like like one of like the swords that like he holds in one of the Kirby games there. But I remember like specifically one of the first designs was based off of like a plush like Kirby like sword thing. So that's fun. And if you look very carefully, I mean, since my video is lagging like crazy, like I'm not gonna be able to get a good shot of it. But that pen there, like if you pause it like at the right part, like it actually has like it's a Linkin Park pen, like it has the Linkin Park logo on it. Yeah, as you can kind of see it there, like in the blurriness. Pen's blue, and the pen text is blue, and then the sword text is gray. That's all just cuts there. Background starts there. The fire effect I was really satisfied like with here. Like I was really happy with how the fire effect like turned out. And then you have like the ashiness like effect around the ashes and the rain, with then also like the sunrise, like the sun coming up. Yeah. It's just a lot of just fun different elements that I was able to do in this video here with the cool awesome effects of After Effects. The bleeding, like the glow comes up more, like more than like the other like low things, like with the emphasis on the red. Does it more for bleeding because it gives a bleeding look. I love like the fade out here, like, and the background like kind of matches the music, but then the words itself matches like the crown kind of like with Emily's like fade out there. And I love like the way like the text here of like the smoke in the background, like it matches it so well. And the fact that it keeps opacitating in progressively, like as the lyrics keep coming on the screen, so that eventually it gets like to 100 opacity before like you get to the Emily Scream thing. And this thing I just like had to design a huge long block of text, and I just had to keep dragging it and dragging it and dragging and dragging it until eventually it just kind of kept going across the screen. And I did like a little wiggle effect like for like the shakiness of it to make it look like aggressive as all frick. And then I really like this part here where like I found a great video that had like a cool burst effect in it. Like literally like that background there is like, I think the video file was named like throwing flour in the air or something. But like the burst just works so well with like the hit that I'm like, yeah, I'm using this like freaking video. Like it just bursts up like so like gloriously, like it's so good. And then like I do like the like forming of the lyrics here. Like I mean, again, like the effects are like the same here, but like the way like the lyrics are like done. Because fire in, it's not really showing here in the playback, but fire in like, and then the in this time also has the fire effect. And then it's just the sunrise instead of with fire in with the sunrise, and then ashes raining with a much bigger text. And like I do like little cool things like the outs, like where like the butts like comes forward at you, then the out like comes back the other like comes back the other direction. So like that was kind of clever, like the fact like you had the butt come in, but then you have the out like literally going out the other way. Fun little detail there. And then this part here was actually, so like the part like where like it's just like throwing crown like all across the screen. Yeah, this part here, this actually was a lot more difficult to do than you may think originally, because the nice thing about the 4 text, like when Emily's doing like the 17-second scream, what was nice about that was specifically I can use a text thing for that, so like I could just keep adding on the text like constantly. Like if I didn't have enough O's or enough R's, I'd just be like, I'll just like type like a bunch of like freaking like O's in or R's like when I needed them. So that's what I did. But for this specific part though, like with the crown going across the screen, those are customly designed shape layers. So I can't really do the same thing where I could just type them in like quickly. I had to like duplicate them multiple times. And then I ended up like grouping them together like in like groups of 11. And then I made those like groups of 11 like of those shape layers, because they're technically not text, even though like obviously it looks like text in the video, but they're technically shape layers in After Effects. And I had those like flowing across the screen really quickly, and did like a bunch of duplicates of them. I had to like pre-comp them together and whatnot. So a lot of this terminology you have no idea what I'm talking about, but it makes sense if you actually like are in After Effects. And then yeah, you have the whole like lyrics coming towards you again, kind of like how I did with like the butt, and then the leading out with the out. With the heavy is the crown, and then do the other like thing there, and all the like the effects too, like they're like the different like pre-comps like are all wiggling like as well. I can't believe it's almost 3 in the morning. Holy crap! What is wrong with me? And then I like to here at the end here like I like the last hit, like the text has like one last little like glow up moment, and the background too like follows like the boom 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 boom. So yeah, basically I just tried to pack in as much as I could within like the time that I had to try to give my prof a good final assignment, man. And honestly, something like I'm not sure when I want to introduce like something like this, but if I'm able like to like get After Effects and like be able to like make more videos off it, maybe this might be something I'll announce in the future. But I would love to do like commissions like for making stuff like this. Like if you guys like, for example, like Meg, if you have like a Poets of a Fall song, you would love to see a cool animated lyric video like this, you can commission me like a certain amount of money to go and make you the animated lyric video. Because, I mean, I'm not going to make any money off of, like, something like a Poets of the Fall song because of copyright on YouTube, because copyright sucks dick. But if you guys are, like, paying me, though, to, like, make like, an animated lyric video, like, for something, it'd have to be, like, it definitely, like, if out of, like, all the donation stuff you'd have to do, this would be, like, a lot more, like, of a more expensive thing to do. Because, again, these videos here take me many hours of work to do. So it's not just going to be like a very cheap like investment to go and do. But I'm hoping that's like something like if I'm actually like able to keep continuing like my use of After Effects like in the future and really learn the like software very well, then like I'm thinking that'd be really cool to do like commissions like for making cool animated lyric videos like this, because like as Rosie said in the comment, holy crap, I'm the master of lyrical videos. The master of lyrical videos is here. As long as they give me the tools and I learn how to use them, I can make some damn good lyric videos, bro. Heck yes, sir. Alright, for real though, we just ended up going another hour longer showing off all that stuff there. But again, these are some of my things I was really happy with of making my time here. I'm more than willing to spend some extra time on them. Alright. With being free in the flipping morning and getting no packing done at all today, bad me. I'm going to be ending this off here, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching this incredible, like, freaking 9 hours of reminiscing, dude. Oh my freaking gosh. I'm not going to try to extend this any longer. I already have. I've already been extending it long enough. But again, thank you guys so much for an amazing college journey here. I'm glad I was able to like have a big, long, fun time here reminiscing about so many like different things, up from like classes all the way to like all the YouTube and fun projects that I was able to do throughout. So thank you guys again for the journey here to this point here. I hope we'll have a great time in my adult life, and that's finally it for college streams. We did it. We got for all the college streams. But yeah, I hope you guys will keep continuing supporting me throughout my time in my adult career. And again, thank you guys so much for watching this very long stream here, reminiscing all the great times here in college. And I hope to see you guys in the future. Awesome content in the adult life here on the Luigi Streamer channel. And I hope to be seeing you guys then. Peace! Luigi Streamer striking on out of here. We'll be seeing you all later. Bye! See y'all on the flip side. Man, I really need to update this outro video at some point. Bye!